Chapter 955. When Feng Xianyun gave birth to Feng Lingtian, Ling Xiao wasn't there at all. He didn't experience the excitement of becoming a father. Now that Feng Xianyun gave birth to a second child, Ling Xiao finally understood what it felt like to be a father. He was worried and excited. He was worried that something had happened to Feng Xianyun or the child. He was excited because he was preparing to have a second child. He had been fantasizing about whether it would be a son or a daughter. He already had a son from the little demon king, so he hoped that it would be a daughter. Wah! A baby's cry was heard and Ling Xiao's body stopped. His face was full of joy as he said, "It's born, it's born." He wanted to rush in to see the situation, but he was stopped by Kai Shiyue. After a while, Meng Xiyun happily walked out of the room with a child in her arms. Ling Xiao immediately went forward and asked, "Mother, is it a daughter?" Meng Xiyun glared at him and said, "Do you not like sons that much?" Meng Xiyun unhappily said, "Of course not." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "You stinking brat, I really don't know why your luck is so good. You even said it's a daughter." Meng Xiyun snappily said. Ling Xiao moved closer to Meng Xiyun and looked at the bright and pure eyes of the adorable baby. He felt a sense of connection with his flesh and blood. He proudly shouted in his heart, "Ha, she's my daughter. By the way, is Yun all right?" Ling Xiao suddenly remembered Feng Xianyun and quickly called out to her. He then immediately ran into the house. Sensing that Feng Xianyun's aura was still there, Ling Xiao felt relieved. As long as she was still breathing, it wouldn't be a problem for her to survive with his spirit items. Granny Dongfang said to Ling Xiao, "Although this child survived, her lifespan might have been affected. It's good that she survived. The lost lifespan can be replenished." Ling Xiao tenderly caressed Feng Xianyun's beautiful hair. Ling Xiao had a daughter ahead of time. This was a joyous event that diluted the sad atmosphere in the proud smiling palace. In the end, Ling Xiao named his daughter Ling Ying, hoping that she would grow up safely and happily. Ever since he got Ling Ying, Ling Xiao couldn't stop smiling. He had always hoped to have a daughter. Now that his wish was fulfilled, his mood was naturally very good. Feng Lingtian, this little demon king, also liked his sister very much. It was just that he was still a child and his temperament did not change. He would often bring some small poisonous things over to scare little Ling, causing him to cry and make a ruckus. Every time something like this happened, Ling Xiao would call him over to instruct him in martial arts, and he would get beaten up in the process. "Dad, can you be a bit more biased? When little sister grows up, I will definitely pull her into my camp to deal with you," Feng Lingtian said unwillingly every time. Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. Half a month had passed. Ling was intoxicated. Xiao Xiao was happy to Ling. Half a month passed unknowingly as Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After half a month of rest, those who were injured in the battle had recovered. At the same time, the news that Ling Xiao had become a saint medicine master had spread. Coupled with the fact that the proud smiling palace had defeated the Ouyang clan, many martial artists came and expressed their willingness to join the proud smiling palace. After the test of the profound glory array, there were hundreds of people who stayed. But these people were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This time Ling Xiao brought these people with him. He also made it clear to them in advance that it was impossible to gain a foothold in the proud smiling palace without going through the baptism of war. Many of these people were scared again. In the end, 1/3 of them were eliminated in advance. In the end, there were only 300 people left. Among them there was only one Emperor Xian. After all, time was too tight. There were not many people who came to join. Ling Xiao was ready to go. This time he would not bring many people, only 1,000 people. The rest of the people would stay in the proud smiling palace. These 1,000 people were basically heavenly venerables. Emperor Xian only had 10 people. As for saints, there was not a single one. It seemed that it was not enough to deal with the Ouyang clan who had been defeated. After all, the Ouyang clan's foundation was still there. It would not be a problem to gather another 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, there was a saint in the formation. This was not easy. Others advised Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. It would not be too late to destroy the Ouyang clan after he had recuperated. However, Ling Xiao was still stubborn and did not listen to anyone's advice. Everyone was helpless and could only let Ling Xiao go. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao was different from the past. Even a saint would have to suffer under him. Maybe these 1,000 people could return in triumph. Ling Xiao took the lead. Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Qi Gang, Leng Zheng, Cruel Leopard, and the others followed. The battle not long ago had caused too many losses. It was already quite good that Ling Xiao could gather 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, the Black Demon sect was eyeing them covetously. Therefore he had to leave some people to guard the clan. Moreover, this time Ling Xiao had already made plans. With the Wanhua sect's cooperation, it would not be a problem to take down the Ouyang clan. The news that the proud Smiling Palace was going to attack the Ouyang clan with 1,000 people had already spread. There was a reason why Ling Xiao did this. He wanted those who wanted to kill him to gather at the Ouyang clan's side. He planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. Because the news that he had a divine weapon had already spread throughout the central region, he believed that many people would dare to take the risk to pick up Ping Yi. The Ouyang clan had already suffered heavy losses. They were afraid that the proud Smiling Palace and other forces would come for revenge. Many people from the Ouyang clan thought of escaping. However, when they heard that the proud Smiling Palace had only brought a few people and no other forces to help them, they calmed down. The Southern Ocean was the Ouyang clan's territory. There were many subordinate forces under them. If they mobilized people from them, they could gather around 20,000 people without a problem. With such a force, how could they be afraid of the proud Smiling Palace's 1,000 people? Therefore the Ouyang clan was waiting for the proud Smiling Palace's people to come. They even threatened to make sure that the proud Smiling Palace would not return. The Black Demon sect naturally received the news that Ling Xiao was going to attack the Ouyang clan. Mei Xia was hesitating whether she should attack the proud Smiling Palace at this time and destroy it in one fell swoop. One Viper immediately reminded her, "Madam, the Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud Smiling Palace. An Kai is not dead either. I'm afraid that we won't be able to obtain any benefits if we go there rashly." "What? The Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud Smiling Palace?" Mei Xia asked in surprise. "I can't be wrong. She only sent some people back. I think she's staying behind to make that little bastard Ling Xiao feel at ease." One Viper replied. It seems that the old woman is still determined to protect that little bastard." Mei Xia snorted coldly. She then looked at One Viper and said, "If I let you attack that little bastard Ling Xiao this time, can you kill him? He might only have the cultivation of a high-stage mystic the Arch, but this kid is very strange. He was obviously hit by my attack, but nothing happened to him. I suspect that he might have other treasures. Unless we can blow up his head with a single strike, it might be possible." The Myriad Viper replied. One Viper clearly remembered that he had clearly attacked Ling Xiao that day. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. Furthermore, there were no signs of him being poisoned. This made him even more confused. It should be known that no saint of the same level as him would dare to touch his poison. One Viper could not help but suspect that Ling Xiao had some sort of spiritual item that could counter his poison. "And no matter what, even if we can't kill him, we have to capture him alive," Mei Xia said. "Capture him alive? He has that divine drum. I'm afraid it won't be easy," One Viper said timidly. That day he had personally witnessed Ouyang Zheng being turned into a pool of blood by the sound of the drum. How could he capture him alive so easily? "As long as we don't give him the time to beat the drum, it will be fine," Mei Xia said. She then took out a black rope that was glowing faintly and threw it at One Viper. One Viper caught the black rope and could not help but exclaim, "This is the demon binding rope." That's right. It's a mid-tier 8th-tier demon binding rope. Even a high-tier 8th-tier spirit beast would find it hard to break free. I believe that it won't be a problem to capture him alive. I don't believe that we can't kill him then," Mei Xia said. "Kiki madam, don't worry. With this demon binding rope, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be able to escape from my palm." One Viper smiled confidently. "Alright then, go on your way. You must complete the task." "Yes, this old man will go now." Aside from the Black Demon sect, the Ghost sect and Shatian organization had also made their moves. There were also a few other forces that had sent people to invite them. They were all aiming for Ling Xiao's divine weapon. After all, no one in the central region possessed a divine weapon. It was a divine item that only existed in the heaven region. On the Myriad Flower sect's side, Hua Baihe had already received news that Ling Xiao had brought people to invite them. What? He only brought 1,000 people and he wants to take care of the Ouyang clan? What is he trying to do? Does he really want all of our Myriad Flower sect to fight against the Ouyang clan? Hua Baihe said angrily. She then looked at Granny Bai. "Senior sister, I think we should forget about it. If he wants our entire sect to cooperate with him to eradicate the Ouyang clan, we'll suffer heavy losses. It's not worth it." Granny Bai squinted her eyes in silence for a while before saying, "I don't think he's that kind of person. He's bringing 1,000 people with great fanfare just to fool us. He definitely has a backup plan. But I think he's too arrogant. Does he really think that he can destroy the Ouyang clan with just the power of a divine weapon? Hua Baihe said in disbelief. No matter what, we have to put on a show here. It's impossible to help him with the entire sect's strength. It's necessary to bring 5,000 elites. Otherwise, he'll think that we're not sincere. Granny Bai said. Alright, I really hope that he can surprise us this time. Hua Baihe agreed. It was absolutely necessary to mobilize 5,000 elites for the sake of the 5 saint pills. After all, Ling Zhao's identity as a saint medicine master was there. Unless the Myriad Flower sect really didn't want to get involved in this matter and didn't want the saint pills. Chapter 956. After a long journey, Ling Zhao's 1,000 men arrived at the Ouyang clan's territory. Ling Xiao did not attack the Ouyang clan's subsidiary forces. He did not have time to waste with them. The subsidiary forces of the Ouyang clan were extremely afraid. Although Ling Xiao only had 1,000 men, all of them were heavenly venerables and above. There were also 10 mystic thearchs. It would not be difficult for him to destroy them. Ling Xiao and the others did not stop and headed straight for the Ouyang clan's territory. At the same time, he contacted the Myriad Flower sect and asked them to gather and attack the Ouyang clan. They would not give the Ouyang clan a chance to turn the tables. Within a few days, Ling Zhao's 1,000 men arrived outside the Ouyang clan's city. They did not go in directly. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill 10,000 men, but he did not have the confidence to block the attack of 10,000 men. Therefore, he had to wait for the Myriad Flower sect to arrive before making a move. However, the Ouyang clan were not fools. When Ling Xiao and the others approached, they had already received the news. That low-level saint, Ouyang Chao, led 10,000 men to attack. 10,000 men and 10,000 steeds. The scene was magnificent and magnificent. Ouyang Chao pointed his spear at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, is it not enough for you to kill a few of our Ouyang clan saint elders? You actually dare to attack us? Everyone attack together and kill them all. Following Ouyang Chao's order, the Ouyang clan's men all shouted in unison. Everyone attacked at the same time. All sorts of colorful elemental attacks rushed into the sky. There were fire, hail, earth, stone. Without thinking, Ling Xiao said to the people behind him, Everyone scatter and retreat. The proud smiling palace's men did not hesitate and immediately retreated. Ling Xiao directly flew up into the sky and sat on the fierce man who had changed back to his true form. He flew towards the Ouyang clan's men and at the same time, the heaven-suppressing drum appeared in his hand. Ouyang Chao had long been paying attention to Ling Xiao. The moment he saw Ling Xiao take out the heaven-suppressing drum, his expression immediately changed. Quick! Immediately use the 1,000-year ice silkworm net to trap him. Ouyang Chao shouted to the people beside him. Knowing that Ling Xiao had a divine artifact, they still dared to fight. They were already prepared. After all, Ling Xiao's divine drum could only attack one person, and could not produce a large area of destructive power, so Ouyang Chao had already thought of a countermeasure. As Ouyang Chao spoke, 2 half-step sages suddenly rushed out from his side. Both pulled a large net from the left and right and enveloped it towards Ling Xiao. This 10,000-year ice silkworm net was a low-tier 8 sacred artifact. It was the best treasure for capturing a rank 8 spirit beast. Once the spirit beast was wrapped up by the net, it would be hard for it to struggle. If Ling Xiao insisted on beating the heaven-suppressing drum with all his strength, he would only be caught. Ling Xiao did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately put away the heaven-suppressing drum. His figure began to move, fleeing to the left and right with the lion-tiger beast. At the same time, the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. 48 figures rushed towards the 2 half-step sages at the same time. As long as he killed them and kept the ice silkworm net, he would no longer be a threat. Although the strength of the 2 half-step sages was very strong, Ling Xiao was not any weaker than them if he went all out. The figures made it difficult for them to distinguish which was the real one. Ouyang Chao wanted to help, but the lion-tiger beast had already pounced towards him. Rumble. In order to resist Ling Xiao's strong attack, the 2 half-step sages had to temporarily split up to fight. I have to finish this quickly. Ling Xiao had brought few people with him. He could not afford to waste time. He had to finish the battle as soon as possible. He blasted his spiritual force towards one of them. The invisible golden dragon spear courageously pierced towards the sea of consciousness of one of the half-step sages. Saints could sense the fluctuation of space and thus block Ling Xiao's spiritual force attack. However, half-step sages could only touch the edge of the power of space. They could not really use the power of space. The half-step sages could only sense the danger, but they did not know where the danger came from. They could not resist at all and were blasted into the sea of consciousness. He screamed and his figure began to sway. He was about to fall from the sky. Ling Xiao did not give him any chance to survive. He rushed towards him at full speed. The golden dragon spear directly pierced through his chest. Even though he was wearing a half-step sage defensive armor, it was equivalent to having no defense in front of the demigod-level golden dragon spear. When the other half-step sage saw that his companion was suddenly killed, he was scared out of his wits. He threw the ice silkworm net in his hand towards Ling Xiao, hoping to trap Ling Xiao. He was just staking it all on one throw. He fled towards the crowd. With Ling Xiao's speed, how could he be caught so easily? He easily dodged the attack and blasted a punch towards the half-step sage who was fleeing. This punch was like a purple sun, bringing with it raging flames as it pressed downwards. The half-step sage sensed the danger. He turned around and slashed with the long sword in his hand. The sword radiance of extraordinary power cut the sun into countless pieces. Countless purple flames splashed down from the sky towards the people of the Ouyang family. Some of the weaker ones did not have the time to circulate their dark force. They were immediately set on fire after being touched by the flames. Many people screamed in pain as they were burned. They tried their best to expel and extinguish the flames. However, they found that it was impossible to extinguish the flames. They were soon burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. The surrounding people were shocked. They quickly moved away. No one dared to touch the flames. Quick! Everyone attack him together. We must not let him attack. The half-step sage ordered in a panic. The people of the Ouyang family once again attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying energy caused the entire world to shake. The colorful energy looked extremely dazzling. The superimposed energy was no joke. Even a saint would not dare to block it. Although Ling Xiao was confident he could block it, he did not want to fight recklessly for the time being. He had to kill the other party's saint. Then the Ouyang family would not be a threat. Ouyang Chao and the lion tiger beast were high up in the sky. Ouyang Chao did not dare to fight in front of his clansmen. Ouyang Chao's protective spirit beast had already been killed by Han Kai's fire cloud rock in the last battle. Therefore he had not tamed a protective spirit beast yet. Fighting the lion tiger beast alone would not give him much of an advantage. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Ouyang Chao, he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps it would be more worthwhile to control Ouyang Chao than to kill him. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and began to surround Ouyang Chao with the lion tiger beast. When Ouyang Chao saw that Ling Xiao did not take out the drum, he felt relieved. Otherwise he would have died. However, he wasn't in a good situation either. The lion tiger beast was strong enough that he couldn't overtake it. Now Ling Xiao's fighting ability was incomparably strong, making it hard for him to fight back. He really didn't know how to turn defeat into victory. Unless he abandoned all his clansmen and ran away, how could he survive? Ling Xiao did not interfere too much with their battle. He only dealt a heavy blow to Ouyang Chao at the most critical moment. Ouyang Chao's saint weapon had been destroyed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. His battle strength was clearly weaker. Ling Xiao, can you stop? Our Ouyang clan is willing to surrender. As long as you state a condition, we are willing to bury the hatchet. Isn't that better? Ouyang Chao said helplessly. That's simple. As long as your Ouyang clan is willing to surrender to my proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao sneered. His hands continued to attack. The lion tiger beast's tiger-striped wing divine ability binding firmly bound Ouyang Chao. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to give him a fatal blow. At the most critical moment, Ouyang Chao used his own strength to break free. Although he dodged Ling Xiao's attack, the lion tiger beast's claws heavily slapped down on him. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Ling Xiao and the lion tiger beast followed him like a shadow. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack Ouyang Chao with a high-level spirit charm. Ouyang Chao was in a state of panic. His willpower was definitely at its weakest. On one hand, he had to worry about being devoured by the lion tiger beast. On the other hand, he had to worry about Ling Xiao killing him. He did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly use his spiritual power to attack his sea of consciousness. When Ling Xiao used the spirit charm, his soul tried to resist. However, the lion tiger beast's tail ruthlessly slapped his body, sending him flying far away. Ling Xiao chased after Ouyang Chao while quickly using the high-level spirit charm into his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, Ouyang Chao was unable to defend himself at the same time. Ling Xiao's high-level spirit charm forcefully imprinted a mark on him. Just as the lion tiger beast was about to attack Ouyang Chao again, Ling Xiao said, "All right, he's one of us now." Ling Xiao's expression was slightly pale. His spiritual power seemed to be somewhat exhausted. It was quite strenuous to control a peerless expert that was of a higher level than him in battle. Ouyang Chao stabilized his body. His expression was confused at first, but it eventually returned to its original state. However, there were many wounds on his body, making him look slightly miserable. He flashed to Ling Xiao's side and bowed slightly. "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Take some pills to recover first." Controlling Ouyang Chao, it would not be difficult to destroy the Ouyang family. At this time, the Ouyang family was chasing after the 1,000 people that Ling Xiao had brought with him. Fortunately, the myriad flower sect's people arrived in time. Hua Baiha and Grandma Bai also personally led the team. The Ouyang family's people were so scared that they immediately ran back into the city. "Saint Master Ling, we're not too late, right?" Hua Baiha flew over and said. "Haha, you're not too late, you're just in time." Ling Xiao laughed. "Ouyang Chao, you should surrender. You have no chance of winning." Hua Baiha looked at Ouyang Chao in front of Ling Xiao in astonishment. She still did not know that Ouyang Chao was already under Ling Xiao's control. Chapter 957. Elder Hua, he knows he's sinful and has been converted by my persuasion. He's now willing to surrender to the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, he wouldn't tell Hua Baiha that he had used a mental curse to control him. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai both revealed expressions of disbelief. They were both experienced people and naturally wouldn't believe Ling Xiao's words. However, they couldn't guess if there was something fishy going on. They just felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious. They were now on guard against him. It would be depressing if they were accidentally persuaded to follow him by his earnest and well-intentioned persuasion. Afterward, Ling Xiao used Ouyang Chao to kidnap himself into the city. The Ouyang clansmen thought Ling Xiao had been captured and cheered without any precaution. Ling Xiao then led the lion-tiger beast and Ouyang Chao to defeat or control the Ouyang clansmen who had reached the mystic the Arch Realm. The Ouyang clansmen all thought that Ouyang Chao had betrayed the clan and cursed him. They didn't want to fight anymore and most of them fled in all directions. Ling Xiao then sent a message to the people waiting outside and began to kill the Ouyang clansmen. Although the Ouyang clansmen were many, they weren't as united as before. They were all killed by the proud smiling palace and the myriad flower sect. Ling Xiao didn't bother with the aftermath and had Ouyang Chao bring him into the Ouyang clan's spatial zone. That was where the direct descendants of the Ouyang clansmen resided. Ling Xiao ordered Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Qi Gang, and Cruel Leopard to massacre the Ouyang clansmen. There was no such thing as mercy in a war between two great powers. If the proud smiling palace couldn't withstand the Ouyang clansmen's army, it would have been massacred as well. I don't want to be so ruthless, but who knows whether or not there will be a genius from the Ouyang clan who will seek revenge on the proud smiling palace in the future. So, don't blame me for being merciless. All of this is because you provoked me first. Ling Xiao murmured. He brought Ouyang Chao to the place where the Ouyang clan hid their treasures and collected all the profound skills and spiritual items. There were a lot of good things in there. It could be considered as enriching the resources of the proud smiling palace. A day later, all the important direct descendants of the Ouyang clan were annihilated without a single survivor. Before Ling Xiao left the Ouyang clan space base, he ordered Ouyang Chao to dig out all the space stones in the base. The Ouyang clan, one of the 20 great forces, was removed from the central region. Ling Xiao had brought 1,000 men here, but less than 200 of them had died. This achievement was enough to shake the world. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai admired Ling Xiao even more. With such decisiveness and courage at such a young age, the central region would probably be his in the future. Ling Xiao first sent his people back to the proud smiling palace. He still had to go to the Wanhua sect to refine the Saint Elixir for them. However, when Ling Xiao, Hua Baiha and Granny Bai were about to leave the Ouyang clan's territory, a few powerful auras shuttled through the space. Granny Bai saw the person leading the group and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the people from the ghost sect. Don't bother with them, let's go." Hua Baiha knew that the other party must have come for Ling Xiao. Without saying anything, she grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and started to escape. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to say that he was not afraid of them, but he did not have the time to explain. "Flower Fairy, why are you in such a hurry? Put Palace Master Ling down first. We need to talk to him." Fu Jin intercepted Hua Baiha at full speed. At the same time there were 4 people behind him. 2 of them were saints from the ghost sect, and the other 2 were Gu Lei and Gu Mo from the Gu clan. It seemed that they knew that Ling Xiao did not have many helpers this time, so they planned to kill him first and get their hands on his divine weapon. The 5 saints quickly surrounded Ling Xiao, Ouyang Chao, Hua Baihe, and Granny Bai. Fu Zhen, why is the ghost sect so aggressive? Hua Baihe looked at Fu Zhen and said, Flower Fairy, this is not your business. You'd better step aside first. It would be bad if you get hurt by accident. Gu Lei was the first to speak. Are you sure you can defeat me? Ling Xiao did not panic at all as he looked at them and replied. So what if you have a divine weapon? Do you think you can kill us instantly? With our strength, it should not be a problem for us to keep you here. Fu Zhen snorted coldly. Gu Lei looked at Ouyang Chao and said, That's right. Brother Ouyang, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take that guy down. We will help you. I don't think they would dare to act recklessly. He thought that Ouyang Chao was being held hostage by Ling Xiao and the others, so he said that. Haha, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. Ling Xiao laughed, then turned to Ouyang Chao, Go tell them if you need help or not. Although Ouyang Chao was only a low-level saint, his sudden attack caught Gu Lei off guard. Ouyang Chao, what are you doing? Gu Lei instantly retreated and exclaimed. Ouyang Chao ignored him and continued to attack with the spear in his hand. Gu Lei was infuriated. A lightning field appeared around him in an instant. A lightning spear appeared in his hand and he fought with Ouyang Chao. You actually subdued Ouyang Chao. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Let's attack together. Don't give this guy any chance. Fu Zhen said faintly, and a terrifying energy burst out like a mountain flood. I owe Saint Master Ling a favor. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Please forgive me. Hua Baihe said, and a silver-white holy sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, an intermediate 8th-stage spotted leopard appeared in front of her. Granny Bai also made her move. She used a cold weapon, a female scimitar, and her spirit beast was an intermediate 8th-stage phantom fox. Both of them were intermediate saints. Granny Bai was at the peak of intermediate saint. Her combat strength was quite extraordinary. Apart from Fu Zhen, there was another intermediate saint on the Ghost Darkness sect's side. The other was a low-level saint like Guemo. Whether it was in terms of strength or numbers, they were clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao and the others. Li Zigong, confine that guy first. Don't let him use his divine weapon. Fu Zhen knew how powerful Ling Xiao's sky-suppressing drum was, so he immediately ordered his low-level saint. Hehe, you want to confine me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao patted the lion-tiger beast beside him and ordered it to pounce on Li Zigong. Li Zigong did not dare to be slow. He had already ordered his snow wolf to meet the lion-tiger beast. Come on, I'll play with you before everyone else arrives. Ling Xiao revealed a battle-hungry expression. He licked his thick lips and his dragon-shaped battle chi rose. He turned into a half-dragon and his combat strength rose to a terrifying level. Li Zigong did not expect Ling Xiao to become so terrifying in an instant. However, as a low-level saint, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had not taken out the divine drum yet. Li Zigong cultivated the ice attribute. Every move he made was accompanied by icicles that stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Ling Xiao's defense was amazing. He was not afraid of any attacks. He used the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique with all his might. A peerless true dragon soared into the sky and destroyed all the icicles around it. Li Zigong thought to himself, this kid is actually so powerful. Li Zigong didn't dare to be careless. He released all the power in his body. The saint's use of the power of space was quite exquisite. Icebergs appeared from the cracks in space, wrapping around Ling Xiao and the peerless dragon he had brought out, and kept colliding with them. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was smashed by these icebergs until he was dizzy. However, he did not suffer much damage. Ling Xiao brandished his golden dragon spear and smashed a path through these icebergs. At the same time, he suddenly pointed at Li Zigong. 3-split divine finger, jade splitting gold. This finger contained all of Ling Xiao's strength. It also contained the energy of the heavenly fire. The finger radiance cut through the sky. It was abnormally overbearing. Li Zigong did not have time to dodge. He could only condense a large patch of ice crystals in front of him. However, these ice crystals were not enough. They were directly penetrated by the finger radiance and closed in on Jiang Yi's chest. Finally, Jiang Yi's dark protection force blocked the finger radiance. However, he was still sent flying by that powerful energy. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, he was not touched by the heavenly fire. Otherwise, he would not have just spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pursue. He brandished his golden dragon spear continuously. Peerless true dragons appeared. They roared for thousands of miles and shook the world. These metal-piercing true dragon energy kept on bombarding Li Zigang. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Li Zigang felt extremely sullen. He was a peerless saint, but he was actually beaten by a high-level mystic the Arch to the point where he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. If word of this got out, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. Kid, you have infuriated this saint. I will seal you in ice forever. Li Zigang shouted angrily. He shook off Ling Xiao's attack and kept his weapon. He opened up both his palms at the same time. Layers of icy cold air wrapped around Ling Xiao. The icy cold air sealed Ling Xiao within. Finally, it started to condense into ice crystals. Ling Xiao's body was completely frozen. In just a moment, Ling Xiao was like an ice sculpture. He was frozen in an ice mountain and was unable to move. Li Zigang didn't think that he could completely seal Ling Xiao in this way. He kept making hand seals and absorbing the cold air around him. Layer by layer, the iceberg was getting thicker and firmer. The ice mountain, which was originally only tens of meters in size, gradually became 200 to 300 meters tall. It looked very majestic. Haha, although your combat strength is not weak, you are still far from being able to fight with us saints. Li Zigang laughed heartily. He believed that after Ling Xiao was sealed in ice for a period of time, he would definitely lose his vitality or become incomparably weak. By then, wouldn't he be at their mercy? However, just as his laughter stopped, the hundreds of meters tall ice mountain actually started to melt and shrink. Chapter 958. Ling Xiao possessed the heavenly fire, so why would he be afraid of being frozen? Furthermore, he also possessed the ice attribute. Even if he was frozen, he wouldn't suffer too much damage. The heavenly fire erupted, and the 100-meter-tall iceberg quickly melted. Ling Xiao wasn't harmed at all. Ling Xiao also put away his weapon. His 9-sun sky-burning fists charged towards Li Zigang with extreme yang attribute firepower. Each of Ling Xiao's fists contained different types of extreme yang attribute flames. The power was enough to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. It was exceptionally domineering. Li Zigang cultivated the ice attribute, so he hated this type of extreme yang attribute flames the most. Fortunately, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself. However, he had still underestimated Ling Xiao's combat prowess. Ling Xiao's boundless doppelganger technique turned into a total of 48 clones. They all charged towards Li Zigang at the same time. Each of Li Zigang's palms contained the terrifying power to destroy space. They all shot towards Ling Xiao's clones. Most of the clones were destroyed, but only Ling Xiao's real body had already closed in on him. Let's see how you die. Ling Xiao shouted. His palms were covered in raging purple flames as he slammed them towards Li Zigang's chest. The two purple suns carried with them a scorching energy that made it difficult for others to approach. They burned the surrounding air into a vacuum. Li Zigang's reaction was extremely fast. Before Ling Xiao's fists could reach him, layers of ice crystals condensed in front of him, forming the strongest defense possible. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's sun smashed onto Li Zigang's ice crystal defense. The heavenly fire instantly enveloped Li Zigang. The ice crystals melted in an instant. Li Zigang was shocked. Only now did he realize that the flames Ling Xiao had unleashed were no ordinary flames. They were heavenly fire that could burn anything. Li Zigang quickly retreated, but Ling Xiao was using all his strength to draw on the energy of the heavenly fire pearl in his consciousness. A large sea of fire wrapped around Li Zigang tightly. His ice crystals and his dark protection force were of no use at all. They were burned and fell off one by one. As long as Ling Xiao worked harder and broke through Li Zigang's last layer of defense, he would definitely die once he touched the heaven fire. Li Zigang was a saint, so his speed was very fast. However, Ling Xiao possessed the wind attribute, and his battle prowess had increased by tens of times. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Li Zigang said fiercely, wanting to use his ultimate move to drag Ling Xiao down with him. However, at this moment, a thunderclap descended from the sky and a barrel-sized lightning bolt blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Rumble. Ling Xiao was sent flying far away by the huge power of lightning. Li Zigang took the opportunity to escape from Ling Xiao's sea of fire and sighed in his heart that he was lucky. Other than Gulei, there was no one else present who could use a thunder attribute attack. Sure enough, Ouyang Chao had already been killed by his spear. His strength was at the peak of a mid-level saint, at least comparable to that of a high-level saint. He was the most terrifying person present. After all, the thunder attribute was known as the world's most powerful attack. Zhigang, are you alright? Gu Lei asked as he looked at Li Zhigang. Li Zhigang nodded and said, I'm fine, I won't die yet. Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering sound of a drum suddenly exploded. Dong. It was like the sound of a bugle drum from an ancient battlefield, and it was as mighty as the morning bell of a drum tune. Before Li Zhigang could finish speaking, he felt the blood in his body churning, his internal organs rupturing, and an inexplicable energy exploding from his body. In an instant, his entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist, which made people feel incomparably hideous and disgusting. Needless to say, Ling Xiao must have taken out the heaven-suppressing drum and sounded it. Gu Lei was startled. He didn't run away immediately. Instead, he summoned a bolt of lightning to strike at Ling Xiao. Little bastard, the divine weapon is just a waste in your hands. Give it to me. Gu Lei shouted in shock, and countless lightning powers exploded towards Ling Xiao. It was as if this part of the world had exploded into a sea of lightning, causing all the air to explode and countless clouds to be swept away. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been baptized by thunder and lightning, and his eardrums were buzzing non-stop. His body was smashed to the ground tens of thousands of meters below, and the heaven-suppressing weapon in his hand almost slipped out. If he did not hold on to it with all his might, he would have lost it. The divine drum is mine. Gu Lei wanted to take the opportunity to snatch Ling Xiao's heaven-suppressing drum. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao could not help but let out a long howl in the sea of lightning. As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, several beastly roars were heard. Then someone said, I thought you would never need to ask for help. The person who came was Yuan Zhantian, and behind him were the old monkey and the 4 ape kings. Gu Lei was shocked by the sudden appearance of this group of people. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have a backup plan. Why don't you try to exchange a few moves with him, or ask for help? Ling Xiao shouted as he escaped from the lightning pool in a sorry state. He had brought 1,000 people to destroy the Ouyang clan, so he was naturally well prepared. Otherwise, why would he have let people spread the news from the very beginning and let these enemies come to him together? Previously, after the Ouyang clan came to destroy the proud Smiling Palace and returned in defeat, Yuan Zhantian and the others were invited to the proud Smiling Palace by Ling Xiao. However, after Ling Xiao returned to the palace, he had a lot of things to deal with, so he did not receive Yuan Zhantian well. Yuan Zhantian did not care. He had always wanted to defeat Ling Xiao with his own hands one day and wash away his defeat. Ling Xiao lacked manpower, so he could only invite Yuan Zhantian to help him come to the Ouyang clan. Yuan Zhantian did not refuse. In fact, when he was at the Qianjue Lake, his attitude toward Ling Xiao had changed. Perhaps he had already recognized Ling Xiao as a rival and a friend. To deal with a super expert like Gu Lei, the old monkey had to take action personally. His movements were funny and comical, like a drunken monkey playing boxing. He looked weak, but in fact he carried a terrifying and boundless power. Gu Lei frowned. He was most worried about Ling Xiao's heaven-suppressing drum, so he quickly summoned his Thunder Flood Dragon, luring the old monkey to chase after him. In fact, he was not afraid of the old monkey. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly launch a sneak attack and cause him to die mysteriously. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian and said, "Thank you. After this matter is settled, I will fulfill your wish and fight with you again." Yuan Zhantian said indifferently, "Now is not the time. When I become a saint, that will be the day of our battle." "I don't care. When that day comes, you will still not be a match for me." Ling Xiao replied and flew in the direction of the lion-tiger beast. "I will definitely defeat you." Yuan Zhantian replied, feeling wronged. Seeing Ling Xiao's signs of transforming into a dragon, Yuan Zhantian's confidence was shaken. However, the sacred battling ape had never been afraid of anything. He swore to defeat Ling Xiao. The lion-tiger beast was fighting against Guemo and his spirit beast. When Guemo saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he panicked. He had seen the power of the heaven-suppressing drum with his own eyes. He was able to stabilize himself and immediately ordered his spirit beast to block Ling Xiao, giving him enough time to retreat. However, the 2 ape kings beside Yuan Zhantian attacked at the same time, helping Ling Xiao to block the rank 8 spirit beast. Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He locked on to Gumo's aura, gathered all his strength and hit the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong. It was too late for Guemo to escape. In an instant he turned into a pool of blood in the sky. On the other side, the 2 from the ghost sect were fighting against Hua Baiha and Granny Bai. The battle was also quite intense. The space around them was constantly collapsing, and strong moves were constantly wreaking havoc in this part of the world. However, when they heard Ling Xiao's drum sound, the two from the Ghost Abyss sect showed signs of panic. Fu Jin, do you still want to fight? No one can stop Holy Master Ling when he uses his divine weapon. Hua Baihe obviously did not want to fight to the death with Fu Jin, and immediately warned him. Damn it, could it be that Zhigang has failed? Fu Jin was very unwilling to admit defeat. Then he gritted his teeth, the space ring flashed, and a few figures suddenly appeared. These three figures did not have any aura, and their faces were also expressionless. All of them looked pale. They were obviously dead people, but they could still stand in the air. Puppets. With Hua Baihe's eyesight, she could immediately tell that these three figures were puppets. She just did not know what level these three puppets were at. Flower Fairy, you have a good eye. These are rank 8 puppets that our ghost sect has spent a lot of spiritual treasures to refine. I want to see how Ling Xiao can defeat them. Fu Jin said proudly. Then he ordered the three puppets, Go and snatch his divine drum for me. Although the power of the divine drum was extraordinary, Fu Jin guessed that it could only be used against living people. It would not have any effect on the dead. Although the three puppets could not use profound skills, their power was comparable to that of the demonic corpse that Ling Xiao had obtained. They had the strength of a low-level saint, and their speed was also quite extraordinary. The three formed a triangle and surrounded Ling Xiao. Each of them waved a powerful force that could tear the space apart, and wanted to destroy Ling Xiao and snatch the divine drum. Yuan Zhantian was ready to order the Ape King beside him to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped him. He had just swallowed an elixir and recovered the strength from beating the divine drum twice. Facing these three puppets, he did not show the slightest bit of worry. I have many ways to deal with the puppets. Ling Xiao said faintly and kept the divine drum. Then he gathered all the strength in his body, and countless spiritual qi around him surged like swallows returning to their nest. A 5-colored light flashed around Ling Xiao's body. He straightened one of his fingers and a 5-colored finger radiance burst out from the tip of his finger. The finger radiance carried a terrifying energy and drew a dazzling light in the sky. At first glance, one would think that it was the broken jade splitting gold finger, but in the next instant, the finger light split into 3, and the 3 beams of light attacked the 3 puppets. The power of the 3-finger radiance did not weaken at all. This change caused Yuan Zhantian, who was beside Ling Xiao, to narrow his eyes. This is the first time I used this move. Share it with all of you. Ling Xiao muttered with a calm smile. Chapter 959. The second style of 3 divine finger, 3 worlds. This was the second style of this set of finger skills that Ling Xiao could finally use after practicing the unique energy-gathering divine skill for many years. Ling Xiao's entire body strength was sucked out, resulting in the shocking momentum of the 3 worlds. It was definitely comparable to the power of a low-level saint's full-force attack. 3 rays of finger radiance streaked across the sky like shooting stars, bringing with them 3 brilliant colors. The 3 puppets had no thoughts. They only knew how to carry out their mission, which was to capture and kill Ling Xiao. In the face of the 3 rays of finger radiance that shot out like lightning, they did not know how to dodge. Of course, it could also be said that they could not dodge in time and were directly penetrated by the 3 rays of finger radiance. Bang bang. The 3 puppets were made of high-grade materials, so their defense was quite amazing. However, they still could not withstand the power of the 3 rays of finger radiance. If it was a real person who was penetrated in the chest, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. However, they were puppets, so they did not feel any pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they would continue to carry out their mission. They still rushed forward, but spots of purple flames began to burn in front of their chests. They were like men on fire. Before they could reach Ling Xiao, they were completely burned by the heavenly fire. Just a few useless trash. How dare you act violently in front of me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully after swallowing a few elixirs. This time Fu Jin was so shocked that she could not speak. How could I forget that he also has the heavenly fire? Fu Jin said with a look of annoyance. How about it? Do you want to continue fighting? Hua Baihe looked at Fu Jin and said. Fu Jin was struggling in her heart. If she let them run away with their tails between their legs, where would she put her face in the future? It was not a problem for them to capture Ling Xiao alive. The key was that Ling Xiao had helpers around him. It was impossible for them to focus on dealing with Ling Xiao alone. Okay, we admit defeat. I hope you won't be alone. Fu Jin said after hesitating for a while. Hehe, you may not have the chance. When I'm alone, I'll get rid of you now. Ling Xiao said to Fu Jin with a kind face after swallowing the elixir. She looked at Fu Jin. The sky suppression drum in his hand had reappeared, and he struck it without hesitation. Fu Zhen looked as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, "Junior brother, retreat." In an instant he plunged into space and shuttled 10,000 meters away. Ling Xiao's palm, which was about to hit the drum, didn't fall. A proud smile appeared on his pale face. In fact, it was difficult for his strength to recover to its peak in a short time after taking many elixirs. The power he exerted to beat the drum was not enough to kill an experienced middle-rank saint like Fu Zhen. Ling Xiao was just trying to scare Fu Zhen. "You run away really fast. Next time I'll deal with your ghost sect. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Just as he was about to put away the sky suppression drum, a black shadow suddenly shuttled out of the space. The speed of the person was so fast that it was impossible to detect him. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai exclaimed, "Be careful, Saint Master Ling." As soon as they finished speaking, a rope came out of the black shadow's hand. Before Ling Xiao could react, he and the sky suppression drum were tightly bound by the rope. Shocked, Ling Xiao struggled with all his might trying to break the rope. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the tighter the rope became. His muscles were almost bleeding from the strain. "Haha, I thought your calculations were flawless, but in the end you were caught by this old man." The person who suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao laughed. This person was Thousand Viper from the Black Demon sect. During the battle, he had already concealed all his aura. He could have captured Ling Xiao earlier. However, he wanted to see both sides hurt so that he could make a move. That way the effect would be better. It had to be said that Thousand Viper's plan was quite vicious and effective. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Wabaiha asked Granny Bai. "What else can we do? We have to save Saint Master Ling." Granny Bai was straightforward. After responding, she immediately attacked Thousand Viper. Who knew that Thousand Viper would laugh coldly and grab Ling Xiao? He used Ling Xiao as a shield and said, "Old woman, hit me if you can. It's not like I'm the one who's hurting." Thousand Viper was a high-level saint. It was not a problem for him to deal with Hua Baiha and Granny Bai at the same time, but he wanted to play with them more. "Damn it!" Granny Bai cursed. She had no choice but to attack the other side. Yuan Zhantian let out a strange cry and summoned Old Monkey over. Gu Lei, who had been fighting with Old Monkey, had already escaped. Old Monkey was a high-level 8th-stage spirit beast. Its battle strength was quite terrifying. Gu Lei was able to escape from it, which showed how powerful he was. "Your Highness, what orders do you have?" Old Monkey asked with a smile on his face. "Save Ling Xiao," Yuan Zhantian ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," Old Monkey responded. He somersaulted a few times in the air and leaped toward Thousand Viper. Old Monkey punched Thousand Viper's face without any fancy moves. Before the fist arrived, it had already created a violent spatial fluctuation, causing the surroundings to shake. Thousand Viper did not expect the skinny Old Monkey to be so fast and fierce. His power was also very intimidating. The myriad Viper wasn't afraid of the Old Monkey so easily. After all, he was a dignified high-rank saint and a top-rate existence in the Central Territory. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and quickly slapped with his other hand, clashing with Old Monkey. Bang! When the two attacks collided, the surrounding space rippled continuously. It was clear how terrifying the power of the two was. Thousand Viper was pushed back a little. Old Monkey somersaulted in the air, intending to attack Thousand Viper again. However, he suddenly stopped and let out a strange cry. "Oh damn it, he's using poison." Old Monkey's old arm became swollen, and the poison began to spread throughout his body. However, he was a spirit beast in human form and was very resistant to poison. He immediately used his power to expel the poison from his body, but he could not attack Thousand Viper for the time being. "Damn it!" Yuan Zhantian cursed. He wanted to attack himself. However, he knew that if he attacked he would only be asking for trouble. "Haha, my friends who are hiding at the side, if you don't come out, I'm going to bring Palace Master Ling back to the Black Demon sect." Thousand Viper did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and did not let go. At the same time, he glanced in several directions and laughed. Ling Xiao, who was tied up, did not panic at all. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that I've been discovered by this old fellow? However, when he saw the people who walked out, his expression relaxed. In addition to Fu Zhen, his fellow disciple Zhao Dong and Gu Lei, there were also 6 strange elders who appeared. Thousand Viper roughly glanced at the people present and sneered. Shangguan Tan of the Shangguan family, Ziyan of the Purple Thunder sect, Lu Yue of the Lu family, Bu Yueme of the Bu family, Ling Zhantian of the Lingxiao Palace, and Yu Chou of the Rogue Saint. It seems that all of you are interested in the divine weapon. The 6 people who appeared were all peerless experts who had reached the saint level. Shengguan Tan, Ziyan and Yu Chou were peak mid-level saints, existences who were half a step into the ranks of high-level saints. They were all famous figures in their early years, so it was not surprising that Thousand Viper could recognize them one by one. They had all appeared here together because they knew that Ling Xiao had appeared here for his divine weapon. Elder One, as a member of the older generation, you actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. Aren't you afraid of losing face if word gets out? Shengguan Tan was dressed in a blue robe and had his hands behind his back. Haha, this old man's notoriety has spread far and wide and I've done all sorts of things. Moreover, this kid's strength is not much, but we have to be on guard. Now I'm going to capture him and bring him back to report. Shengguan Tan, do you have any objections? Thousand Viper smiled faintly and stared at the people present with his old eyes. Actually, it was not a problem for him to immediately escape from the crowd, but he faintly felt that there seemed to be someone secretly watching them, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, he did not immediately leave with Ling Xiao. I personally have no objections, but with so many friends present, I'm afraid that there will be different opinions, Shengguan Tan said. He was very good at ambushing and had actually dragged everyone along with him. His scheming was not ordinary. Ziyan from the Purple Thunder sect was a rugged old man, and like Goulet he cultivated the lightning attribute. He said in a loud voice, anyone who is capable of obtaining the divine weapon will know. You can take the person away, but the divine weapon must be left behind. Ziyan was a very straightforward person, and was not afraid of offending Thousand Viper. Although he was only a peak mid-level saint, he was confident that he would not be defeated in a battle with Thousand Viper. Haha, not bad, Elder One. Why don't you leave the divine weapon behind and let us all admire it together? Rogue Saint Yu Chou smiled faintly. The others also spoke at the same time, asking Thousand Viper to leave the divine weapon behind. Fu Jin, Zhao Dong and Goulet of the Ghost Underworld sect were watching the show from the side. Hua Baizong and Granny Bai did not dare to act rashly, and their faces showed traces of worry. Haha, do you really think that you can defeat me with just these few people? How naive. Myriad Viper laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. Then he spread out his palm and a black poisonous fog instantly surged out. Thousand Viper specialized in the dark attribute, and was also a high-level poison master. The poisonous fog that burst out from him was frighteningly thick, and the entire sky was instantly covered by the black poisonous fog. Everyone seemed to be prepared, and balls of elemental energy wrapped around them, isolating them from the black poisonous fog. Thousand Viper's move was only to distract the enemy. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and fled in one of the directions. He was a high-level saint, and could be considered the strongest person present. He was confident that he could escape from the encirclement of these people. Everyone, let's attack together and keep him here. The divine weapon must not fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Shengguan Tan shouted and took the lead to attack Thousand Viper. Chapter 960. Shangguantan's words were well said. The Black Demon sect was publicly recognized as an evil sect, and they had committed all sorts of evil deeds over the years. However, not many people could control them. Now that the saints of many large forces were gathered here, his words caused public indignation. However, the people present were only using this as an excuse to snatch the heaven-suppressing drum from Ling Zhao's hands. Shangguantan, Ziyan, Lu Yue, Buyueme, Master Ling, Yu Chou, Hua Baiha, and Granny Bai all attacked at the same time. All kinds of power formed a terrifying spatial force that sealed off the tens of thousands of meters in the air. Under the combined efforts of the 8 of them, the black poisonous fog was completely destroyed. The Thousand Viper was indeed a high-level saint. He changed his direction at the last moment and attacked the weakest low-level saint, Master Ling. The Thousand Viper's palm strike was like a ferocious viper scuttling out, revealing his deep fangs in his bloody mouth. Master Ling was greatly shocked, and without thinking, he immediately retreated. With his strength, fighting the Thousand Viper was no different from courting death. Don't try to be violent. Shangguantan shouted. The weapon in his hand had already stabbed into the Thousand Viper's back. At the same time, Zilei's lightning spear also attacked first. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and the terrifying might of the heavens was unbearable. The others also attacked together. They had to get rid of the Thousand Viper to keep Ling Xiao here. Only then would they be able to fight for the divine tool. However, Myriad Viper wasn't someone to be trifled with. Facing the attacks from behind, he increased his speed once again and appeared in front of Master Ling in an instant. He grabbed his chest and pulled him back, throwing Master Ling towards the attacks from the people behind him. Master Ling was scared witless. He had only come to fish in troubled waters and see if there was anything he could take. He had never thought of throwing his life away. However, the Thousand Viper had chosen him as a target from the start and used him as a shield. It was truly a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. The attacks of the many saints could not be stopped. Each of them attacked with all their strength, leaving no room for maneuver. No! Master Ling cried out. He had no chance to dodge at all and was destroyed by the attacks of the saints. What a pitiful saint. He didn't even reap any benefits before he died sullenly. Shengguantan spoke again. The demonic sect is indeed ruthless. Everyone, let's work together and take him down first. Shangguantan's words pushed all the blame onto Thousand Viper. Hearing this, everyone felt comfortable and didn't feel guilty at all. Many saints were going all out for the sake of the divine weapon. Waves of majestic energy continuously blasted towards the thousand poison snake. This part of the world changed color, and all kinds of colorful energy were enough to destroy heaven and earth, causing people to feel abnormally terrified. Even with myriad viper strength, he still felt a great deal of pressure. Damn it! I'll let this brat block for a while. It'll be better if he dies. The myriad viper revealed a vicious expression as she threw Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao cursed, F***ck, you're ruthless. If I don't skin you alive after I escape, then my name isn't Ling Xiao. Facing the attack of one saint, Ling Xiao was basically unafraid. However, facing the all-out attacks of several saints at the same time, even Ling Xiao's legs felt like jelly. He regretted not escaping earlier and falling into such a dangerous situation. He could only pray that the old Dragon King's dragon scales could completely withstand the attacks. Otherwise he would really die. Rumble rumble. Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by the terrifying energy. Oh no, the one injured is that brat Ling Xiao. Will the divine weapon be destroyed? Ziyin cried out in alarm. Hee, how can we destroy a divine weapon so easily? Don't worry, it's definitely still there. Shangguantan revealed a calm smile. The others also stopped moving. They were all waiting for some of the elemental energy to dissipate before they began to fight for the divine weapon. The myriad viper had already been taken care of by them. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai revealed a look of pity. They had come to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a saint master and was worthy of their friendship. Moreover, Ling Xiao had promised to refine a saint mortal for them. Now everything was ruined. Even a high-level saint would not be able to withstand the combined attack of so many saints. How could they think that Ling Xiao could survive? Fu Jin sneered and said, "It's better that this little bastard is dead. He has killed 2 of my junior brothers. As long as we destroy the proud Laughing Palace and the Feng family, everything will be over." Gulei agreed. Brother Fu's suggestion is good. As long as this little bastard is dead, we will announce his evil deed of destroying the Ouyang family. I believe that many people will suppress the proud Smiling Palace. The 2 great forces had great enmity with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wanted nothing more than to kill Ling Xiao and then destroy the proud Smiling Palace. When all the elemental energy dissipated, there was a figure lying motionless in the deep pit 10,000 meters below the ground. There was a ball of protective light flickering around his body. These lights were like small dragons swimming around, wrapping around Ling Xiao, not letting him suffer any harm. The demon binding rope was still on his body and did not break. Fortunately, I resisted. Ling Xiao lay motionless on the ground and secretly sighed in his heart. Although Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a saint weapon, facing so many terrible attacks made his scalp itch. At that time he did not expect that the myriad viper would throw him out. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. When he wanted to use the heavenly fire to destroy the demon binding rope, he hesitated for a moment and continued to pretend. This was because he sensed that there was still an aureole that had not appeared. He had to endure it. As long as he shocked everyone in one go, no one would find trouble with him in the future. When the many saints saw that Ling Xiao had not been killed, their faces were filled with disbelief. There's something strange about this kid. He must have another divine weapon to protect him. Ziyin shouted in shock. The other saints also felt that it was possible, and their eyes were burning with desire. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai dashed towards the area below Ling Xiao. They wanted to rescue Ling Xiao so that everything would be easy. Don't be in a hurry to rescue him. Can't you see that the little bastard is still alive? Fu Jin, Zhao Dong and Gu Lei blocked in front of them. The 2 of them were helpless, but it was difficult to fight 2 against 3, so they could only give up on rescuing him. Instead, Yuan Zhantian exclaimed, "Save him! He brought Old Monkey and the 4 Ape Kings and dashed towards the area below Ling Xiao. Quick, the divine weapon will belong to whoever can capture him alive. Someone shouted in the midst of the chaos, and the other saints immediately sprang into action. The many saints all displayed their abilities at the same time, and streams of spatial energy shot towards Ling Xiao, wanting to imprison Ling Xiao and bring him away. Bastard, who dares to snatch someone from me? Ziyan. Ziyan relied on his strongest lightning-attributed attack, and lightning energy flashed around him as he rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to force the people around him away. Brother Z, this is not the territory of your Violet Thunder sect. This little friend would probably like to be a guest of our Shangguan clan. Shangguan Tan laughed coldly, and a stream of water energy swept towards Ling Xiao. Brother Shangguan, aren't you a little too presumptuous? Yu Chou laughed coldly, and a stream of earth-attributed energy shot out, and a few boulders smashed towards Shangguan Tan. Shangguan Tan had no choice but to give up on capturing Ling Xiao, and turn back to block Yu Chou's attack. On the other side, Zilei was blocked by Old Monkey, preventing Zilei from capturing Ling Xiao. Lu Yuwei and Bu Yueme hesitated. They were only low-level peak-level saints, and if they fought they would be the first to die. Not to mention Yuan Zhantian and the 4 Ape Kings were currently eyeing them covetously. Hee, what are you guys standing there for? Don't you want to snatch the divine weapon? A cold voice came from behind Lu Yuwei, and a black palm grabbed towards Lu Yuwei's head. Lu Yuwei only felt his hair standing on end, and he knew how terrifying this person was. He wanted to flee immediately. Unfortunately, this black palm directly grabbed his head, and a terrifying corrosive poison burst out in an instant. Arg! Lu Yuwei screamed in pain and his face turned black and swollen. His body also felt like it was being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects, and it swelled and twisted unceasingly. A foul stench began to emit, causing people to feel extremely disgusted. In a few blinks of an eye, Lu Yuwei turned into a pool of blood and died. His spatial ring had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of that black palm. The owner of this black palm was none other than the Myriad Viper, who had just been surrounded and chased. He had deliberately thrown Ling Xiao out, causing them to fight amongst themselves first, and then he would deal with them one by one. It had to be said that his plan was very sophisticated and effective. Bu Yueme was shocked to see this scene, and without thinking she immediately turned around and ran. Her strength was still far inferior to the Myriad Vipers, and she felt annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. Hee, it's too late to escape now. The Myriad Viper sneered again, and his figure flashed as he chased after Bu Yueme. Bu Yueme cried out in alarm, and she turned around to unleash her most powerful move. A scorching sea of fire that seemed to be able to burn the heavens and steam the sea completely blocked off the Myriad Viper's path. Within this sea of fire, flames that resembled fire blades shot out, as if they had the ability to attack automatically, strangling the Myriad Viper. The Myriad Viper directly ignored this move, and both his palms tore open the space, isolating her move with a large amount of spatial energy. At the same time he grabbed out a black palm and smashed it towards Bu Yueme. Bu Yueme cried out in alarm, I'll fight it out with you. A fire attribute sacred sword appeared in her hands, and she slashed at the black palm. Unfortunately, the difference in their levels was too great, and she was unable to withstand two moves from the Myriad Viper. She was immediately killed. On the other side, Official Altar was engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Chou, while Ziyan was evenly matched with Old Monkey, whose poison had not been completely expelled. It's about time. Let's bring him back first, the Myriad Viper muttered to himself as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had already flown out of the deep pit. He then flew towards Ling Xiao. Without another word, Yuan Zhantian immediately ordered the 4 Ape Kings to join forces to deal with the Myriad Viper. The Myriad Viper did not bother with them, and in a flash, he appeared beside Ling Xiao. Kid, let's go. I'll treat you well when we get back. The Myriad Viper grabbed Ling Xiao and fled. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly shot out from an unknown direction like a shooting star, piercing towards the Myriad Viper's throat. Chapter 961. No one would have thought that someone would dare to launch a sneak attack on the Thousand Viper, a high-level saint. He was the most powerful person present, and no one dared to get close to him because of his poison techniques. Who would be so bold as to not be afraid of the Thousand Viper's retaliation? The Thousand Viper's hair stood on end. He had felt that someone had been spying on him earlier, but when he tried to sense carefully, he could not find any trace of anyone else. He had not expected that at this time, this hidden expert would suddenly launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, the attack was merciless, aiming straight for his throat. The Thousand Viper wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. His opponent's sword was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Moreover, it had been launched later but had been preempted. There had been no warning and it was impossible to defend against it. It was obvious that the person who had suddenly attacked was an expert proficient in the art of assassination. In this moment of imminent peril, Myriad Viper also knew that he couldn't avoid it. He very decisively raised his hand and firmly grabbed the long sword that was thrusting towards him, hoping to stop it for a moment so that he would have a chance to survive. The Thousand Viper was worthy of being a high-level saint. Before the sword could pierce his throat, he had grabbed it with one hand. However, this sword was no ordinary object. It was a high-level saint weapon, and the person using this sword was definitely a top-notch expert. The moment the Thousand Viper grabbed the sword spun and slashed. The Thousand Viper's hand, which was holding the sword, was directly cut off. Fresh blood flowed incessantly, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. He had paid the price of a wrist in exchange for a fatal blow. This was not a bad deal. The Thousand Viper covered his hand and retreated a lot. He stared coldly at the person who had tried to assassinate him. His old eyes shone with a fierce light. "It's you, Palace Master Sha Tian." A slender figure appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. He was dressed in a black robe and had a sinister mask on his face. He held a high-level saint sword in his hand, and had the charm of a lonely swordsman. However, he was not a swordsman, but the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization, Sha Tian. The saints fighting in the sky all stopped. They did not expect the Palace Master of the Heaven-Killing Palace to personally come here. In order to become the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization, one had to be the strongest in the organization. At the same time, one had to complete countless difficult missions, step by step stepping on the ashes of thousands of people to get to the position. There was absolutely no element of falsehood in it. Every 100 years, the Sha Tian organization would allow anyone in the organization to issue a challenge to the Palace Master. The person who won would become the Palace Master. This was definitely a cruel election method of survival of the fittest. It was completely different from the tradition of inheritance. It had been thousands of years since Palace Lord Sha Tian seized the position of Palace Lord. In these thousands of years, no one below him could shake his position. Shaishan's strength had also reached the pinnacle of the central region. There weren't many people who could challenge him. Previously he had wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Han Kai had been present, which prevented Ling Xiao from being captured. Now he wanted to kill the Thousand Viper, not to save Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao and take all the divine objects from Ling Xiao. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Palace Master Sha Tian was definitely the oriole who had waited until the last moment to strike. Not only did he want others to kill each other, but he also wanted to kill the Thousand Viper, who was on par with him. He really lived up to his reputation as the #1 killer. Behind his mask, Palace Master Sha Tian's gaze swept across everyone's faces like two sharp blades. He then said faintly, "This kid is mine. Do you have any objections?" With that, the Palace Master of the Heaven-Slaying Palace unleashed his peak Saint Cultivation, and a terrifying might rippled in the sky. "Humph, you destroyed my hand and you still want to seize the divine object? Dream on." The Thousand Viper was already half a step into the coffin. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. Now that he had lost an arm, he was extremely angry. He snorted coldly. Poisonous gas surrounded his body, and a terrifying energy burst out from his other hand. Countless poisonous gas filled the surrounding area. Everything that came into contact with it was dyed black. Very quickly they were corroded and lost their vitality. The saints in the surroundings stayed as far away as they could to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. This was the Thousand Viper's move with all his strength. He swore to kill Sha Tian. The poisonous gas formed several black vipers that pounced towards Sha Tian from several directions. "Reckless. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" The Palace Master of the Heaven-Killing Palace said coldly. Then, his body turned invisible and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, Palace Master Sha Tian had already arrived above the Thousand Viper's head. He became one with his sword. The sword light tore through the sky and cut through the earth. Its power was majestic and unstoppable. The Thousand Viper did not expect Palace Master Sha Tian's speed to be so terrifying. Even if his strength was comparable to Sha Tian's, it was still difficult for him to catch the Thousand Viper's figure in advance. The Thousand Viper was shocked. He quickly raised his palm, and a black claw suddenly burrowed out from his sleeve. This was a secret move that the myriad viper rarely used, a hidden weapon hidden in one's sleeve. It was often able to surprise and kill the enemy. Palace Master Sha Tian did not dodge. His entire body hung upside down. His long sword rippled with countless sword chi. It forcibly deflected the sudden attack of the black claw, and the long sword continued to strike towards the Thousand Viper's head bravely. The Thousand Viper thought that he would be able to buy some buffer time and escape immediately. However, when Palace Master Sha Tian's move was about to land in front of him, he found that he was already surrounded by countless sword chi. He could not move at all. Damn it. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Thousand Viper shouted. He exploded all his strength to the peak, intending to self-destruct and perish together with Palace Master Sha Tian. Palace Master Sha Tian's eyes flashed. He sneered. You don't have the right to make me die with you. With that, the long sword in his hand left his hand. The long sword continued to pierce downwards with a terrifying force, but Palace Master Sha Tian had already retreated. No. The Thousand Viper had not expected Palace Master Sha Tian to react so quickly. He had actually abandoned his sword and fled. The power that he had prepared to self-destruct was already out of control. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was blasted into nothingness. A high-grade saint had quietly fallen just like that. Ling Xiao, who was still in the deep pit, was once again blasted far away. His body was smashed by many fragments of stone. When everything returned to normal, Palace Master Sha Tian reappeared. He was not injured in the slightest. None of the saints who had not participated in the battle were injured either. However, when they looked at Palace Master Sha Tian, they did not threaten him like they did with the Thousand Viper. One had to know that Palace Master Sha Tian's assassination ability was definitely number one. Furthermore, his strength was higher than all of them. They would definitely not work together like before. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke Palace Master Sha Tian. I'm going to take this kid away. I believe none of you have any objections now. Palace Master Sha Tian said symbolically. He then flew towards Ling Xiao. Where's Uncle Monkey? Yuan Zhantian shouted. Right now, the only one who could contend against Palace Master Sha Tian was Old Monkey. However, there was only one Old Monkey. Palace Master Sha Tian still had his spirit beast protector that he had yet to summon. Palace Master Sha Tian did not want to waste any more time here. He summoned his spirit beast protector. His protective spiritual beast had already taken human form and was not in its original form. It was a handsome and well-built man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a faint sense of might and domineering aura, and his eyes, which were constantly emitting a fierce light, always gave off an invisible pressure. The moment this man appeared, he immediately obeyed Palace Master Sha Tian's order to block Old Monkey. He then continued to descend in the direction of Ling Xiao. Old Monkey and that man had just collided. Immediately, terrifying energy fluctuations surged. Little brat, we meet again. Palace Master Sha Tian floated in the air. He looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Hehe, you've seen me before. I've never seen you before. I've seen many people wearing masks. I don't know which one is you. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. There was not a hint of panic on his face. At the same time, purple flames gradually appeared on his body, slowly burning away the demon binding rope that was binding his body. This demon binding rope was already at the level of a saint artifact. It would take more than an instant to burn it. Palace Master Sha Tian did not immediately stop him. There was a playful look in his eyes. Even if you burn this rope now, you still won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. After saying that, a wave of spatial energy immediately descended from his palm. He wanted to immediately imprison Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not resist. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and let out a dragon's roar. Brr. The shadow of a golden dragon roared out from his body, and the sound wave shook thousands of miles away. This terrifying sound wave could cause great harm to warriors below the low-level saint level. However, it posed no threat to Palace Master Sha Tian, who was at the high-level saint level. The golden dragon shadow that soared into the sky was instantly crushed by his spatial energy. Ling Xiao was imprisoned by Palace Master Sha Tian's power. His body could not move at all. Only the heavenly fire continued to burn. Yuan Zhantian did not say anything and immediately ordered the 4 ape kings to attack. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai hesitated for a moment. They also wanted to attack. However, they were once again stopped by Fu Zhen and the others. Palace Master Sha Tian sneered. With just one hand he immediately sent the 4 ape kings flying back. Then he flew up with Ling Xiao in an attempt to forcibly capture Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a few powerful forces rushed over from the distant horizon. Moreover, their speed was so shocking that people could sense them from afar. "Oh no, this kid must have some tricks up his sleeves," Palace Master Sha Tian exclaimed softly. Without another word he immediately took Ling Xiao and fled far away. The man who was fighting with the old monkey did not continue to tangle with him. He shook off the old monkey's attack and left with Palace Master Sha Tian. "Let go of my boss immediately or I'll swallow you alive." A deafening sound wave shook the surroundings, and even the saints nearby felt their eardrums hurt. Chapter 962. A dragon's roar, a terrifying sound that could even cause sages to feel pain, shook the surroundings. If the sound had started from here, all the saints present would have been heavily injured by the tremors. They were glad that the sound came from afar. They hid far away and looked in the direction of the sound. A peerlessly beautiful figure could be seen flying over from afar. Aside from this figure, there was also a beautiful woman who was sitting on a dragon turtle that was as large as a mountain. Next to them were 5 strange-looking people. They had human-like figures, but the characteristics of spiritual beasts were very obvious. The energy of these people was vast and enormous. Wherever they went, the air in the vicinity would be pushed far away. Apart from them, there were 1,000 half-human, half-beast guards following behind them. They were holding strange weapons in their hands, and they were flying in a uniform formation. This group of people was like a celestial army, giving off an indescribable sense of invincibility. Are they humans or beasts? Fu Zhen's old face revealed a shocked expression as he murmured. Beside him, Zhao Dong's face was ashen as he said, Are they all shape-shifted spirit beasts? Impossible. How could shape-shifted spirit beasts retain so many beastly characteristics? Could they be the legendary beastmen? Gu Lei shook his head and refuted. Let's go, it's that peak level 8 dragon turtle. Fu Zhen recognized the dragon turtle. He remembered the scene when they participated in the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace. He had a deep understanding of how terrifying this dragon turtle was. He cried out in surprise and immediately turned around to leave. This was because this dragon turtle was a terrifying protective spirit beast owned by Ling Xiao's woman. Needless to say, this group of people was definitely here to help Ling Xiao. Zhao Dong and Gu Lei also realized the situation and immediately left with Fu Zhen. If such a terrifying force were to deal with them, they would definitely be dead without any room for resistance. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. Looks like Saint Master Ling has a plan. Granny Bai squinted her old eyes and murmured. Lily nodded and said, Yes, I think he wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop, but I don't know if he will be fine. He'll definitely be fine. We, the Wanhua sect, made the right bet. We must get closer to Saint Master Ling. When we get back, you must make sure that the 2 girls use whatever method to sever their hands. It'd be best if they can charm Saint Master Ling. Granny Bai laughed in a disrespectful manner. Not far away, Shangguantan, Ziyan, and Yu Chou all revealed serious expressions. Then, the 3 of them disappeared from this world. They already knew that this terrifying force was on Ling Xiao's side. Just now, they had all attacked Ling Xiao, wanting to snatch the divine artifact. If Ling Xiao didn't die this time, they didn't know if he would bring people to destroy them and the forces they were in. This thought cast a huge shadow in the hearts of the 3 of them, making it difficult for them to break through again for the rest of their lives. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't even look for them to settle the score, which made them regret it for the rest of their lives. Palace Master Sha Tian had the strength of a pinnacle saint. He used his strength to control Ling Xiao with one hand and tore through space at full speed to leave. In a few blinks of an eye, they were already tens of thousands of miles away from where they were originally. As for the group of people chasing after them, apart from the few in front who could still keep up, the others couldn't keep up with their speed. Old Monkey didn't chase after them. Instead, he returned to Yuan Zhantian's side and asked, Your Highness, those should be the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the East Sea Dragons. Should we chase after them? Old Monkey had lived for God knows how many years, so it wasn't surprising for him to recognize those half-human, half-beast soldiers and horses. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a while and said, Let's go back. Since the dragons are out, he should be fine. With that, he left without hesitation. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. He would definitely be able to have a fair battle with Ling Xiao again and completely defeat Ling Xiao. What he needed to do now was to hurry back and cultivate. Why would someone from the Dragon clan appear here? The reason started before Ling Xiao went to the Ouyang clan. The battle between the proud Smiling Palace and the Ouyang clan. It could be said that both sides suffered heavy losses, and they didn't have much strength left. With their remaining strength and the cooperation of the Wanhua sect, it would be a piece of cake to take down the Ouyang clan. However, the news that he had a divine weapon had already spread like wildfire. The temptation of a divine weapon was unusually strong. If he went to the Ouyang clan, he might be targeted by other peerless experts. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He planned to lure all his enemies over and capture them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, he racked his brains day and night to see who else could help him. Granny Dongfang had to guard the main camp with Han Kai, and his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan, had to rush back to the Feng clan in case the Ghost Darkness sect would seek revenge at any time. In the end, only Yuan Zhantian's monkey could help him. However, this alone wasn't enough to deal with his enemies. Just as he lamented the lack of helpers, he thought of the prodigal and the Dragon Lady. Finally, he made a decision to summon the Dragon Lady back to help. Therefore, he asked Luo Meng to bring the arowana to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and summon the Dragon Lady. Ling Xiao firmly believed that the Dragon Lady would come to his aid once she knew of his situation. When she first entered the Dragon Palace, she was already at the peak of the 8th level. He believed that after a few years her realm would definitely increase by another level. Moreover, with her identity as the Princess of the Dragons, the Dragon King would definitely not let her go alone. He would at least send people to follow her. Indeed, everything was within Ling Xiao's calculations. Now, the Dragon Lady brought the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Dragon Palace to help him. In fact, before Ling Xiao attacked the Ouyang clan, they had already arrived nearby. However, Ling Xiao told them to use all means to hide and wait for his signal before making a move. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao could remain calm even when he was in a dangerous realm. Although his calculations were flawless, he didn't expect to attract so many sages. Furthermore, Palace Lord Sha Tian had personally come. Moreover, the demon binding rope on his body was very unusual. He thought that it would break after being burned by the heavenly fire, but there were no signs of it breaking even after being burned for a long time. This made Ling Xiao a little anxious. If the Dragon Lady and the rest couldn't catch up with them, then he was dead meat. With Palace Lord Sha Tian's ability, he probably had countless ways to get rid of him. Palace Lord Sha Tian and his protective spiritual beast flew at full speed. Their speed was astonishing. The Dragon Lady, Luo Meng, and the rest could chase them relentlessly, but they were still tens of thousands of miles away. What should we do? We'll lose them if we continue like this, Luo Meng said anxiously. She kept urging the dragon turtle to fly at full speed, but the dragon turtle was also using all its strength. After all, its speed in the sky wasn't very outstanding. If they were in the water, they would have already caught up. The Dragon Lady finally couldn't take it anymore. She roared and transformed from a pretty figure into an 8-clawed true dragon. That mighty and extraordinary appearance was filled with the supreme might of a dragon. After she transformed into her original form, her speed instantly increased. In just a few breaths, she had caught up to Palace Lord Sha Tian. Her dragon claw grabbed at Palace Lord Sha Tian. The might of this claw was boundless, and the space in front of it was shattered. Water Serpent, help me. Palace Lord Sha Tian's body and mind trembled. He immediately shouted to the protective spiritual beast beside him. The man in his 40s transformed instantly. A blue-furred spiritual beast appeared in front of Palace Lord Sha Tian. This was a heaven and earth beast named Serpent. It belonged to the water attribute and looked a little like a qilin, but also a little like a heavenly hound. Deep blue scales covered its entire body. On its head, there was a huge 3-pronged horn, which made it look especially ferocious. The reputation of this serpent was quite fierce in ancient times. It was said that an adult serpent could compete with the peerless true dragon. It had even captured and devoured a true dragon. It was a great enemy of the true dragon clan. A strange beast that could be mentioned in the same breath as a true dragon was very powerful. No one would have thought that Palace Lord Sha Tian would be so lucky to find this almost extinct water serpent. The blue water serpent roared and blocked the Dragon Lady's claw. This water serpent had already entered the advanced stage of the 8th order. The Dragon Lady had only reached this stage in recent years. In their previous clash, the Dragon Lady didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, they were born to live together. When they fought, they were exceptionally ferocious. Their surroundings were stirred up and turned upside down. Palace Lord Sha Tian was slightly obstructed. the dragon turtle finally arrived with Luo Meiying. The few half-beastmen shrimp generals and crab generals that came with them also arrived. When the dragon lady transformed into her true form, they also returned to their original forms. Among them there were 2 lobsters, 2 dragon crabs and a dragon carp. They were all high-level spiritual beasts with dragon blood and dragon energy. They formed an encirclement and blocked the path of the heavenly killer palace master. Meanwhile, the arowana pounced on the heavenly killer palace master mercilessly. In terms of ferocity, the dragon turtle was definitely the most powerful among them. It was already in existence that was about to break through to the 9th order. Palace Lord Shatian's mask emitted a frightening light and threw Ling Xiao far away. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The holy sword in his hand surged with countless sword energies and swept towards the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was least afraid of a head-on confrontation. Its defense was absolutely unparalleled in the world. Even a high-grade sacred weapon would find it difficult to damage its body. Ling Xiao, who was thrown away, unleashed his full power. Raging purple flames burned the demon binding rope on his body, trying to burn it. Finally, the demon binding rope gradually showed signs of melting. After a while, Ling Xiao was finally free. He sighed and said, "It's really painful. It's time to settle the score with the Black Demon sect." Ling Xiao summoned the Dragon Lady. He already had the idea of wiping out all the hostile forces. When Ling Xiao took out the drum of suppression, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, which made him feel very surprised. Ling Xiao tore off the clothes on his upper body. A dull dragon scale fell out from his chest. Ling Xiao caught the dragon scale that had lost its energy and sighed. It seems that the old Dragon King's dragon scale can't protect him forever. Chapter 963. The old Dragon King's dragon scale had helped Ling Xiao block many attacks from the saints. It had even blocked the combined attack of 6 saints. It had protected Ling Xiao from all the attacks of the saints. It was obvious that the dragon scale was immune to all attacks from the saints. However, this was a dragon scale shed by the old Dragon King, and the amount of attacks it could block was limited. After the energy of this dragon scale was consumed again and again, its use was no longer there. If the old Dragon King was here, he would not have guessed that the talisman he gave to Ling Xiao was meant for him to save his life in the most dangerous times. He thought that Ling Xiao would use it a few times in his life, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would be attacked by saints in such a short time. No matter how strong the dragon scale's defense was, it would not be of much use. However, this dragon scale had saved Ling Xiao's life several times. The old Dragon King's gift was definitely not a small one. Ling Xiao activated the ancient Emperor Divine technique and healed the wound caused by the demon binding rope. At this time, Luo Meiying, who had jumped down from the dragon turtle, rushed to his side. She looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao embraced the voluptuous Luo Meiying and kissed her on the cheek. "I'm fine. Meiying, it's all thanks to you this time." Indeed, if Luo Meiying had not found the Dragon Lady, he would not have been able to carry out his plan so smoothly today. After all the major forces had lost their saints, and the Black Demon sect had lost a high-level saint. Now, Palace Master Sha Tian would definitely not be able to escape. It could be said that he had gained a lot, and Ling Xiao was very happy. "Don't be serious, there's someone else here." Luo Meiying blushed and rebuked. "Haha, what's there to be shy about? We're already husband and wife." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Then he turned his gaze to the battlefield. When he saw that the mighty Water Gloom and Dragon Lady were equally matched in battle, he was rather surprised. Isn't that the extinct top-notch Gloom Beast? I didn't expect it to still exist in this world. The Sha Tian is really lucky. This spiritual beast is so powerful. It can actually fight against a true dragon. It would be great if I could subdue one. However, my dragon turtle is not bad either. That guy will definitely not be able to defeat the dragon turtle," Luo Meiying said from the side. Indeed, the dragon turtle had devoured the evil dragon's origin of evilness before, and its battle prowess was also very abnormal. Its turtle shell was like a semi-divine weapon, and it had almost reached the realm of being impervious to all fire and weapons. Palace Master Sha Tian was a master who had slaughtered his way to his current position. His methods of killing were extremely shocking, and he was actually able to fight evenly with the dragon turtle. Ling Xiao opened his green eyes and focused all his attention on every move of Palace Master Sha Tian. He realized that Palace Master Sha Tian's sword techniques had reached the realm of man and sword as one, and the power he exerted was very majestic and terrifying. He was sure that Palace Master Sha Tian was definitely a super powerful existence that could fight against those of a higher level. Only the indestructible defense of the dragon turtle could resist his attacks. If it were other spiritual beasts or other high-level saints, it would definitely be difficult for them to fight evenly against him. No wonder that old fellow from the Black Demon sect died in 2 moves. He's too scary. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao had guessed that Palace Master Sha Tian was definitely a person who was infinitely close to the level of the Holy Emperor. There were probably very few people in the central region who could be his opponent. The 2 lobsters, the 2 dragon crabs, and the dragon carp did not have any intention of making a move. They just stared covetously at Palace Master Sha Tian and the serpent to prevent them from escaping. It was not that they did not want to help, but that high-level spiritual beasts had their own unique dignity. Generally, they did not wish for others to help them in a battle of the same level. They all wanted to use their own strength to subdue their opponents. As the battle became more and more terrifying, the surging energy became abnormally majestic. Everything in the surroundings was ravaged and turned upside down. Ling Xiao summoned the lion-tiger beast and brought him and Luo Meng further away, afraid that they would be affected. Without the old Dragon King's dragon scales as a defense, Ling Xiao did not dare to get too close. Although his body was like a saint tool, in the face of a battle of this level, he would not be able to withstand it if he was affected. This battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was blasted into nothingness, and all the barren hills below them were riddled with holes by the energy that splashed in all directions. At this time, the Dragon Lady completely released all of her power, even spitting out the dragon pearl. The serpent finally showed signs of being defeated. Although the Serpent Clan could be mentioned in the same breath as the True Dragon Clan, they were once almost completely exterminated by the True Dragon Clan. The battle strength of the True Dragon Clan was the most terrifying existence in the world. This was absolutely true. On the other side, even though Palace Master Sha Tian used all of his strength to resist the dragon turtle, he was still unable to break through its defense. This meant that the dragon turtle was already in an invincible position. The dragon turtle's power was terrifying and fierce, vast and majestic, causing Palace Master Sha Tian to retreat step by step. Palace Master Sha Tian had also used all of his trump cards. It turned out that he was a peerless master who cultivated both water and wood. The 2 types of power seemed to be in a state of equilibrium, and the power of the 2 sword techniques when they were mixed together was even more earth-shattering. Many sword marks were left on the electric shell of the dragon turtle. It was likely that it would be difficult to find an existence that could compete with him at the same level. He completely had the capital to fight someone of a higher level. Palace Master Sha Tian's mask had already cracked, revealing the appearance of a man in his 30s. If it were not for the hideous scar that stretched from his left eyebrow to his lower right cheek, he would definitely be considered a first-class handsome man. His wild blue hair fluttered in the wind, giving off a natural and unrestrained aura. Dignified bearing, tall and strong figure, he was the ideal man for any young woman. However, his eyes were extremely feminine, giving off a viper-like viper's eyes, making people not dare to look at him directly. No one would have thought that under the mask, this terrifying Palace Master Sha Tian would actually look like this. Most of those who'd attained the Saint Realm in the Central Territory were old men, and only a few women maintained their elegant and beautiful appearances. As for men, there weren't many who maintained their youthful appearances like the Heaven-Slaying Palace's master. To maintain a youthful appearance, one was a genius who maintained an extremely fast rate of advancement from the start of cultivation. With every advancement, their life force would become more vigorous and powerful, and their appearance would generally not be affected. The other was to consume some kind of heavenly treasure to preserve their appearance. Ling Xiao guessed that Palace Master Sha Tian belonged to the former. It's hard to find such a peerless master. Don't tell me I'm going to destroy him just like that? Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. Luo Meng did not understand what Ling Xiao meant. She immediately said, "I'm definitely going to kill him. He actually dared to capture you. He must be tired of living." In fact, Ling Xiao was excited to see the prey. He felt that if he could control Palace Master Sha Tian, then wouldn't the Sha Tian organization be under his control? This was far better than directly attacking the Sha Tian organization. In this case, he could take down the Sha Tian organization without expending a single soldier. This was definitely a good thing without any harm. However, Palace Master Sha Tian's strength was so terrifying. If he wanted to cast a spiritual curse on him, it would not be that easy. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about his plan, Palace Master Sha Tian finally showed signs of being defeated. He called out to the water gloom and tried to escape. In terms of energy consumption, he was still a notch lower than the dragon turtle. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, just as he was about to escape, the 2 lobsters and 2 dragon crabs moved at the same time. They did not interfere in the previous battle because they respected the dragon turtle. However, now that the Sha Tian organization wanted to escape, they wanted to stop him. This was not disrespecting the dragon turtle. Although the lobsters and dragon crabs were not as terrifying as the dragon turtle, they were still existences at the peak of the 8th order. Palace Master Sha Tian was already heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement in a short time. The dragon turtle closed in again. Its mountain-like body directly collided with his body. The dragon turtle's shell was comparable to a semi-divine weapon. With such a full-force collision, an ordinary saint would have been killed. However, Palace Master Sha Tian only spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 lobsters' tentacles swayed continuously and extended towards Palace Master Sha Tian. At the same time, the 2 dragon crabs' giant pincers also slashed towards Palace Master Sha Tian's waist, trying to cut him in half. Palace Master Sha Tian was shocked. Once again, he desperately used his killing technique to cut off the lobster's tentacles and knocked away the dragon crab's giant pincers. Then, like an eagle, he fled into the distance again. His heart was already in turmoil. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be related to the dragons. He had even sent these dragon turtles, lobsters, and dragon crabs to help him. If the haughty Smiling Palace had the help of such a powerful force, who else could be a match for the haughty Smiling Palace? Damn it, the demonic emperor's disciple actually has such a fortuitous encounter. Am I destined to be their supporting character for the rest of my life? Palace Master Sha Tian muttered to himself unwillingly. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a vast ocean wave came crashing down from the sky, smashing him down from tens of thousands of meters above ground. Bang! The dragon turtle's attack was extremely frenzied. It rushed towards the place where Palace Master Sha Tian had fallen. Its huge body was the best weapon, and it directly pressed Palace Master Sha Tian under its body. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He hurriedly said to Luo Meng, "Don't let the dragon turtle kill him first. I want to subdue him." Luo Meng knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to control others, so she immediately sent a message to the dragon turtle. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to display his mental energy, he suddenly realized that Palace Master Sha Tian's soul had left his body. It seemed like he was trying to use his soul to escape. If his soul escaped, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could still borrow another body to be reborn. Ling Xiao did not expect Palace Master Sha Tian to be so decisive. He was indeed a formidable person. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. Countless flames shot out from his palms towards the sky, killing Palace Master. The best way to deal with souls was the heavenly fire. Normally, a soul that came into contact with it would suffer internal injuries. Palace Master Sha Tian was shocked. He was already seriously injured, and he had no choice but to go into his out-of-body state. His speed of escape was not fast, and he did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack. This made him extremely angry. Left with no choice, he could only escape back into his physical body and think of another way to escape. Ling Xiao sneered, and a high-level mental incantation immediately drilled out of his sea of consciousness. Chapter 964. Ling Xiao's advanced spirit incantation had been very effective in the past, but this time, it had hit a snag. After reaching the high-level saint realm, one's soul was already very solid and powerful. It was not something that an ordinary warrior's soul could compare with. At this stage, one could completely support their divine will to go out and fight. Although it was much weaker than the main body, it was definitely not weak. When Ling Xiao's advanced spirit incantation entered Palace Master Sha Tian's Sea of Knowledge, it was resisted by Palace Master Sha Tian's soul. Although Palace Master Sha Tian's body was seriously injured and was pressed down by the dragon turtle's body, which seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, he could not move. However, his soul still existed in his Sea of Knowledge. Although it was extremely weak, it still had a certain ability to protect itself. Those advanced spirit incantations were smashed by Palace Master Sha Tian one by one. They did not leave any mark on his soul. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually attack my Sea of Knowledge. Palace Master Sha Tian thought in horror. Now, his physical body was firmly suppressed, and his physical body had suffered great damage. It was extremely difficult for him to escape, and there was also the heaven fire waiting for him outside, so his soul didn't dare to run out. If this continued, his physical body would completely die, and his soul would gradually dissipate. Now, his soul had not dissipated yet, but there was such an inexplicable energy attacking his soul. If this kind of attack continued, his soul would become weaker and weaker. He was afraid that it would not be long before he could not hold on. Outside, the dragon lady had completely bitten the water gloom until it was covered with cuts and bruises. It was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Just as the dragon lady was about to devour the water gloom, Ling Xiao stopped her. The dragon lady's body was also stained with blood and looked quite scary. The dragon lady had won this battle by a narrow margin. If she had not released the Origin Dragon Ball, it would have been difficult for her to defeat the water gloom. Ling Xiao also knew that the water gloom was a great enemy of the dragons, but this water gloom was too strong. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to let it die like this. Moreover, he still needed to subdue Palace Master Sha Tian. However, the advanced spirit incantations he cast were all cut off and counterattacked. It was obvious that Palace Master Sha Tian's soul wouldn't be captured so easily. Ling Xiao instructed Luo Meiying and Dragon Lady to protect him as he decided to use his soul to take down Palace Lord Sha Tian. Palace Master Sha Tian's soul was already extremely weak, while Ling Xiao's soul force was incomparably abundant. His battle prowess was at its peak. The gap between the two of them could be said to be even. Ling Xiao was confident that he could take him down. However, he wasn't in a hurry to advance. It was better to wait for Palace Master Sha Tian's body to suffer more damage and his soul would definitely be weaker. Only then would he release his soul to attack Palace Master Sha Tian's Sea of Consciousness. Palace Master Sha Tian was very surprised when Ling Xiao's soul entered his Sea of Consciousness. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to directly release his soul to fight him, a high-level saint. "Brat, you've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You actually dare to enter my Sea of Consciousness. Could it be that I'm about to die? Do you think you can bully me? I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant." Sha Tian revealed a fierce expression as he exclaimed and attacked Ling Xiao. He used his finger as a sword and attacked like the wind, aiming straight for the space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid and laughed instead. He used his 9 sun-burning heaven fist to attack Palace Master Sha Tian. Although Palace Master Sha Tian was in a weakened state, he wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's current strength. Such a soul opponent was the best opponent to grind him down. As the two of them fought, Palace Master Sha Tian finally realized that Ling Xiao's soul force was actually so dense and condensed. His attack power was actually not weaker than an ordinary saint's soul force. If he was in his best condition, perhaps Ling Xiao wouldn't be his match. But now he felt that the pressure had increased greatly. His physical body was already on the verge of collapse, and his soul force was constantly decreasing. But Ling Xiao was fighting more and more bravely, as if he wasn't afraid of exhaustion. This made him feel more and more depressed. "Don't tell me I'll be suppressed by this master and disciple for the rest of my life." Palace Master Sha Tian shouted weakly. No one knew that the scar on Palace Master Sha Tian's face was left by the Evil the Arch when he was young. This was the worst defeat in his life. The Evil the Arch was a shadow that he would never be able to shake off. As his soul force got weaker, Palace Master Sha Tian was on the verge of despair. He didn't expect that he, a peak stage saint, would actually be ravaged by a high-tier mystic Thearka's soul force. This was the second greatest humiliation in his life. The more Ling Xiao fought, the weaker he became. He stopped and said, "Submit to me." Taking advantage of the moment when Sha Tian Palace Master was at his weakest, Jianghu attacked with high-grade spirit incantations again. One after another, mysterious runic patterns pressed towards Sha Tian Palace Master. Sha Tian Gong Fong stared at these runic patterns and muttered, "I think you used this move to control my subordinates." Finishing his sentence, he was like a ferocious tiger that had just woken up. He dispersed the high-grade spirit incantations and tried to escape from his spiritual sea. Actually, he was just having a momentary recovery and didn't have much strength left. He just didn't want to become Jiang Yi's subordinate even if he had to die. However, he was already extremely weak. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and instantly grabbed him. Once again he imprinted a high-grade spirit incantation on Sha Tian Palace Master. This time, Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master was unsurprisingly controlled by Ling Xiao. After doing all this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle that severely injured Sha Tian Palace Master, he wouldn't have been able to pick up this ready-made Ping Yi, a peak stage saint's bodyguard. In the future he could go anywhere in the central region. After Ling Xiao laughed a few times, his soul directly flew out from Palace Master Sha Tian, Palace Master's spiritual sea. He asked Luo Meiying to order the dragon turtle to move away. He couldn't really destroy Palace Master Sha Tian, Palace Master's physical body completely. When the dragon turtle moved away, Ling Xiao saw that Palace Master Sha Tian, Palace Master's body was almost deformed from the pressure. His entire body was covered with marks and deep bones could be seen. If it was anyone else, they would have died from such serious injuries. It was fortunate that Palace Master Sha Tian, Palace Master, could still hold on until now. Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, "Oh my, any later and I'll really die." Then he quickly took out the Spring of Life liquid and high-grade pills and fed them to Palace Master Sha Tian, Palace Master. "Alright, from now on you'll be my special bodyguard." Ah. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Congratulations, husband, on obtaining another strong ally." Luo Meiying looked at the overjoyed Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao smiled, then his gaze landed on the dragon lady, who had returned to her human form. Her entire body was covered in blood, and the many wounds were shocking to the eye. Anyone who looked at her would shiver. Ling Xiao's heart ached as he watched. He walked over and the dragon lady immediately beamed at him. "Boss." Since the heaven-suppressing sect, she had followed Ling Xiao as a dragon centipede for many years. Now that she had become a dragon, it was inextricably linked to Ling Xiao. The dragon lady had a natural sense of closeness to Ling Xiao. Even if she stayed in the dragon palace, other clansmen would not make her feel this way. Ling Xiao nodded. Without another word, he took out an 8th-grade water-type healing spirit herb and handed it to the dragon lady. "Recover from your injuries first. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise boss would have died." The dragon lady did not take Ling Xiao's spirit herb. She turned to the side and waved at the dragon carp. "Ant carp, help me recover from my injuries." The dragon carp had transformed into a delicate and beautiful woman. Back on Hongyan Island, Shi and Gui Qingxiang had come to greet the dragon lady. Ling Xiao had seen her before. The dragon carp's battle prowess was not strong, but she had a unique ability. She could help others of her kind recover from injuries. The dragon carp stepped forward to cast a spell. Waves of strange energy burst forth from her body. This energy descended on the dragon lady's body, and the dragon lady's injuries actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying watched with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "I've long heard that eating a dragon carp can increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Now it seems like the rumors are true." Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Although the dragon carp had extraordinary healing abilities, the dragon lady was a divine beast. Her power could only heal the dragon lady's physical injuries. She could not do anything about the dragon lady's consumed origin energy. Subsequently, the dragon carp healed the dragon turtle. Although the dragon turtle had defeated Palace Master Sha Tian, it was not completely unscathed. There were many sword marks on its shell. There were also several sword wounds on its head and tail. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. "Oh yes, treat this big guy's injuries too," Ling Xiao said to the dragon carp. Then he pointed at the dying water gloom. The dragon carp glared at Ling Xiao. "It's my clan's enemy. How can I save it?" Ling Xiao was rebuffed. He rubbed his nose helplessly and did not say anything else. Indeed, the water gloom and the true dragon clan were mortal enemies. It would be difficult for the dragon carp to treat it. Who knew that the dragon lady would say, "Ant carp, go and treat it. Princess, it hurt you. How can you save it?" The dragon carp was in a difficult position. If boss wants you to save it, then do it. Otherwise you can go back to the dragon palace. The dragon lady said bluntly. The dragon carp did not dare to disobey the dragon lady's order. It could only unwillingly treat the water gloom. However, she only treated the water gloom to 50%. She did not want the water gloom to recover too quickly. Otherwise, it would be her fault if it attacked her princess again. At this time, Palace Master Sha Tian had gradually regained his consciousness. His condition was also 20% better. Ling Xiao immediately ordered him to keep the water gloom. This was to prevent the water gloom from attacking the dragon lady again. Palace Master Sha Tian carried out Ling Xiao's order. He had completely become Ling Xiao's special class bodyguard. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. He hurriedly brought the dragon lady to meet up with 1,000 prawn and crab soldiers. Ling Xiao did not immediately return to the proud smiling palace. Instead he rested for a few days. Then he led the prawn and crab soldiers, who were all rank 7 and above, towards the Ghost Abyss sect. The Ghost Abyss sect and the Gu family had tried to deal with him time and time again. If he did not retaliate, they would really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a sick cat that could be easily bullied. Moreover, now that he had so many helpers, he no longer had any scruples. Chapter 965. The Ghost sect was only ranked in the upper middle amongst the many great forces. However, the strength of the various forces was definitely not determined by the ranking. After all, there were many great forces that had hidden their heritage. No one knew if the other party had some hidden old undying or some hidden trump card. The Ghost sect had always been sinister and overbearing. Back then, the family of the spirit weapon master Du Tai, whom Ling Xiao had recruited, was a fourth-grade force under the Ghost sect. However, because Du Tai had offended the true disciple of a supreme elder of the Ghost sect, his entire family was persecuted. Ling Xiao had heard Du Tai mention this before. Du Tai's life goal was to destroy the Ghost sect one day. And now Ling Xiao was going to fulfill this wish on behalf of his sect's elder. After all, the Ghost sect had provoked him time and time again, and his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan, had also killed a saint of the Ghost sect. The Ghost sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Therefore, Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that the Dragon Lady was by his side and had taken in Sha Tian, a special class bodyguard. It was time to find trouble with the Ghost sect. The Ghost sect was only Ling Xiao's first target. There were also the Gu family and the Black Demon sect. They must all be destroyed. Only by destroying these forces would he be able to cultivate in peace. Only then would he be able to head to the legendary land where only those who had reached the Saint Realm could survive, Heaven Realm. By the time Ling Xiao arrived at the Ghost sect's territory, it was already half a month later. They did not need to rely on others to defeat them. Dragon Lady and Dragon Turtle were directly leading the way. Their speed was much faster than the transmission arrays of the various cities. As for the prawn soldiers and crab generals, they were all kept in the medicinal cauldron by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to keep up. Ling Xiao directly arrived at the city directly under the Ghost sect. A group of heavenly soldiers and generals had already been summoned by him. He made Sha Tian, who had almost recovered, burst forth with the cultivation of a peak saint. Ling Xiao shouted with a dragon's roar, "Today I, Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace, will wash the Ghost dark sect with blood. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave now." An incomparably tyrannical oppressive energy and a deafening roar made everyone in the city feel a primal fear and panic. Who are those people? They look so strange. Could it be an enemy of the sect? Didn't you hear that he already announced his sect? It's Ling Xiao from the proud smiling palace. I don't think we've ever offended them. Why would they want to destroy us? What are you still talking about? Quick, let's quickly escape. Those people's auras are so terrifying. Since they dared to provoke us, they definitely came prepared. Hurry up and inform the elders of the sect. The people at the bottom of the city were in a state of chaos, and all of them looked extremely panicked. They had no idea why Ling Xiao had suddenly brought people to destroy the Ghost Dark sect. Wasn't it said that he had just brought people to destroy the Ouyang clan? Could it be that the proud smiling palace wanted to wipe out all the major powers and unify the central region? Palace Lord Ling, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. I wonder why you've made such a big move against the Ghost Dark sect. Many figures rushed out from the city. The person leading them was a mystic emperor. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He thought to himself, after all, the Ghost Dark sect is an old major power. Why would Ling Xiao suddenly want to provoke us? The mystic emperor did not know that the saint elders of his sect had already formed a huge feud with the proud smiling palace. That was why he asked this question. Ling Xiao couldn't even be bothered to talk to him anymore. He used a high-grade spirit incantation to forcefully barge into the mystic Thearcha's spiritual consciousness, controlling him. Kill them. Ling Xiao ordered the mystic emperor. The mystic emperor responded, "Yes, master." He then turned around and suddenly attacked the heavenly venerables around him. The heavenly venerables did not know what was going on. They were immediately killed by their city lord. They were not prepared for it. In an instant, more than 10 of them died. "City lord, what are you doing? Did you betray the sect?" A high-level heavenly venerate cried out in dissatisfaction. He asked the question that was on the minds of the people around him. However, he was mercilessly killed by the mystic emperor in the next moment. In an instant, the sky above the city was in chaos. The sounds of battle were starting to sound. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with them. He immediately asked the Dragon Lady to order a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to attack. These were all spiritual beasts that had reached the 7th level. When they attacked together, they almost destroyed the city. At this time, the experts of the Ghost Dark sect finally flew out of the teleportation formation. They were led by Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong. Behind them were many mystic emperors and heavenly venerables. There were almost 10,000 people. These people were not many compared to the Ouyang army. However, they were the elites of the Ghost Dark sect. The reason they had so few people was because Ling Xiao had come too suddenly, and the Ghost Darkness sect had not been prepared. They had thought that Ling Xiao would not come to deal with them so quickly. Therefore, they did not summon many people back. They did not even have time to inform their subordinate forces. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Fu Zhen stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. He was in a mess. Recently, he had been thinking of countermeasures. If Ling Xiao was rescued by those beastmen, how would he face Ling Xiao's anger? He prayed in his heart that Ling Xiao would be taken away and killed by Palace Lord Sha Tian. That way everything would be over. However, not only had Ling Xiao been rescued, but he had also led these beastmen to attack them. This made him very anxious. He had seen the power of Ling Xiao's divine drum. He had also seen the terrifying combat power of the dragon turtle. He could not think of how the Ghost Dark sect could fight against Ling Xiao and his group. Haha, you said that I am going too far. I wonder who came to the proud smiling palace to kick us when we are down. Who said that he would fight my mistress to death? Old man, today I am here to destroy the Ghost Dark sect. Do you have any problem with that? Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on the dragon turtle with Luo Meng and the dragon girl. He looked especially heroic and domineering. You. Fu Zhen was so angry that he couldn't speak. He looked at the dragon turtle and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scarred man beside the dragon turtle, who exuded a thick blood-red murderous aura. His body trembled a little and he thought to himself, could it be the palace master of the Killing Heaven Palace? Whether it was in terms of clothes or figure, he felt that there was no difference between the knife-scarred man and the sky-killing palace master. Moreover, the aura of a peak saint was definitely not something that others could replace. He thought of the worst result, which was that Palace Lord Sha Tian had been subdued by Ling Xiao, just like Ouyang Chao. Otherwise, he could not understand where such a terrible opponent came from. Palace Lord Ling, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't the Ghost Dark sect apologize to you? Make a request and we will not object. What do you think, Palace Lord Ling? Zhao Dong said. He paused and then said, we have lost 2 saints, which is a great loss for us. We were tempted by the ancient thunder and blinded for a moment. Fortunately, you did not lose much. Let's shake hands and make peace. The Ghost Dark sect is willing to be the best ally of the proud smiling palace. In this way we don't need to fight each other. Isn't it a win-win situation? Haha. Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He turned to look at Zhao Dong, his eyes glinting like a sharp blade. What a nice way to put it. Don't I have any loss? If it wasn't for the fact that I have some self-defense skills, I would have been killed by you 100 times over. You're a saint who has been famous for many years, yet you still have the nerve to reason with me. Do you think that a bunch of rotten eggs like you have the right to challenge me? Bah. When you helped the Ouyang clan to fight against the proud smiling palace, you should have known that we would take revenge on you one day. You are not qualified to be my ally. Unless, the Ghost Dark sect is willing to be the dog of the proud smiling palace and serve us forever. Otherwise, I will make your sect suffer. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile, and a strong murderous intent burst out. After so many years of killing and experience, Ling Xiao was no longer a soft-hearted person. If someone tried to hurt him, he would definitely return the favor tenfold to the other party. This was a world where the weak were prey to the weak, and the strong were respected. You have gone too far. Don't think that the Ghost Dark sect is easy to bully. Everyone attack. We must make them pay. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were both saints who had been famous for many years. They were embarrassed to be scolded by a junior. They would not let Ling Xiao get what he wanted even if they had to fight to the death today. The people of the Ghost Darkness sect immediately attacked. Attacks of various colors broke out in an instant, causing the sky to tremble unceasingly. I said that you are not qualified to challenge me, Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao said coldly. As the sound of his voice faded, Sha Tian was the first to rush out. He was a saint at the peak of the saint level, so the energy attacks from the people of the Ghost Dark sect did not pose any threat to him. He was completely unstoppable. Wherever his long sword went, groups of people died. Luo Meng also ordered the dragon turtle to attack. It was like a mountain pressing down on the tens of thousands of people. Some warriors who could not escape in time were immediately crushed into meat paste. The dragon girl also ordered the 1,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals to attack at the same time. Vast and majestic energy broke out in an instant, and countless waves flooded the city. Countless sounds of fighting were heard and countless wails and screams were heard. The ghost dark city quickly became a city of blood, a city of death. The situation was completely one-sided. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were scared out of their wits. These were their elders, deacons, disciples and many of their disciples, but they were mercilessly killed in front of them. They could do nothing but bury their hatred in their hearts. They wanted to escape and take revenge in the future. However, the dragon girl ordered 2 lobsters and 2 dragon crabs to capture them, making it difficult for them to escape. Chapter 966. The ghost sect was completely finished. There was no suspense in this war. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were intermediate saints, but they had no way to fight back when facing the siege of 4 intermediate 8th-rank spirit beasts. Their protective spirit beasts had already been killed in the previous battle. Before the battle started, they had already lost all confidence. How could they have any chance of winning? In the end, Fu Zhen self-destructed and wanted to drag them down with him. However, he was one step ahead of time and was suddenly punched by the dragon girl. He did not get anything from his self-destruction, but Zhao Dong was almost beaten to death. Finally he was controlled by Ling Xiao. As for the other people of the ghost sect, Ling Xiao had no time to control them one by one. Most of them had been killed. All the treasures of the ghost sect had been looted by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao even found a sacred weapon hammer in the weapon refining area of the ghost sect. It should be the most precious treasure of Du Tai's family, the rock-breaking hammer. It was a sacred weapon refined by the Du family's sacred weapon master. Du Tai had always wanted to get it back. Now that he had it, he could give it to Du Tai when he returned and fulfill one of his wishes. After leaving the ghost sect, Ling Xiao led his people to the Gu family. Ling Xiao swore to destroy this family, which had once tried to kill him and then made peace with him. Before the news of the ghost sect's destruction spread, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Gu family's territory. Ling Xiao took the lead to remind the irrelevant people in the cities under the direct control of the Gu family to wait until they left before launching an attack. Gu Lei and 2 other low-level saints rushed out, but when they saw Ling Xiao and his people, they all showed a look of despair. Gu Lei was brave enough to say that he was willing to admit defeat and only asked Ling Xiao to let the Gu family go. If Ling Xiao had just started his career, he would not have agreed to such a request. After all, merciless killing was against the harmony of the world. However, the current Ling Xiao was no longer a kid who had just entered the pugilistic world. He deeply understood the principle of, if you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He couldn't tolerate the existence of any force that might retaliate against the palace of the proud smiling sect. Ling Xiao did not agree to Gu Lei's request, and the direct descendants of the Gu clan were all wiped out. Of the 3 great saints of the Gu clan, besides a low-level saint who was instantly killed by Sha Tian, the other 2 were beaten half to death, and were finally captured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't rush to provoke the Black Demon sect after he had exterminated the Gu family. Instead, he went to the headquarters of Sha Tian's organization and gathered all the higher-ups of Sha Tian's organization together. With Sha Tian's identity as the palace lord, Sha Tian's jade assassins and gold assassins were all present. There were 2 jade assassins and around 30 gold assassins. These people were undoubtedly top-notch assassins. Ling Xiao only needed to control these people one by one, and Sha Tian's organization would basically collapse. In the end, these people were no exception. With Sha Tian's valiant strength, the 2 jade assassins didn't have much room to resist. After they were seriously injured, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to enter and control them. As for the gold assassins, they were only at the Shen sovereign level. Ling Xiao didn't even need to use Sha Tian's high-level spirit incantation to forcibly brand them. No one could escape the fate of being controlled. Ling Xiao didn't feel at ease with these assassins. Only when they were completely under his control would he feel safe. Only then would they not have any intention of betrayal. As for the other silver assassins and iron assassins, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry too much. He only needed to leave a jade assassin here to issue orders. It would be best to use such a force to fight against the Black Demon sect. Anyway, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to take all of these people into the proud smiling palace. Instead of letting them continue to kill for a living, it would be better to let them be the vanguard of the proud smiling palace and inflict serious damage to the Black Demon sect. Then he would lead the main force to uproot the Black Demon sect. Of course, all of this had to be carefully considered. The Black Demon sect was different from the Ghost sect and the Gu family. They were ranked in the front of all the other forces. So, they must have their own strengths. Therefore Ling Xiao had to treat them with caution. Moreover, the news that he had destroyed the Ouyang family, the Gu family and the Ghost sect must have spread throughout the central region. It was impossible for the Black Demon sect to not take any precautions. As for the mysterious Black Demon sect, he hadn't shown his face yet. This was the existence that Ling Xiao was most concerned about. Therefore Ling Xiao had to go back and discuss with Xian Yao before making any further plans. The three great forces were completely annihilated in a short period of time. The central region's attention on this matter had reached an unprecedented level. No matter which city one was in, one could hear the different voices of warriors discussing this matter. Have you heard? The Ouyang family, the Ghost sect and the Gu family have all been annihilated. It's not a secret anymore. I heard it a few days ago. It seems that the Lord of the Proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao, personally led a group of people to annihilate them. This Lord Ling is really ruthless. That's right. It said that the three forces coveted the Lord Ling's divine weapon. But they failed to snatch it. Instead they were retaliated. They went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss. I don't think it's possible. Maybe Ling Xiao thinks that his strength is extraordinary. So, he wants to destroy all the forces and unify the central region. Hey, keep your voice down. If someone else hears you, you'll lose your life. By the way, I've also heard that Palace Master Ling has reached the 8th grade alchemist realm, becoming the youngest 8th grade alchemist in the history of the central region. She's even recruiting heroes to join her. Should we give it a try? The Proud Smiling Palace is too powerful. I'm afraid that if the Martial Spirit Pavilion doesn't come out, no one would be able to compete with them. All kinds of rumors were flying around, and the various forces were also shrouded in a dark shadow. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly come to their forces and annihilate them. Many forces ordered that no one was allowed to leave their sects and cause trouble. They were also not allowed to have conflicts with anyone from the Proud Smiling Palace. Other than that, the Shangguan clan and Violet Thunder sect also sent people to deliver gifts to the Proud Smiling Palace. The people of the Proud Smiling Palace thought that the Shangguan family and the Violet Thunder sect were trying to curry favor with them. They didn't know that the saints from the Shangguan family and the Violet Thunder sect had already hit their palace lord when he was down. Shangguan Tan and Ziyan were also afraid. If Ling Xiao led an army to attack them, how could they stop them? They were a terrifying force that had annihilated the Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect, and the Gu family. As for the Feng family and the Dongfang family, they were overjoyed when they received the news. Their relationship with the Proud Smiling Palace was self-evident. The stronger the Proud Smiling Palace was, the better it was for them. After all, they were allies with the Proud Smiling Palace. When Feng Qingyuan from the Feng family received the news, she smiled and said, "This brat is really more daring than the blue." Back then, even Big Brother Evil Emperor didn't have this kind of courage. Otherwise, I wouldn't be separated from him now. I really look forward to him becoming a saint as soon as possible. Or maybe on the way to the heaven region I will have someone to take care of me. Feng Qingyuan had long wanted to go to the heaven region to look for the evil emperor, but she couldn't let go of the Feng family. After all, the strength of the Feng family was at the bottom of the many great powers. If she wasn't there, the Feng family would be even weaker. If a strong enemy came to invade them, they would definitely not be able to handle it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had temporarily provided her with a saint transformation pellet, which could help the Feng family produce another saint. This way the strength of the Feng family would increase once again. When Ling Xiao was free, he would refine a few more saint transformation pellets and give the Feng family 2 or 3 more saints. Then she would be able to head to the heaven region with peace of mind. As for the head of the Dongfang family, he felt extremely honored. Their son-in-law was so powerful, and he, as Pingyi's father-in-law, was also proud. As for Dongfang Jing's cousin, Dongfang Xiong, he was even more unbridled. When he went outside, he would say, "Do you know the palace master of the Proud Smiling Palace, the youngest saint alchemist, is Master Xiong's brother-in-law? If any of you are willing to follow me, I will give you a saint transformation pellet one day and guarantee that you will become a saint in one go." This fellow's skin was extraordinarily thick. He went around to swindle people, and he really managed to rope in many warriors to follow him. Of course, those people weren't fools. They didn't think that they would be able to obtain any Saint transformation pellets. They were only willing to follow Dongfang Xiong because he was a direct descendant of the Dongfang family. In the Black Demon sect, Mei Sha held a jade tube in her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she crushed the jade tube heavily. After the jade tube in her hand shattered, the sky above her instantly became densely covered with dark clouds, and a violent wind blew. The disciples in the Black Demon sect were all shocked. They thought that an enemy had come to attack. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a while before it disappeared. It didn't cause too much of a commotion. They thought that it was the saint alchemist who was cultivating in the sect. In the place where Mei Sha was, there was an additional slender figure. This figure was condensed from energy and not a real person. He looked middle-aged and his face was cold and strange. He was tall and slender and his aura was imposing. His eyes always revealed a domineering aura. This was the head of the Black Demon sect, Heimo. This figure was only a spirit of his. "Greetings, my husband." Mei Sha greeted the Black Demon sect's leader. Although she was at the peak of the intermediate level, she didn't feel any sense of pride in front of this man. This was the first powerful man who could make her completely submit to him. He was the man she was willing to wait for the rest of her life. "What's the matter?" Heimo asked emotionlessly. Mei Sha didn't show any dissatisfaction. She kept it short. "Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace has a divine weapon. With the strength of the Xian the Arch he can kill a saint. Recently he led an army to destroy the Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect and the Gu family. My sect's elder one was also killed. I believe that in less than half a year, the proud smiling palace will invade the Black Demon sect. My husband, please come back quickly." One Viper was the only high-level saint in the Black Demon sect and he had died. If the proud smiling palace came, Mei Sha had no confidence that she could stop them. Therefore, after some hesitation, she decided to ask her husband for help. Heimo replied coldly, "Since we can't stop them, then let them all die, a bunch of useless trash." Having said that, his divine sense immediately dissipated on the spot. Mei Sha's face was ashen as she sat on the ground. Chapter 967. In the palace of the proud smiling, Ling Xiao came back after several months of traveling. This time, he returned triumphantly, and the whole palace was filled with jubilation. They knew that the palace master had avenged the death of their fellow disciples, destroyed the Ouyang family, and killed the Ghost Dark sect and the Gu family who had come to help the Ouyang family. Such a shocking and terrifying achievement was enough to show disdain for many powerful forces. Therefore the people in the palace of the proud smile were all very proud. In the future, no matter where the people of the proud smiling palace went, no one would dare to provoke them again. In the main hall of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao sat on the palace master's seat with a golden knife. A golden and noble aura appeared. He was like a high and mighty emperor, giving people a kind of domineering pressure. The people in the hall all had an impulse to worship and surrender. "Where is Elder Du?" Ling Xiao asked faintly. Du Tai, who was sitting on the left side of the seat, stood up and bowed respectfully. "Du Tai is here." When Ling Xiao first recruited him, he was disdainful. If Ling Xiao didn't cure Song Minghua's insanity and save their lives, he wouldn't have joined the proud smiling palace. At that time Ling Xiao's strength was still a bit too weak. Since he joined the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao asked people to net him a lot of refining materials, some of which were rare and precious, so that he had enough resources to improve his refining level. Gradually he began to integrate into the big group, and Ling Xiao's various spirits also began to convince him. However, in his heart he was more obsessed with becoming a sacred tool master as soon as possible. Only with this identity could he attract more warriors to follow him, and he could accumulate his own force as soon as possible, challenge the Ghost Dark sect, and take revenge for the extermination of their family. After so many years he could only be a spirit tool master, and it was very difficult to become a sacred tool master, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Therefore he had to rely on Ling Xiao and the Proud Smile Palace to survive. However, he had never thought that Ling Xiao would help him destroy the Ghost Darkness sect. After all, the Ghost Dark sect was an old power, while the Proud Smiling Palace was just a new power. The fight between the two was a matter of life and death. However, he had not expected that the Ghost Darkness sect would be destroyed so unexpectedly. Furthermore, it was his palace master, Ling Xiao, who had personally led people to destroy it. Regardless of the reason, Du Tai's gratitude towards Ling Xiao could no longer be expressed in words. The biggest worry in his heart had been resolved, and his entire person was incomparably relaxed. Previously, when he received the news, he cried bitterly for an entire night. Ling Xiao looked at Du Tai, who was even more respectful than before. He smiled and said, "Let's see if this sacred artifact is the heirloom of your family." After saying that, a giant black hammer appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The hammer emitted waves of scorching energy, causing everyone present to be moved. A true sacred artifact was not something that ordinary people could possess, nor was it something that they could casually see. Really? Is this really the rock-breaking hammer? Du Tai's body trembled, his eyes emitting a strong sense of surprise. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It seems that this is the lost sacred artifact of your family. Now let's return it to its rightful owner. I hope that you will serve me well in the future and become a sacred weapon master as soon as possible." After saying that, Ling Xiao handed over the giant hammer in his hand. Du Tai walked with heavy steps towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. He solemnly received the giant hammer with both hands and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for avenging my Du family and retrieving my clan's rock-breaking hammer. I, Du Tai, swear that I will loyally follow Palace Master and be loyal to the palace. If I disobey, let me be struck by 10,000 lightning and die, never to be reincarnated." Du Tai's greatest wish in his life had been fulfilled. His gratitude and loyalty towards Ling Xiao had already reached an extreme point. Everyone in the main hall was moved by Du Tai's vow. This was a vow of absolute loyalty. No one doubted that Du Tai would betray the palace master and the proud smiling palace. These people were also deeply moved by Ling Xiao's generosity. A sacred artifact was given to an elder just like that. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could do. They admired Ling Xiao's way of handling people even more. Especially now that Ling Xiao had become an alchemy saint, as long as they were loyal to the palace in the future and worked hard for the palace, would the palace master mistreat them? The answer was self-evident. Ling Xiao naturally accepted Du Tai's kneel. As the palace master, he should have the dignity of a palace master. Afterward, he listened to the elders' reports on the recent situation. He only dealt with some of the important matters, and the trivial matters were handled by Xian Yao. "Palace Master, the number of people seeking refuge in our palace has suddenly soared. It has already reached more than 10,000 people. Most of them came because of the Palace Master's reputation. Among them there are 2 half-step saints. They said that they would only join our palace after seeing the Palace Master. I think they should come for the Saint Pill. Palace Master, please make a decision," Xian Yao said. As Ling Xiao's reputation grew, more and more mercenaries and rogue cultivators would come from all directions. Xian Yao's heart-questioning formation wouldn't have much effect on half-step saints, so he asked Ling Xiao to make a decision. After all, no one knew whether or not they were spies who had sneaked in. "Alright, I got it. Let them wait for a month. If they can stay, I'll see them," Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it was in the past, he would naturally want to immediately meet and recruit a half-saint expert. But now he didn't lack saints. Moreover, he had reached level 8 as an alchemist, so he didn't need to worry about lacking saints. 2 half-step saints dared to act arrogantly in front of him, so he had to forgive them. Next, Ling Xiao announced another rule. Anyone who joined the affiliated forces of the Smiling Palace would have priority in the selection of disciples. Moreover, each force could send 50 people to participate in the selection. No one understood why Ling Xiao made such a decision. Only Xian Yao understood Ling Xiao's intention after thinking for a while. Ling Xiao was doing this because he wanted to bring all of the subsidiary forces together. As the saying goes, they were bound together for good or ill. As long as those families had children practicing in the Smiling Palace, they had to consider whether they would choose to betray or follow the palace loyally if they encountered strong enemies in the future. Once they chose to betray, they would definitely implicate their children, which played a role in restraining them. Of course, the affiliated forces also had their own benefits. After all, there were many masters in the Smiling Palace. If they took a fancy to their children and accepted them as disciples, they would naturally get more cultivation resources than the affiliated forces. At the same time, Ling Xiao decided to declare war on the Black Demon sect in 2 months, vowing to remove them from the central region. Hearing this announcement, Cruel Leopard's mood surged with excitement. Finally, he was going to face the demon sect that he had created. He thought to himself, "I can't have it and I can't let that bastard continue to enjoy it." Ling Xiao returned to the backyard. A group of women were holding 2 children and talking non-stop. From time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard, making him feel unusually warm. This was the feeling of home. "Husband, come here quickly. Look at little Yu's cute smile." Feng Lingyun saw Ling Xiao and greeted him with a smile. Kai Shiyue on the side said, "How can he be as cute as little Yingying? That little guy is very naughty." "Sisters, don't flatter each other. Both of them are cute. One will grow up to be as handsome as my husband, and the other will be as beautiful as you," Yu Laiyan said with a smile. "Yes, I want to have a child just by looking at them," Ji Beixing said with a bit of shyness. Meng Xiun quickly nodded and said, "Good, good. If Exener can give me another grandson or granddaughter, I will be very happy. By the way, each of you should also have a few. The more the better, the better." Meng Xiun's words made all the beautiful women present blush. She had a charming appearance that made people's mouths twitch. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly as he walked over and said, "Mother, these two little fellows have already made you flustered. If you want a few more, can you take care of them?" When Ling Xiao went to destroy the three major forces, Kai Shiyue's child was born. Kai Shiyue hoped to be a girl, but she gave birth to a fat son. This made Meng Xiun even happier. Although Meng Xiun was a relatively open-minded person, she still had a patriarchal view. Kai Shiyue's child was named Ling Yu. This Yu character and his father Ling Zhao's Xiao character had the same meaning. In the future, the child would be able to grow up happily and healthily. Moreover, it was the same sound as his mother's Yu character, making it quite interesting. This name wasn't given by Ling Xiao but by Ling Zhao's father Ling Zhan. It was decided by Meng Xiun. With the birth of Ling Ying and Ling Yu, the atmosphere in the backyard became a lot more lively. Women were emotional creatures. Even Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, who rarely came out to take care of these two little guys. Could be imagined how close these two little guys were. As for Feng Lingtian, he was already an adult. Although he was still liked by his grandmother, mother, and the other young ladies, it was clear that these two little guys had taken away more of their love. Helplessly, Feng Lingtian left the proud smiling palace by himself and traveled around the central region with his senior brother Exenli. "How could I not be busy? If I really can't handle it, I can just ask a few maids to come back and serve me." Meng Xiun hugged Ling Yu and rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. After a pause, she said, "You are really incompetent as a father. The two children have been born for so long, but you haven't come to see them a few times. Be careful that the children won't be filial to you." Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "Mother, I also want to. I'm just creating a stable environment for them to grow up. You don't know how many people outside want your son's life." Meng Xiun revealed a worried expression and said, "Xiao, don't be a palace master anymore. How about we return to Meteor City together? No one dares to provoke our Ling family there." "Mother, don't worry. Soon no one will dare to provoke our proud smiling palace," Ling Xiao solemnly replied. Chapter 968. 1 month passed quickly. Only one of the two half-saints stayed. The other one did not have the patience to wait. He felt that the laughing palace was looking down on him, so he left angrily. The half-saint was an old man. His name was Yuan Guang and he was a rare light attribute warrior. He was facing the end of his lifespan, so he chose to compromise. Only by becoming a saint could he prolong his lifespan. Therefore he did not mind waiting for a month. Ling Xiao fulfilled his promise and met the half-saint in person. Meeting him did not mean that Ling Xiao would give him the saint elixir for free. At least he had to pass the test before he could stay. Ling Xiao's request was very simple. He wanted Yuan Guang to go with him to destroy the Black Demon sect. When he showed enough loyalty, Ling Xiao would naturally give him the saint elixir. Yuan Guang had no choice. He knew that Ling Xiao would not give him the saint elixir just because he pledged his loyalty to the Laughing Palace. After another month, Ling Xiao summoned the thousands of people who had been screened into the palace. Ling Xiao would take them to the Black Demon sect and fight them to the death. A small number of people were afraid when they heard that they were going to fight the Black Demon sect. These timid people were kicked out of the Laughing Palace. The Laughing Palace sent 6 saints, 1 half-saint, 20 Emperor Xian, and 5,000 heavenly masters and earthly kings to the Black Demon sect. The 6 saints were Sha Tian, Gu Lei, Zhao Dong, Gu Jiang, Huyan Ma, and Granny Dark Wind. The half-saint was Yuan Guang, and the Emperor Xian was Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Cruel Leopard, and others. In addition to them, Ling Xiao, the Dragon Lady, and the Dragon Turtle were also coming. Ling Xiao had already imagined the Black Demon to be a pinnacle saint. He had brought so many people with him to achieve a foolproof effect. He wanted to eradicate the Black Demon sect. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already asked Sha Tian to coordinate with them. They had to catch the Black Demon sect off guard. They would not expect that Sha Tian would attack them. The people of the Black Demon sect had expected that the proud Smiling Palace would target them after they had annihilated the three major forces. Therefore, many of the subsidiary forces of the Black Demon sect had gathered in the headquarters of the Black Demon sect. They were ready to fight against the proud Smiling Palace. In the main hall of the Demon sect, there was actually no one sitting on the main seat. All the elders were anxiously waiting for something in the main hall. A short while passed before a mid-rank saint walked out from behind, and he sighed heavily. Looks like the sect master has abandoned us. The sect master's wife is nowhere to be found. The expressions of all the elders changed when the mid-rank saint announced this, and all of them became nervous. Senior brothers, what this is impossible. I sensed the sect master's wife cultivating a few days ago. How did she suddenly disappear? A low-level saint said in a low voice. The mid-level saint called Zuoquan replied, How would you ask me? I've already searched through all the places that Madam could have gone to, but she's nowhere to be found. Now that the sect is urgently summoning her, she hasn't appeared. I think she must have left the sect. What do we do now? The proud Smiling Palace's army is here, and the sect master and the Madam aren't here. Do we fight or not? An elder of the Shen sovereign asked anxiously. Yes, Elder Zuo, what do you think we should do? You are the most senior here and we will listen to you. Yes, no matter how strong the proud Smiling Palace is, they can't come out unscathed after fighting against the three major forces. We, the Black Demon sect, are not afraid of them. Elder Zua, you lead us to fight against the proud Smiling Palace, and we will honor you as our sect master. Yes, Elder Zua, you are the sect master of the Black Demon sect now. When the old sect master returns, he won't blame you. Zuoquan's eyes flashed with a hint of evasiveness as he said, How can this be? I, Zuoquan, have always been loyal to the sect master. If you guys do this, wouldn't it be the same as asking me to betray the sect master? Absolutely not. Although he said that he couldn't do that, he had another idea in mind. Elder Zua, you don't have to delay. You're the strongest here, and you're not any worse than any of us in terms of experience. Lead the Black Demon sect and fight the proud Smiling Palace. The low-level saint added fuel to the fire. Then the Shen sovereigns begged again. Zuoquan put on a brave face and said, Since everyone is so supportive of this old man will not pass on the responsibility of temporarily acting as the sect leader. When the old sect leader returns in the future, then we will make a decision. Although Zuoquan had a high position in the Black Demon sect, he had never experienced the pride of leading an army. He wanted to experience what it was like to be the sect master. He looked at the seat in the middle of the hall and sat down happily. However, at this moment, a silhouette rushed in from outside the hall. Elders, there is an army outside the door. The man knelt in the hall and reported. What? The proud Smiling Palace is here so soon? Zuoquan was shocked. The man replied, They are not from the proud Smiling Palace. They are from the Shatian organization. The people from the Heaven Slaying organization have also joined in this mess. How many people did they bring? Zuoquan asked in a low voice. No less than 10,000 people led by Elder Jean. They are fighting fiercely. If it was only the people from the Sky Slaying organization, we wouldn't be afraid. However, I heard that the army of the proud Smiling Palace is about to arrive, so please go out and take command. It seems that the proud Smiling Palace has given the Sha Tian organization a lot of benefits. I can't believe they sent these rats to attack us. Zuoquan squinted his eyes and said, Everyone, let's go out and meet the enemy. With the strength of the Dark Demon sect, we will kill as many of them as they come. In fact, Zuoquan's heart was beating like a drum. When he thought about the power of Ling Zhao's drum, he felt a little nervous. He thought to himself, did the madam run away because she was afraid of the proud Smiling Palace? He didn't dare to think about it. Now that the enemy was at the gate, he had to go out and see. If he couldn't handle it, he would think of a way to escape. Zuoquan thought about it and realized that he hadn't enjoyed sitting in the seat yet. He felt that he should at least sit in it. He didn't want to be called Master Zua. However, just as Zuoquan sat down on the seat of the gate master, an earth-shattering voice was heard. The entire hall was shaking incessantly, and Zuoquan was so nervous that his breathing instantly soared. Bang! As soon as his butt touched the seat of the sect master, the seat was unable to withstand his immense aura and actually shattered into pieces. What happened? Zuoquan shouted in a daze. Master Zua, someone is attacking the space shield. A low-level saint said in panic. As soon as his voice fell, another series of rumbling sounds rang out. Quick, go out and take a look. Zuoquan shouted and took the lead to fly out of the hall. Everyone in the hall followed him out. Cracks began to appear on the spatial shields around the Black Demon sect. Even the spatial stones that were buried in every corner of the Black Demon sect's formation began to shatter. Bang! The space base built by the Black Demon sect could not withstand the strong attack from outside and was destroyed. Ling Xiao and more than 5,000 men appeared in the sky above the Black Demon sect. Ling Xiao said coldly, "Kill them all." With Ling Xiao's order, everyone attacked from the sky with all their strength. All kinds of energy with different attributes attacked the people of the Black Demon sect with the power of a storm. The people of the Black Demon sect were shocked. They used all kinds of methods to protect themselves. Zuoquan shouted in shock, "What are you all standing there for? Everyone attack. Kill them all." With Zuoquan's order, these people came to their senses and quickly organized an offensive counterattack. There were more than 10,000 warriors of different ranks in the Black Demon sect. Together they were a very powerful force. However, they were too hasty and had no advantage at all. Instead, many of them were killed by the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The remaining 4 saints of the Black Demon sect attacked from below at the same time. Ling Xiao immediately let Gu Lei take Zhao Dong, Gu Jiang, Huyan Ma, and Granny Mingfeng to fight. In the Black Demon sect, only Zuoquan was a middle-level saint, while the other 3 were low-level saints. On the other hand, Gu Lei and Zhao Dong were middle-level saints, while the other 3 were low-level saints. There was a huge gap between their strengths. Sha Tian stayed by Ling Xiao's side and did not attack. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Why didn't the Hamo attack? This time Ling Xiao brought all the elites to attack. He did not want to give the Black Demon sect any chance. He wanted to kill the Hamo and avenge the cruel leopard. However, he found that the Black Demon sect did not come out to fight. The battle was very fierce. Blood splashed and broken limbs flew. Although the proud Smiling Palace had fewer people, with the help of the Dragon Turtle and the Fierce Man, the Black Demon sect's disciples were almost one-sided. The cruel leopard was full of energy this time. It seemed as if he regarded every single person of the Black Demon sect as a traitor. So he killed them to his heart's content. He kept on roaring, "Black Demon, you little bastard! Come out!" In the beginning he treated the Hamo like his own son. Although the training was a little harsh, he did it for his own good. He did not expect to be betrayed in the end. In any case, the hatred in his heart could not be reduced. He could not wait to tear the Hamo into pieces. However, no matter how he screamed and screamed, the Black Devil never appeared. The disciples of the Black Demon sect fell one by one. Of the 4 saints of the Black Demon sect, 2 were killed. The other 2 were seriously injured and captured. They were destined to become one of Ling Xiao's most loyal guards. After destroying the headquarters of the Black Demon sect, Ling Xiao and the others rushed out of the Black Demon sect. They cooperated with the people from Sha Tian's organization to clean up the remaining disciples and their affiliated forces. The once glorious Black Demon sect was removed from the central region. Many of the assassins from Sha Tian's organization were either dead or injured. The rest had to face the fate of being controlled by Ling Xiao. Chapter 969. After the Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect, and the Gu family were destroyed by the proud Smiling Palace, the Black Demon sect suffered the same fate. The 4 superpowers failed to resist the attack of the proud Smiling Palace. Everyone in the central region was in an uproar. Many superpowers thought that the proud Smiling Palace wanted to rule the central region. They looked for allies and prepared for the worst. Some people even went to the Martial Spirit Pavilion to ask for help. They hoped that the Martial Spirit Pavilion would send someone to stop the proud Smiling Palace. Let's not talk about the Martial Spirit Pavilion's reaction. Another superpower sent out a shocking message. The Heaven-Slaying Organization had been disbanded because it had assisted the Laughing Palace in besieging the Black Demon sect. The Heaven-Slaying Organization had been disbanded, and there would no longer be a force like the Heaven-Slaying Organization within the central region. This news once again caused quite a stir. Does Palace Lord Ling think that he is invincible? He destroyed so many superpowers. Does he think that the proud Smiling Palace can rule the central region? The Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect, the Gu family, the Black Demon sect, and the Sha Tian organization were all old forces. But they were all destroyed in a year. How many powerful people does the proud Smiling Palace have? It seems that if the Martial Spirit Pavilion doesn't come out, The storm won't stop. There were 20 superpowers, but now there are only 15 left. Is the central region going to change? Inside the martial spirit pavilion, the two great Saint Masters summoned their precious disciples. Master, why did you summon me? Hua Xiaogui asked Feng Zheng in an indifferent tone. Boy, how can you talk to your master like that? Tai Shijun angrily stared at Hua Xiaogui. What's wrong with me, master? Hua Xiaogui asked. Aha, it seems that the anger in your heart is not small. I admit that I was in the wrong last time, but I have to consider the bigger picture. Once our spiritual martial hall helps any faction, it will cause misunderstandings. Elder Qian Tong has no choice but to be cautious. Feng Zheng smiled as he explained. Then he continued, no matter what you think in your hearts, I can't be bothered to care about it. Once you gain more experience in the future, you will naturally understand my difficulties. Right now, I just want to ask the two of you, what exactly does that Ling Xiao brat want to do? Martial uncle, can you say it more clearly? Tang Guogua was still rational enough to restrain his emotions. Well, you don't know what has happened in the outside world in the past year. You've all been practicing hard. Feng Zheng patted his forehead and said, the Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect, the Gu family, and the Black Demon sect have all been destroyed by the proud Smiling Palace. The Sha Tian organization disbanded for no reason, and the proud Smiling Palace can't get away with it. Now many people are asking us to intervene and stop the proud Smiling Palace from killing again. So, I want to ask you, do you know what Ling Xiao brat wants to do? Does he want to unify the central region? Feng Zheng's words were very serious, and he did not allow Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua to lie to him. Master, does the martial spirit pavilion want to make a move on our big brother? Hua Xiaogui asked nervously. Tang Guogua was also surprised as he waited for Feng Zheng's answer. After he and Tang Guogua joined the martial spirit pavilion, they gradually understood how powerful the martial spirit pavilion was. If the martial spirit pavilion really wanted to make a move on the proud Smiling Palace, the two of them would not know what to do. If Ling Xiao continues like this, the martial spirit pavilion will not rule out the possibility of making a move. Feng Zheng said faintly. Hua Xiaogui hurriedly replied, No, our big brother always distinguishes between kindness and hatred. The reason why he destroyed those big forces was because they had caused trouble for our big brother. Our big brother had no choice but to destroy them. As long as they don't provoke our big brother, he will not make things difficult for them. Hua Xiaogui knew Ling Xiao very well and immediately made a judgment. Tang Guogua also nodded and said, Yes, martial uncle. Our big brother always follows the principle of, if people don't offend him, he won't offend them. If people offend him, he will pay back tenfold. I also believe that our big brother will stop here. He definitely does not have the ambition to unify the central region. Tai Shijun snorted coldly and said, You are still young, so you don't know the thrill of being in power. Maybe Ling Xiao has changed his mind and wants to unify the central region and restore the glory of the empire. Impossible, our big brother does not have that intention. Our big brother wants to go to the Qian realm. Hua Xiaogui hurriedly refuted. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun looked at each other. Feng Zheng pinched his white beard and laughed. So this kid's ambition is not small. He actually wants to go to the Qian realm. He really does not know his place. After saying that, he waved his hand and dismissed the two of them. From Hua Xiaogui's words, the two of them already knew that Ling Xiao did not have the ambition to unify the central region. The martial spirit pavilion naturally did not need to deal with the proud Smiling Palace. However, the two of them admired Ling Xiao a little. He actually dared to go to a place that only saints could go. He really had a lot of courage. After the proud Smiling Palace had destroyed a few big forces, they did not make any further moves. Indeed, Ling Xiao had never thought of conquering the central region for no reason. He had no intention to build a dynasty at all. When he first built the proud Smiling Palace, it was only to give himself a place to settle down. As long as others did not provoke him, he really did not want to go around provoking others. The big enemies of the proud Smiling Palace had basically been destroyed. The status of the proud Smiling Palace had become a big force that could compete with the martial spirit pavilion. Even the medicine sect was suppressed. After all, a sect with two alchemist saints' power was very eye-catching. The proud Smiling Palace had entered the most stable stage of development. The Dragon Lady reluctantly led the group of heavenly soldiers and generals back to the Dragon Palace. The Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, and the Wanhua clan all sent people to get the beast cores and spirit herbs needed to refine the 8th grade elixir, the Saint Ascension elixir. Finally, they all received the Saint Ascension elixir refined by Ling Xiao. Soon, the three clans had 2 or 3 more saints and their strength had greatly increased. As for the proud smiling palace, the number of saints did not increase for the time being. However, once any mystic emperor cultivated to perfection, they would have the chance to obtain the Saint Ascension elixir and step into the saint realm. Of course, all of this depended on how much they contributed to the palace. Following the rise of the proud smiling palace, Wind Cloud City also became one of the most prosperous and lively cities in the central region. The business transactions were not inferior to the Spirit Martial City at all. The auction in Wind Cloud City was even more lively, and there were no empty seats. Every once in a while the Laughing Palace would have quite a few high-grade treasures being auctioned. Furthermore, with Yao Qingmin, this bewitching chief auctioneer, it would undoubtedly attract the interest of many martial warriors. As for Ling Xiao, he had already become a legendary figure. His reputation was not inferior to his master, the evil emperor, and even surpassed the 4 legends of the past. It did not mean that Ling Xiao's martial strength had surpassed the 4 great seniors. It was because he had established the proud smiling palace before he was even 50 years old. He had destroyed the 4 great factions with irresistible force and shocked the central region. The other reason was that he had become the youngest 8th-grade alchemist in history. This was enough to rival any legendary figure. In addition to Ling Xiao's various proud achievements in the past, he had become a well-deserved legend in the central region. He was the idol that all the youths in the central region revered and worshipped. He was also the dream lover of many young girls. As a legendary figure, Ling Xiao was also a bit arrogant. However, he was not arrogant to the point that he was invincible in the world. He had heard his master say that there were gods above the heaven region. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth with a wave of their hands. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, he had always been working hard towards this goal. Moreover, the whereabouts of Yun Mingqi was an unfulfilled wish in his heart. If he could not find her in his lifetime, Ling Xiao would feel extremely guilty. Every time he was free, the image of his first love, who was as beautiful as a fairy, would inevitably appear in his mind. It did not mean that Ling Xiao only loved Yun Mingqi. It could only be said that Yun Mingqi occupied a large proportion in his heart. Who told him to be a man who valued relationships and righteousness. Everything settled down. Ling Xiao took his women Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Bing Ruoxue, Yao Qingmin, Yu Laiyin, Wu Meinyang and Dongfang Jing and began to wander around the central region. Every time they passed by a city, there would inevitably be some people who overestimated themselves and came to tease the women. The result was self-evident. Some martial artists who had been lucky enough to see Ling Xiao recognized Ling Xiao and caused a sensation in the local area. Whether it was martial artists or civilians, they all crowded around and kept shouting Ling Xiao's name. It was as if Ling Xiao was a god in their hearts and they revered him greatly. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to flee with the women. He was afraid that if he was a little late, he would be raped 1,000 times by these people with their eyes. This matter had always been used by the women to make fun of Ling Xiao. They had seen Ling Xiao face thousands of troops without the slightest fear. But in the face of ordinary martial artists and civilians in the opposite city, he actually retreated in defeat. It had to be said that this was a very interesting thing. In less than a day, Ling Xiao arrived at the central region's first peak, Lofty Peak, with 10 fairies. Although Lofty Peak was called lofty, it was actually not that short. It towered into the sky and pierced the clouds. It was majestic and magnificent. Climbing to the top, there was a wonderful feeling of looking down at all the mountains. Ling Xiao stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Looking at everything that was under his feet, his heart was filled with excitement. Once upon a time he fantasized that he could become a hegemon. But now, in just a dozen years, he had reached the peak that others looked up to. It was impossible not to feel a little proud. Ling Xiao looked up into the sky, and he faintly saw an expanse of ancient, majestic and magnificent palaces. Moreover, there were countless strange beasts galloping about without end. There is always someone better and there is always a higher mountain. My peak is not here. Ling Xiao's eyes burst out with a bright light as he murmured. Chapter 970. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. 6 years ago, after the destruction of the 4 great forces, 3 more forces announced the birth of saints not long after. Then they expanded their territory and became third-rank forces. The central region had once again returned to the situation of the 18 great powers. As it turned out, the rhyme of the 18 forces was, 1 pavilion and 2 schools shake the heavens and earth, 3 families and 4 sects shake the mountains and rivers, 8 forces gather and a storm rises, the central region shakes the universe. Now it had become 1 pavilion and 1 palace guarding a region, 2 sects and 2 races vying for supremacy. The 5 clans and 7 sects, the heaven roundabout pavilion, and the internal universe stabilizes the dragon province. The pavilion belonged to the martial spirit pavilion, and the palace was the proud smile palace. The 2 sects were the medicine sect and alchemy sect. The 2 clans were the Dongfang clan and the Shangguan clan. The 6 clans and 8 sects were the Feng, Lu, Gu, Bu and Duan clans. The 7 sects were the Violet Thunder sect, Heaven Cracking sect, Myriad Flower sect, Spirit Night Palace, Wondrous Heaven sect, Yin Yang God sect and Tiger King sect. Apart from the martial spirit pavilion and the proud smiling palace, who were recognized as the most powerful forces, the rest of the forces did not use their rankings to determine their strength. Back then, the Medicine Gate was still one of the top 3 great powers. After all, the Medicine Gate also had a saint alchemist overseeing it, and it was an old power that had existed for tens of thousands of years. The alchemy school had changed its name from the previous alchemy school. A saint alchemist had appeared in the alchemy school, so they had changed their name to announce it to the world. They hoped that the alchemy school and the alchemy school could continue to support each other and continue to grow stronger. The other 2 new forces were the Duan clan and the Tiger King sect. The Duan clan was an ancient clan that had been hiding for a long time. After the Ouyang clan was destroyed by the proud smiling palace, they quickly took over the remaining forces of the Ouyang clan and became a new great force. The Tiger King sect followed the example of the proud smiling palace. A powerful being who called himself Tiger King took over the city and became the king. In just a few years, he united all the big and small forces in the area. It was said that there was a saint in the sect. Because of this, the Tiger King sect caught up with the big forces. At the same time, a new round of the Imperial Rankings battle had begun. The Imperial Ranking Tournament was always the stage that young people looked forward to the most. It was the most dazzling place for any young person to make a name for themselves in the Central region. The Imperial Ranking Tournament this time was slightly different from the previous ones. That is, the disciples of the great forces do not have the priority to enter the chaotic battle's abyss. If all the earthly sovereign realm cultivators wanted to enter the final round, they would have to go through all the battles in the city and enter the top 10 of the minor competition. This rule was proposed by the palace master of the proud smiling palace, and the martial spirit pavilion had also passed this decision. The other forces didn't even have the chance to object. All the famous cities in the Central Territory started setting up arenas to hold this grand event. The battles between dragons and tigers were exciting and varied. Many heroes fell, and even more monstrous geniuses soared into the world, attracting the attention of many forces. For example, the new leaders of the spiritual martial pavilion, Leng Feng and Bai Yueme, Xan Li and Qi Yang of the proud smile palace, Huoming of the medicine sect, Dongfang Long of the Dongfang clan. In addition to these outstanding representatives from the major forces, there were also many heroes from small forces and powerful dark horses from rogue cultivators. The strength these people displayed was definitely not inferior to the monstrous geniuses of the various great powers. All of them killed their way through and entered the top 10, entering the chaotic battlefield abyss. In front of the ruined city, in front of the chaotic battlefield abyss, the top 10 elites of the minor competition from the major cities gathered here. There were a total of 400 to 500 people. Most of them were peak or high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators, and there were few monstrous geniuses below high-level earthly sovereign realm. Every imperial ranking tournament required the earthly sovereign to be less than 100 years old. Those who could attain the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign within such a short period of time were all extraordinary existences. The men were all valiant and outstanding, and the women were all elegant and charming. Before entering the chaotic battlefield abyss, many earthly sovereign realm cultivators began to form teams, waiting to enter the chaotic battlefield abyss so that they would have more power to search for sovereign elixirs and save their lives. The imperial ranking tournament had been going on for thousands of years. As an ancient battlefield, there were not many sovereign elixirs left in the chaotic battlefield abyss. Therefore, this would be the last time the imperial ranking tournament would be held in the chaotic battlefield abyss. Next time, it would have to be held in another battlefield. In one direction, there were 5 peak earthly sovereign realm cultivators gathered together. There were 4 men and 1 woman among them. The martial robes they wore were embroidered with the same emblem. Obviously, they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was a handsome young man dressed in green clothes. He looked like a refined scholar and always had a calm smile on his face. He gave people a feeling that he was approachable. Beside him was a woman dressed in light yellow clothes. She had a charming face, a graceful and exquisite body, and a graceful and moving bearing. She was a first-class beauty. Beside the two of them was a handsome man with an outstanding temperament. He was constantly emitting a strong fire energy. It was as if he had too much energy and couldn't suppress the fluctuation of his attribute. He was so hot that ordinary people didn't dare to approach him. The other two men looked slightly ordinary, but they were both peak earthly sovereign realm cultivators. They were both rare young experts. They couldn't hide their arrogance. From time to time, some earthly sovereign realm cultivators would come over to strike up a conversation with them, asking to join their camp. However, they were all rejected by the man in green clothes. These rejected earthly sovereign realm cultivators didn't dare to be angry. Anyway, they tactfully walked away. They all knew how delicate the 5 people in front of them were. It was their honor to be able to join them, but they didn't dare to complain if they couldn't. The 5 of them were the representatives of the younger generation of the proud Smiling Palace. Although it was the first time the proud Smiling Palace had come to participate in the Imperial List tournament, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the 5 people in front of them, especially the handsome man in green clothes with a green sword on his back. He was Xen Li, the chief disciple of the proud Smiling Palace Master Ling Xiao. He had reached the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivator. With the moon-cutting sword art, he had killed his way to the central region and gained the title of Green Emperor. The woman beside him was his cousin, Sun Yu. The young man with the fire attribute was Han Kai's only disciple, Qi Yang. The other two were Yang Chong and Bu Aoren. The former was the youngest son of the Xian Emperor Yang Xianfeng, while the latter was the most outstanding disciple of the proud Smiling Palace. Yang Chong had long since been accepted as a true disciple by the Snake Hall Master Leng Shi. "Cousin, why don't we form a team and go in?" Sun Yu's red lips parted as she asked in confusion. Before Xen Li could speak, Bu Aoren spoke first. "Senior sister, with our strength, do we still need to team up with them?" There was a hint of disdain in Bu Aoren's tone. It was obvious that he had developed the arrogant habit of being part of a big force. However, those who knew him knew that although he was a little arrogant, his character was still passable. Otherwise, Leng Shi would not have spent so much effort to cultivate him. That's not the case. Although we are much stronger than them, there is strength in numbers, Yang Chong said in a strange tone. His eyes also revealed a bit of contempt for the other earthly sovereign realm cultivators. Xen Li opened his mouth and said, "The 4 of you are a team. Master said that we can't rely on external help to see our abilities." "The 4 of us? Aren't there 5 of us here?" Sun Yu asked again. Qi Yang, who had not yet spoken, raised his eyebrows and looked at Xen Li. "I guess Martial Uncle will definitely let eldest senior brother train alone." At this time the other 3 looked at Xen Li. Xen Li nodded and admitted, "That's right. Back then, Master entered the chaotic battle abyss with his strength at the intermediate level and seized the first sovereign realm. How can I tarnish Master's reputation? So that's how it is. Eldest senior brother, you are under a lot of pressure. I heard that there are many dangers inside. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Be careful, eldest senior brother." Yang Chong said with some worry. "That's right. There are many resentful spirits inside. Eldest senior brother, you should train alone. Be careful and don't force yourself," Bu Aoren said. As the eldest senior brother, Xen Li's strength was also the strongest among all the true disciples. Moreover, he was very good to others, so these junior brothers respected him very much. "Yes, I know. The 4 of you should also pay more attention. Don't think that no one will dare to touch us just because we are from the Smiling Palace. After all, no matter who is killed inside, no one will care about you. I hope that after a year we can all come out in one piece and fight for the best ranking. We can't tarnish the reputation of the Smiling Palace," Xen Li said very solemnly. The 4 of them nodded and agreed. At this time 7 people walked towards them. The leader was a cold and handsome young man. He walked like a dragon and tiger, and his aura was dignified. He had a domineering aura that looked down on the world, giving people a feeling that no one should approach him. Beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was dressed in white satin, and she was like a delicate lotus that had just emerged from the water. She was so beautiful that even Sun Yu, who was already beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison to her. These 7 people were the young geniuses of the spiritual martial pavilion. The young man in the lead was Lung Feng, and beside him was his junior sister, Bai Yueme. Xanli naturally knew them, but he didn't know why they were here. He was puzzled. Could it be that they want to compete in advance? Brother Lung, what's the matter? Xanli asked faintly. Lung Feng glanced at Xanli, then looked at the people behind him and said, Xanli, is there only these few people from the Smiling Palace? It seems that you are missing one person. Could it be that he was eliminated before the minor competition? Xanli slightly frowned and said, What do you mean? The few people behind Xanli looked at Lung Feng angrily. When Lung Feng was about to say something, Bai Yueme, who was beside him, said with some resentment, Where did that little thief Feng Lingtian go? I don't believe that he can't enter the top 10 of the minor competition. Junior brother has been out training and hasn't returned yet. I don't know if he participated in the Imperial ranking tournament. Why are you looking for my junior brother? Xanli looked at Bai Yueme and said. Although Bai Yueme was extremely beautiful, Xanli felt that she was still a little lacking compared to his master's wives. Could it be that junior brother is like master, flirting everywhere and provoking this white rose? Xanli wondered in his heart. Damn it, Feng Lingtian didn't come? Bai Yueme clenched her fists and murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Chapter 971. After hearing Bai Yueme's words, everyone knew what had happened between her and Feng Lingtian. Lung Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Junior sister, I told you that coward wouldn't dare to participate in the Imperial List contest. He doesn't have his father's power. What did you say? Xanli's face darkened. Qiyang also shouted, How dare you insult my junior uncle? Do you think we are afraid of you? The other three also glared at Lung Feng. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was like a god. They would not allow anyone to insult him. Do you want to fight? I don't mind killing you now. The Proud Smile Palace is a nouveau riche. Do you really think you can compare with the martial arts court? Lung Feng shouted arrogantly. As he finished speaking, his aura instantly soared and a strong heat emitted from him. It was very threatening. He was only at the peak of the earthly king realm, but his aura had already surpassed it. It was close to the aura of a celestial master. No wonder he was a genius from a powerful force. He could look down on many earthly kings with his aura. Fine. We are nouveau riche, but we are better than you parasites. Do you really think you can insult the Proud Smile Palace just because you are a disciple of the martial arts court? My master defeated Wu Bufan. Today I, Xanli, will defeat you, Lung Feng. The person Xanli respected the most was his master. The Proud Smile Palace was founded by his master. He regarded the Proud Smile Palace as his home. He would not allow anyone to insult the Proud Smile Palace. Then Xanli's aura burst out. His aura was not any weaker than Lung Feng's. Just as the two of them were about to start fighting, a shout rang out, Quickly gather here, we're entering the chaotic war abyss. Count yourself lucky. We will fight once we are inside. Lung Feng said disdainfully. He then led the group to the gathering place. I'm not afraid of you. Xanli will definitely become the first sovereign. Xanli shouted confidently. Many earthly kings looked at him. Some were provoking, some were disdainful, and some were admiring. When the earthly sovereigns entered the chaotic war abyss, they immediately split up to search for emperor pills. The battle between Xanli and Lung Feng was postponed until after they exited the chaotic abyss of war. When everyone had disappeared from the vast ancient battlefield, there was a person wearing a cloak that covered most of his face. He was walking leisurely as if he was not worried that the emperor pills would be snatched away by others. This person had concealed all of his aura, and no one could sense any fluctuations from his aura. He looked in the direction where the people from the martial spirit court had left and murmured, I am a coward, but I am also a man-eating ghost. After saying that, he took strange steps and swept towards one of the directions. Only now did they realize that he was only a middle-stage Earth sovereign. This level of strength was definitely the most inconspicuous among all the earthly sovereign realm experts. However, he was able to fight his way into the top 10 of the minor competition with this level of strength. His combat strength was extraordinary. 1 year was not a long time. When the earthly sovereign realm experts were searching for the emperor pills, they were chased by many resentful spirits. Occasionally they would encounter the remnant spirits of the Xian the Arch. Many earthly sovereign realm experts died in the hands of these resentful spirits and remnant spirits. Similarly, many others died in the hands of other robbers. Among the hundreds of earthly sovereign realm experts, only half of them survived until the end. It was obvious how cruel and difficult the road to becoming a sovereign was. When it was almost time to exit the chaotic war abyss, Lung Feng of the martial spirit court and Xen Li of the proud smiling palace were finally going to clash. Most of the earthly sovereign realm experts were gathered together, waiting for the beginning of this fierce battle. In the last imperial ranking competition, the position of first sovereign slipped out of the hands of the martial spirit court. It was a disgrace to our martial spirit court. This time I will defeat the disciple of Ling Xiao and take the position of first sovereign. Then I will let everyone know that the proud palace is just a nouveau riche. Compared with us, the martial spirit court, you are still far behind. Lung Feng stared at Xen Li with a cold ghost axe in his hand and said. Xen Li held the moon-slashing sword in his hand, looking elegant and dignified. He stared at Lung Feng and said, in the last imperial ranking competition, my master entered the abyss of war as a middle-stage earthly sovereign realm expert and took the position of first sovereign by himself. Later, he defeated Senior Wu Bufan of the martial spirit court at the Tianju Lake. Today you have humiliated the proud palace. Even if you are a disciple of the martial spirit court, I will kill you with my sword to prove the name of the proud palace. After a year of training, the two of them had reached the exceptional stage of the earthly sovereign realm. They only needed to comprehend the power of the world to break through to the celestial master realm. The aura of the two of them burst out in an instant. The pebbles on the ground were thrown into the air and many earthly sovereign realm experts retreated far away. Just as the two of them were fighting, a figure rushed over from afar. The figure's aura was overbearing and overbearing. He forcibly rushed in between the two of them and blocked their path. Who is it? Are you tired of living? Lung Feng frowned and shouted. Xan Li also looked at the person and felt that this aura was quite familiar. Bai Yueme, who was beside Lung Feng, trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at the person. It was a man wearing a cloak. His appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura that overflowed from him was not weaker than that of Lung Feng and Xan Li. In fact, it was even stronger. The person sneered at Lung Feng and said, I have given you 1 more year to live. In the future, I, Feng Lingtian, will take your life. After he finished speaking, he pulled the cloak on his body and revealed a handsome face that was almost devilish. He was Feng Lingtian, the son of the palace lord of the proud smile palace, Ling Xiao. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His nose bridge was high and his thick lips were filled with an evil smile. His facial features looked like they had been carved meticulously. It was very pleasing to the eye. He was wearing a black tight-fitting martial suit, which perfectly accentuated his well-built and well-proportioned figure. He carried a golden spear on his back, and his entire body exuded a strong and domineering aura, faintly giving off an aura that could subdue others. The women who were watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim softly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Junior brother, Feng Lingtian. Several voices were heard at the same time. The people of the proud smile palace were pleasantly surprised when they saw Feng Lingtian, who had suddenly appeared. Bai Yueme, who was beside Lung Feng, also cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Haha, do you think a coward like you is qualified to challenge me? Lung Feng suddenly laughed. His tiger-like eyes flashed with strong killing intent. The reason why he hated the proud smile palace so much was because of Feng Lingtian. This was because Feng Lingtian had once flirted with his most beloved junior sister, Bai Yueme. He also felt that his junior sister seemed to have special feelings for Feng Lingtian. This was absolutely not something he would allow. Junior brother, you step back first. I will deal with him. Xan Li looked at Feng Lingtian and said. Feng Lingtian was younger than him by more than 10 years. Although he started late, he still advanced very quickly. However, he didn't expect that his junior brother would also reach the same level as him. He thought to himself, as expected of master's son. He already has the demeanor of master in the past. Senior brother, you step back. There is no need to dirty your hands to deal with this kind of trash. Feng Lingtian said with a somewhat evil smile. When Lung Feng heard Feng Lingtian call him a trash, a wave of anger rushed to his head. Go to hell. After Lung Feng shouted, the ghost axe, which had reached the level of a semi-divine tool, slashed towards Feng Lingtian. The dense flame aura and the sharp blade aura attacked towards Feng Lingtian. Just the first slash contained the power of an Empyrean, which made the surrounding people reveal expressions of shock. Be careful. Bai Yueme looked at Feng Lingtian with a worried expression and exclaimed. When Xanli wanted to rush forward to block this move for Feng Lingtian met it with an extremely fast speed. A long spear transformed into countless spear flowers, directly piercing through the flames and piercing towards Lung Feng. Rumble. Lung Feng and Feng Lingtian fought fiercely. Golden light and flames constantly intertwined and exploded. The two of them also used all kinds of powerful moves. As the new generation leader of the spiritual martial pavilion, it was impossible for Lung Feng to not have any ability. Although his physique was not as terrifying as Wu Bufan's, it was still a pure fire attribute physique. Cultivating the fire attribute had an incomparable advantage. Moreover, there were many resources in the spiritual martial pavilion for him to cultivate. Now that he had reached the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm before the age of 30, he was not inferior to any of the previous monstrous geniuses. Feng Lingtian's physique was also difficult for others to understand. He was a few years younger than Lung Feng, but he had reached the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm. As the son of Ling Xiao, although he walked a different path from Ling Xiao, he had all the outstanding combat inheritance of Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun, so he was not afraid of Lung Feng at all in terms of strength. Originally, fire restrains metal was an unchanging law, but it was not reflected in Feng Lingtian's body. After hundreds of moves, the surrounding people were incomparably excited. They could not help but sigh. The strength of the two people in front of them had already far surpassed them. Even if they encountered a heavenly master, they would still be able to fight. I didn't expect that after so many years junior brother has become so powerful. You really are the son of the palace lord. Bu Aran looked at Feng Lingtian with a face of respect. Yang Chong also nodded and said, Junior brother has not used his trump card yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Trash would have been scared witless and surrendered long ago. Junior brother, this brat really likes to scare people. Sun Yu echoed in agreement. Junior brother will definitely win this battle, Xanli said with certainty. After a pause, he sighed and said, the title of the first martial emperor will belong to junior brother. I'm afraid that the current me is no match for him. Not far away, Bai Yueme's beautiful eyes were exuding mixed emotions. In her heart, she actually hoped that the annoying Feng Lingtian would win this battle. She could not understand why she had such a thought. Could it be that I like this annoying guy? Bai Yueme asked in her heart. Chapter 972. At the exit of the chaotic war abyss, most of the earthly sovereigns gathered together to watch the two people fighting in the sky. Waves after waves of terrifying elemental powers clashed against each other. Two different types of powers splashed down, riddling the ground with holes. The two of them are too freakish. Every move is comparable to the strength of a low-level Empyrean. If we were to face them, we would have already been smashed to pieces. They are truly worthy of being the monstrous geniuses of the pavilion and palace. Isn't that right? One is the head disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, and the other is the son of the proud Laughing Palace's leader. They're both dragons and phoenixes. Also, the head disciple of the proud Laughing Palace, the Azure Emperor, isn't any weaker than them. The first emperor will definitely be one of them. That's not necessarily true. The other great powers also have a few monstrous geniuses, and they should have also gained a lot. Cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. High up in the sky, the two youths were fighting fiercely. The more Lung Feng fought, the more shocked and irritated he became. 3 years ago, he and his junior sister had met Feng Lingtian when they were training outside. At that time, Feng Lingtian had just broken through to the earthly sovereign realm. At that time, he and his junior sister had picked a stalk of level 6 spiritual grass together, but unexpectedly encountered the attack of 4 level 5 venomous serpent pythons. The 4 venomous pythons were extremely ferocious. The two of them were only mid-level Earth Sovereign Realm cultivators. Although they had the ability to fight above their cultivation level, it was still difficult for them to deal with 4 venomous pythons at the same time. At that time, Feng Lingtian was in the vicinity. At that time, he did not know the identities of the two of them, so he hesitated for a moment before deciding to help. However, it just so happened that Bai Yueme was about to be devoured by a poisonous python. Feng Lingtian naturally decided to save her first. Using his speed, he dashed over and carried Bai Yueme away. However, the mistake was that Feng Lingtian had stirred up trouble by saving people, because when he was carrying Bai Yueme away, his big hands were on Bai Yueme's breasts. Bai Yueme, who had always been as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was taken advantage of by an unfamiliar man. She immediately chased after Feng Lingtian without a care for anything else. Feng Lingtian felt wronged. He even saved a person and something happened. He didn't like to fight with women, so he could only run away. In any case, he had indeed earned a little bit of peace, and Bai Yueme's full chest and elasticity made him reminisce a lot. At that time, Lung Feng also saw the scene of Feng Lingtian hugging Bai Yueme and his anger soared. From then on, he swore that he would definitely chop off Feng Lingtian's hands. He and Bai Yueme had chased after Feng Lingtian for a period of time, and only then did the three of them know each other's identities. At that time, Lung Feng felt that Feng Lingtian's strength was far inferior to his. Otherwise, how could he possibly be chased by them all the way until he was battered and exhausted? It had only been 3 years, but not only had Feng Lingtian's strength caught up to him, he was even able to fight to a draw with him. This made it very hard for Lung Feng to accept this fact. No matter how fast you advance, you must die by my saber today. Lung Feng made up his mind. Lung Feng's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and his strength finally erupted to 100%. The raging flames scorched the sky until it was abnormally hot. This power was already infinitely close to the battle prowess of a mid-level heavenly venerable. As long as he comprehended world power, he would probably be able to break through 2 levels in one go, and reaching the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable would not be a problem. Feng Lingtian's face, which had always been calm and collected, finally revealed a serious expression. "Brat, if you're willing to cripple both your arms, I can spare your life today on account that your father is a formidable character of a generation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being infuriated." Lung Feng shouted as he brandished his ghost axe broadsword, chopping towards Feng Lingtian in a grand manner. "Just based on you, and you also want this young master's arms? You won't have the chance in this lifetime." Feng Lingtian snorted coldly. His long spear surged and numerous gold goo emperors pounced towards Lung Feng to bite. "Since you're thick-headed, then go and die for me." Lung Feng wiped away a sinister look and roared loudly. His ghost axe broadsword chopped 5 times in a row. Burning fifth slash. Each saber contained the power to cut the sky and split the earth, and also carried surging ferocious flames, burning in all directions. This was one of Lung Feng's ultimate saber skills. It would not be easy for a low-level heavenly venerable to block it. It was obvious that he was prepared to kill Feng Lingtian now. "The power is not bad, but you're not qualified to kill me, Feng Lingtian." Feng Lingtian snorted coldly and pointed his long spear at Lung Feng. His body spun rapidly, and his entire body seemed to have become one with the long spear. His imposing manner was like a rainbow as he drilled towards the saber light. This move of Feng Lingtian's was completely integrated with his long spear, blending into the heaven and earth, and exerted an unimaginable power. Heaven? Unity of heaven and man? How did he do it? Lung Feng exclaimed in disbelief. The people watching from the side also revealed a look of surprise, and they all burst into an uproar at the same time. Any move that wanted to blend into the heaven and earth and create a move with the effect of heaven's might was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Not only did it require opportunity, but it also required great comprehension ability. And now, Feng Lingtian actually used the powerful move of unity of heaven and man in an instant. Looking at how proficient he was, it was obvious that it was not the first time he entered this state. It was not the first time Lung Feng saw this state. Back then, he was fortunate enough to see his martial uncle Wu Bufan use it when he was competing with the Supreme Elder of the Pavilion. That power was still fresh in his mind. He had always seen this kind of realm as the goal he pursued, but every time he touched a bottleneck, it was always difficult to grasp that feeling. The long spear swept out, and the sharp golden light flickered, sweeping the 5 terrifying fire sabers to the side. The human spear turned into a sinister and terrifying golden goo, biting towards Lung Feng. Lung Feng was shocked. He absolutely could not take this move head-on. He rapidly retreated and at the same time, slashed out a lot of saber force again, hoping to force Feng Lingtian to stop. However, Feng Lingtian already had the intention to kill and did not intend to show mercy at all. He originally did not want to lower himself to the same level as Lung Feng and Bai Yueme. Back then when he was being chased by them, he was just too lazy to fight back. It was not that he was afraid of them. He did not expect that Lung Feng would be so insensible and continuously humiliate his father and the proud Smile Palace. He definitely would not let Lung Feng live. Fire Wolf, come out. At this critical moment, Lung Feng had no choice but to summon out his protective spiritual beast. A peak rank 5 mutated Fire Wolf King with a single horn appeared in front of Lung Feng, and a flame instantly shot out from its horn towards Feng Lingtian. The color of the flame was dark green. It was a type of yang beast fire, and its power was rather extraordinary. Feng Lingtian's body paused slightly, and the long spear in his hand loosened. His palms slapped the end of the spear fiercely, and the long spear continued to pierce forward rapidly. Whoa! The one-horned fire wolf was ruthlessly pierced through the abdomen by the long spear, causing it to howl in pain. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you!" Lung Feng shouted, and his killing intent soared as he counterattacked Feng Lingtian. A slash through the air. A strike that reduced complexity to simplicity, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, chopped towards the weaponless Feng Lingtian's head. The power of this move was comparable to a mid-stage Heavenly Venerate's attack. The surrounding air was sliced apart and the saber force had yet to reach, but it already gave people an incomparably oppressive feeling. This was Lung Feng using 200% of his full strength, and he was determined to finish off Feng Lingtian in one move. Bai Yuemei, who was below, was deeply aware of the prowess of this move, and she faintly started to worry for Feng Lingtian in her heart. Thinking back, she also knew that Feng Lingtian took liberties with her in order to save her, but her private parts were touched by a man for the first time, so she was naturally infuriated. The reason why she wanted to capture Feng Lingtian was merely to beat him up to vent her anger. She had never thought of repaying kindness with enmity and killing Feng Lingtian. Furthermore, during those days when she was chasing after Feng Lingtian, she always felt that he was too calm and collected, and even deliberately waited for her and her senior brother to catch up from time to time before running away, displaying that frivolous appearance, which gave her a very different feeling. Now, seeing that he was about to be beheaded by her senior brother, her heart was tightly gripped. "Eldest senior brother, let's quickly make a move to save junior brother." Qi Yang cried out in alarm, wanting to make a move to block Lung Feng's attack. However, Xenli pulled Qi Yang back and said, "Don't look at how junior brother is usually as easy to talk to as us. When it comes to a real battle, he's more arrogant than anyone else. He absolutely won't allow us to make a move. That's disrespect to him. Moreover, we have to believe in junior brother's strength, he will definitely win." Feng Lingtian's long spear had already attacked, but Lung Feng's ghost axe broadsword arrived in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Feng Lingtian was about to face the situation of being beheaded, they only saw him make an unexpected move. He actually relied on his hands to receive Lung Feng's simple yet complicated attack. Empty-handed blade catching. This was a relatively simple and practical defensive move that his father had taught him before. But the prerequisite was that both hands had to withstand the sharp attribute power of the opponent's weapon. Otherwise, before he could receive the opponent's weapon, he would cripple his own hands first. Since Feng Lingtian dared to do this, he was naturally not afraid of being burned by Lung Feng's flames. Layers of glorious gold armor condensed on his palms, forcefully blocking Lung Feng's demon axe broadsword. The elemental flames continued to attack his face, but fortunately he had also condensed the golden armor around his body in an instant, blocking the flames. Even so, there was still a cut on Feng Lingtian's forehead, and fresh blood slowly flowed out. Feng Lingtian's calm expression changed, the dragon eyes instantly revealed a dazzling ominous glint. "To actually be able to injure me, very good." Feng Lingtian's aura actually rose once again. He instantly raised his leg and kicked towards Lung Feng's groin. Oh! Lung Feng was caught off guard and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Feng Lingtian released his ghost axe broadsword. His entire body got close to Lung Feng, and his fists were like a violent storm bombarding towards Lung Feng's face. Bang bang. Feng Lingtian's fists were as fast as the wind, incomparably ferocious, hitting Lung Feng to the point that he didn't even have the strength to resist, and was hit from the sky to the ground by Feng Lingtian, raising countless amounts of dust. Chapter 973. Just like Ling Xiao, Feng Lingtian was not afraid of anything. Even if his opponent was the chief disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, he would not show any mercy. Each of his punches contained thousands of pounds of force. Lung Feng's mother would not be able to recognize him. Lung Feng was smashed by the fists that were like a violent storm, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. That kind of pain made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, and the most hateful thing was that the guy actually kept hitting his face. Wasn't he purely trying to disfigure him? Useless trash. You don't deserve to be the chief true disciple of the martial spirit pavilion. Feng Lingtian fiercely kicked Lung Feng's lower abdomen, sending him flying far away as he said with disdain, "Silence. The entire place was dead silent as they watched this scene unfold. This was simply too shocking. It was the first time that the chief disciple of the martial spirit pavilion was beaten so badly that he could not fight back. They looked at the domineering Feng Lingtian and faintly felt a sense of admiration. Haha, good job, junior brother. Do you think you are great just because you are a disciple of the martial spirit pavilion? We, the proud smiling palace, are not to be trifled with. Buaoren laughed heartily. That's right. Some people think they are invincible. Yang Chong chimed in. Bastard. How dare you hurt my junior brother? Everyone, let's kill the people of the proud smiling palace. An earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion shouted and rushed toward the people of the proud smiling palace. He was about to attack them. Just as the people of the proud smiling palace were about to attack, Xenli said lightly, "Stay where you are." After saying that, the azure sword on his back was unsheathed. He flew up like a goshawk and slashed at the earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion with the azure sword in his hand. This sword was mixed with the supreme sword will. The terrifying sword light was like a star chasing after the moon. Its power was vast and boundless. This was the high-grade sword skill, beheading moon sword art. It had already been cultivated by Xinli to the point of perfection, The earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion felt the terrifying power. His expression changed and he blocked Xinli's attack with his sword. Boom. The energy collided and produced an earth-shattering explosion. Then a figure flew backward like a cannonball, and a stream of blood instantly sprayed all over the sky. This figure was the Spirit Martial Pavilion's earthly emperor. He couldn't even withstand a single move from Xinli and was defeated just like that. The expressions of the earthly sovereigns who were watching all changed. They all knew that almost all of the monstrous disciples trained by the Spiritual Martial Pavilion had the ability to fight beyond their level. But now, such a disciple couldn't even withstand a single move from Xinli. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Xinli's strength was. How terrifying. This is the strength of the head disciple of the number one figure in the Central Territory, Senior Ling Xiao. Yes, I heard that Senior Ling was able to kill a saint while still at the high stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Even though he had the help of a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to protect a divine artifact if he didn't possess some strength. Looks like the Proud Palace is going to beat the Martial Spirit Pavilion this time. Isn't that right? Feng Lingtian and Xinli are going to monopolize the position of the leader of our generation. Bastard, if I don't kill you people from the Proud Palace today, I, Lung Feng, am not a human. Lung Feng roared like an angry lion. No, it should be an angry pig's head. His face was bruised and swollen by Feng Lingtian, and he was as ugly as a pig's head. He didn't look handsome at all. He had an urge to die of shame. As the head disciple of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, he was humiliated in front of so many people. He couldn't stand it. He gathered a large amount of spiritual energy, and his body slightly swelled up. A huge aura instantly filled the air, and the power of a world quietly appeared. He actually wanted to forcibly break through to the Celestial Master Stage at this time and kill the people from the Proud Palace. Senior brothers, stop. Now that you've broken through to the Celestial Master Stage, you can't be ranked outside. Bai Yueme hurriedly stopped him. What was called the Imperial List Tournament? It was a tournament where only earthly sovereigns could participate. Furthermore, even their spiritual beasts had to be at least rank 5 and couldn't exceed this rank. Otherwise, the Imperial List Tournament would be meaningless. If someone broke through in the Chaotic War Abyss, no matter how many Imperial Elixirs he obtained, it wouldn't be counted. Now that Lung Feng wanted to forcibly break through to the Celestial Master Stage, he risked not being ranked in the rankings to kill the people from the Proud Palace. It was obvious how angry he was. What's the point of ranking? It's just a title. Only true strength is the way to go. Lung Feng replied disdainfully, and then he looked at Feng Lingtian and shouted, "Little bastard, I'm going to take your life today." Lung Feng shouted, and then he deduced the power of his world and pressed it towards Feng Lingtian. His world power was filled with countless waves of fire, and there was a pack of mutated horned wolf kings howling non-stop, wanting to devour and kill Feng Lingtian. I didn't want to fall out with the Spiritual Martial Pavilion for the sake of my two uncles, but it seems like you're looking for death. Don't blame me then. Feng Lingtian didn't show any fear, and his dragon eyes flashed with a murderous intent. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from Feng Lingtian. An incomparably malevolent golden goo emperor and a golden silkworm emperor rose from behind him. In the end, the two beasts merged together to form a golden silkworm emperor. That terrifying demonic aura instantly spread out. Layers of golden armor began to cover Feng Lingtian's body, causing him to turn into a golden god of war that was awe-inspiring. Worm transformation. Feng Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a golden worm king. He put his palms together and his whole body rushed towards Lung Feng's world power. He fused with the heaven and earth, and all the surrounding forces strengthened his own strength. This was another attack of the oneness of heaven and man. How can it be the oneness of heaven and man again? Could it be that the oneness of heaven and man realm is a cabbage that can be casually entered? Lung Feng was almost crazily shouting. Not only him but the people who were watching the battle were also wailing. After all, there were some people who couldn't even take half a step into this realm in their entire lives, but Feng Lingtian could casually reach this realm. Wasn't it infuriating to compare oneself with others? It was very rare for people to casually enter this state to fight. Even the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, didn't have this ability. Only Wu Bufan, who had the chaotic physique, had this ability. Feng Lingtian was born with extraordinary talent. When he was in the palace he was often trained by Ling Xiao. In order to obtain his father's mercy, Feng Lingtian was always thinking of raising his battle strength. Later on he accidentally entered the oneness of heaven and man realm. From there he slowly comprehended the feeling of merging with the heaven and earth, and after many years of life and death experience and comprehension, Feng Lingtian also had today's achievements. Finally, Lung Feng's world power began to collide with Feng Lingtian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful elemental powers continuously collided, and countless energy splattered in all directions. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated a little further, afraid that they would be affected. Big senior brother, will junior brother be alright? Bu Aran swallowed his saliva and asked. Facing such a powerful attack from Lung Feng, he didn't have any confidence in taking it. He was very worried that something would happen to Feng Lingtian. If that was the case, with his palace master's character, he would immediately start a war with the spiritual martial pavilion. Junior brother will definitely win. Xan Li's eyes were still filled with determination as he said. He vaguely remembered that a few years ago he once fought with his junior brother. At that time his strength was much higher than his junior brother's, and he thought that he would easily win. However, in the end he could only fight to a draw with his junior brother. He knew that his junior brother had completely inherited his master's fierce ability to fight above his level, so he was sure that his junior brother would definitely win. As the two forces collided and disappeared, both of them were sent flying backwards. The two of them stood facing the wind, their clothes fluttering in the wind. One of them was handsome and elegant, dazzling any woman, while the other was as ugly as a pig's head, making people lose their appetite. After a while, one of them was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. Junior brother? Several people from the proud smiling palace exclaimed at the same time. It was obvious that the result of the collision between the two was that Feng Lingtian was injured. The surrounding people sighed softly once again. Lung Feng suddenly broke through to the celestial master stage, and his strength instantly increased. Feng Lingtian's loss can't be considered unjust. Yes, Feng Lingtian can be considered to be honorable even though he lost. I didn't expect that Lung Feng's character to be so bad. He wasn't a match for Feng Lingtian at the same level, but he actually forced himself to kill Feng Lingtian. It seems that this time the proud smiling palace and the spiritual martial pavilion will have a falling out. Isn't that right? A few years ago, Senior Ling swept away the four major forces, and the spiritual martial pavilion has been the overlord of the central territory for tens of thousands of years. If they really start a war, who knows how many people will die. Maybe it won't be that bad. That Feng Lingtian is still alive, right? Haha, Feng Lingtian, you little bastard, prepare to die. You actually dared to disrespect my most beloved junior sister. Today I will. Lung Feng suddenly laughed out loud as he looked at the injured Feng Lingtian. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that his body was in pain, and his throat couldn't even make a sound. He thought of an unacceptable fact. He lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see a fist-sized bloody hole that had pierced through his body. Blood continuously gushed out. In the next moment he raised his head and stared at Feng Lingtian, his eyes revealing an extremely unwilling expression. Immediately after, his entire body fell from the sky. At this time, the few people from the spiritual martial pavilion hurried over to catch Lung Feng. One of them shouted in shock, "Junior brother Lung, he's dead." When everyone heard this, their expressions stiffened. They didn't expect that Feng Lingtian was only injured, while Lung Feng, who had suddenly broken through to the Celestial Master stage, had died. This change came too quickly, too suddenly, and it was hard for them to accept. Don't really think that just because you're a disciple of the spiritual martial pavilion, I won't dare to kill you. Feng Lingtian said with disdain. Junior brother, are you all right? Xen Li and the others flew to Feng Lingtian's side and asked. Feng Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm fine. Then he took out a pile of emperor pills and threw them at Xen Li, saying, the first emperor must belong to our proud smiling palace. Chapter 974. Xen Li caught the emperor pills and smiled bitterly. Junior brother, are you slapping your senior brother's face? With Feng Lingtian's current bag of emperor pills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the first martial emperor's seat. However, Feng Lingtian gave all the emperor pills to him. This meant that Wu Ning gave the first martial emperor's seat to him. Although Xen Li wanted to be like his master in the past and take the first emperor position by himself. However, with the strength displayed by his junior brother and the bag of emperor pills, the first emperor position would belong to him. Xen Li didn't want to be so thick-skinned to take the first emperor position. Senior brother, you know that I like to be low-key. If you don't want these emperor pills, you can give them to senior brother Qi or senior sister Sunday. In any case, the first emperor position is in the hands of the proud smiling palace. Feng Lingtian waved his hand. When they heard Feng Lingtian's words, they laughed. They couldn't see anything low-key about their junior brother. Feng Lingtian, you are so ruthless. You actually killed my junior brother. I will fight it out with you. One of the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly kings shouted and charged towards Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian didn't make a move. Xen Li attacked again and repelled the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly king. You should know who caused the trouble. Your younger brother insulted the proud smiling palace and my younger brother. He even wanted to kill my younger brother. He deserved to be killed. If you want to avenge him, we don't mind sending all of you to hell. Xen Li shouted at the people of the martial spirit hall. You should know who is the one who caused the trouble. The spiritual martial pavilion's people wanted to say something, but Bai Yueme stopped them and said, this is a fair duel. In the chaotic war abyss, life and death are determined by fate. Let's go. Junior sister, you. Senior brother Lung likes you so much. How can you just let it go? One of the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly kings said with dissatisfaction. Bai Yueme said, I'm not their match. I don't want to die in vain. She paused for a moment and said, when we get out of here, I'll report this matter to the pavilion elders. Everything will be decided by them. Finished speaking, she put away Lung Feng's corpse and glanced at Feng Lingtian. She sighed heavily in her heart. She had never thought that because of her, her senior brother would die. However, she did not blame Feng Lingtian, she only blamed herself for repaying kindness with enmity and chasing after Feng Lingtian, and did not stop her senior brother from provoking Feng Lingtian again and again. She felt that all of this was caused by her and she felt extremely guilty. Following the conclusion of this competition, the chaotic war abyss once again opened and everyone could leave. This year, the title of First Emperor had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of Xen Li. The title of Second Emperor had also fallen into the hands of Qi Yang from the proud smiling palace. The Third Emperor had fallen into the hands of Bai Yueme from the martial spirit pavilion. The proud smile palace had undoubtedly become the biggest winner of this year's royal ranking tournament. In the hearts of all the earthly emperors, they knew that the number one throne should belong to another nameless young man, Feng Lingtian. With the end of this year's imperial list tournament, everyone believed that the Lingwu court would make a move against the proud smiling palace. After all, a talented top true disciple Lung Feng had died. However, even though everyone had been paying attention for a long time, they did not see anyone from the spiritual martial court make a move. Lung Feng's death did not cause any ripples between the court and the palace. With the end of the imperial list tournament, the reputation of the proud smiling palace had once again soared. As the son of Ling Xiao, Feng Lingtian could not keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Although he did not obtain the title of First Emperor, the news of him killing Lung Feng had spread far and wide. As the eldest disciple of Ling Xiao, Xen Li's fame had also spread far and wide. This was because he had forced back the disciples of the martial spirit pavilion with a single move on both occasions. His strength was obviously ordinary. These two people, who were closely related to Ling Xiao, had become famous in the central region and had become the new generation of Heaven's Chosen. As the father of Feng Lingtian and the master of Xinli, Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to this matter. 4 years ago, after he had returned from his travels with the ladies, he had entered the depths of the Death Mountain range to train in seclusion. He hoped that he could break through the Xian Emperor stage and become a peerless saint. At this time, Ling Xiao was standing in an open space. His body was moving slowly and his hands seemed to be waving in a disorderly manner. His movements were also quite slow, which made people feel that he was not even as good as a commoner's boxing. However, there was an inexplicable charm to it. Gradually, the surrounding space seemed to fluctuate along with his hands. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and waved these movements. It seemed that he did not know the passage of time. Unexpectedly, 3 days had passed like this. Not far away from him, there was a golden-haired strong man leaning on a big tree. Occasionally he would glance in the direction of Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with puzzlement and boredom. On the other side, there was a huge three-eyed wolf king lying on the ground, its tail whipping the fleas that were approaching it from time to time. Alas, it has been 4 years, but I still have not comprehended the power of space. Is it really so difficult to suddenly become a saint? Ling Xiao stopped his movements and sighed heavily. After traveling with the ladies for 2 years, he had been cultivating ever since he returned. After spending 4 years, he had already reached the peak stage of the mystic, the Arch Realm. He was just 1 step away from becoming a saint. However, it was not so easy to become a saint. Many people were stuck at the mystic, the Arch Realm for their entire lives without being able to break through. Regardless of whether it was in terms of tenbin or comprehension, Ling Xiao was definitely one of the best. However, it seemed impossible for him to comprehend the power of space in just a few years. Of course, it was not that he did not have any gains in these 4 years. He had already faintly touched the edge of the power of space. However, he was just a little bit away from being able to grasp it, which made him rather depressed. If this goes on, when will I become a saint and head to the heaven region? Ling Xiao sighed and sat down. In his hands there was a flask of wine and a big piece of dried meat. He drank the wine and ate the meat at the same time. It was as if he wanted to vent his depression on the wine and meat. After that, Ling Xiao sat on the Golden Wolf King and left the Death Mountain range with Meng Nan. 2 months later he appeared in a desolate and scorching desert. This desert was known as the largest desert in the middle region. It was called the Tamoli Desert. The most ferocious creatures in this desert were the rattlesnakes and the scarlet poison scorpions. They could be said to be the overlords of this desert. Normally they would appear in groups. Normal martial artists could only run for their lives if they encountered them. Why did Ling Xiao come to the Tamoli Desert? It was because he had looked through all the ancient books and inherited memories. He guessed that the map that he got from the Lu clan should be pointing to this place. The only place that could be called a sacred ground was the terrifying Holy Sun sect that almost unified the Middle Region 200,000 years ago. According to the records, the disciples of the Holy Sun sect were everywhere in the world. Almost all the empires had their members. Those empires even had to pay tribute to them every year. At that time, the Holy Sun sect had unparalleled authority. No one could challenge them. However, 200,000 years ago, all the upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect disappeared. Furthermore, the news of the Holy Sun sect disbanding caused a huge uproar in the Middle Region. It was said that all the upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect went to the Heaven region to establish a sect. At that time, the 4 empires started to plunder the remaining disciples of the Holy Sun sect to strengthen themselves. Ling Xiao had learned some of these secrets from the Zhan Wang. However, he didn't expect this map to point to this great sect that had been glorious for countless years. After all, that was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, countless people had searched the old site of the Holy Sun sect. However, no one found anything. No one knew where it was. This became a mystery that no one could solve for 200,000 years. However, many people also knew that it existed in this largest desert. However, where exactly was it built? Or did they use an even more powerful spatial force to isolate it so that people couldn't find it? Ling Xiao didn't forget that he would definitely find the Holy Sun sect. He just wanted to take a walk with the hope of getting lucky. Even if he couldn't find it, he would treat this as a training trip. He wouldn't lose anything. Ling Xiao didn't choose to fly. Instead, like an ascetic monk, he walked towards this boundless desert on foot. The heat waves surged and sand and dust flew everywhere. It was so hot that it made people feel uncomfortable and the sand blurred their eyes. If an ordinary person wanted to walk like this, they would probably have to run back after walking for less than 10 kilometers. Ling Xiao was naturally not an ordinary person. He restrained all of his aura and did not use any nether protection force, allowing the sand and heat waves to wreak havoc. The more he walked, the more anxious he became. It was as if he was gradually becoming one with the desert, leaving behind only a lonely shadow in the sand. Ling Xiao had cultivated bitterly for many years, and had already reached the realm of being one with the world. His comprehension was even deeper than Feng Lingtian's. After all, before reaching the realm of being one with the world, it was impossible to touch the threshold of spatial energy. It could be said that comprehending the realm of being one with the world was the prerequisite for stepping into the Saint Realm. Ling Xiao walked for half a month. Now he was in the middle of a desert, surrounded by rolling waves of sand without any signs of life. Suddenly there were some sounds coming from under the desert. Pa-pa. This very rhythmic sound was exceptionally ear-piercing. Needless to say, there was a rattlesnake roaming around here. Sure enough, a slender shadow shot towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was abnormally fast and hard to catch. Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and casually raised his hand, catching the slender shadow that was shooting towards him in his hand. What he was holding in his hand was a high-stage 5th-stage rattlesnake. Its body was not very thick, but it was more than 10 meters long. It had a ferocious snake head, a golden snake body, and the most peculiar tail which could make a rhythmic sound. Its neck was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and its slender body instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's neck, wanting to counterattack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. With a forceful squeeze of his wrist, the snake's neck immediately broke and snake blood began to spill out. He thought that the rattlesnake was dead, but unexpectedly, its tail seemed to have a mind of its own and shot towards Ling Xiao's face. Its speed was so fast that even an ordinary Empyrean might not be able to react in time. However, Ling Xiao did not have the strength of an Empyrean. His arm flashed again and the snake's tail was smashed into powder. He grabbed the snake's body, dug out the snake's gallbladder and swallowed it. Chapter 975. The snake gallbladder was bitter and hard to swallow, but it was the best tonic. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste such a good thing. However, Ling Xiao's troubles had only just begun, because an even more ear-piercing sound came from all directions. Ling Xiao knew that the rattlesnakes had begun to move. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rattlesnakes had gathered around Ling Xiao, more than a dozen of which were above the 6th rank. With so many rattlesnakes, even a celestial venerable would have to flee in panic. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of these rattlesnakes. In his eyes, these rattlesnakes were just some annoying flies that could be easily dealt with. One by one, the rattlesnakes shot towards Ling Xiao, their ferocious mouths filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to tangle with them. After all, there were countless rattlesnakes in this desert. If he were to kill them one by one, he might not be able to do it even if he spent more than a decade. Ling Xiao's entire body was surrounded by purple flames. His entire person was like the son of the sun as he took another step forward. The rattlesnakes that were pouncing towards him were immediately burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the purple flames. In the beginning, there were still many rattlesnakes pouncing towards Ling Xiao. However, after hundreds of rattlesnakes had died, they finally realized that the human in front of them wasn't so easy to deal with. They didn't dare to fight in close combat anymore, but instead used attribute attacks to attack Ling Xiao. The heat waves and sand were continuously splashed towards Ling Xiao, and the attack power wasn't weak. Since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and the power around his body instantly erupted. A large expanse of purple flames surged like waves of fire, burning in all directions. The surrounding rattlesnakes were frightened and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, their repeated provocations had already made Ling Xiao lose his patience. They were destined to be completely burned to ashes. After the hundreds of rattlesnakes were killed, no more rattlesnakes appeared in the vicinity. Ling Xiao walked for another 10 days. During these 10 days, he encountered 2 waves of rattlesnakes and 1 wave of scarlet poison scorpions. Their numbers were much higher than before. The deeper they went into the desert, the more dangerous it was. One day, Ling Xiao discovered a strange plant in the desert. It was a Class 6 high-tier golden sand tree, only 1.5 meters tall. Whether it was the stem or the leaves, they were all shimmering with golden light, blending into the desert. The greatest advantage of this golden sand tree wasn't its ability to quickly gather metal attribute spirit chi, but the golden sand fruits that it bore were precious existences. The golden sand fruit was a spirit fruit that was infinitely close to rank 7. To any metal-type martial artist, it was a precious treasure. This golden sand fruit tree wasn't very tall, but there were 7 golden sand fruits on it. Each fruit was only the size of a fist, but they emitted an alluring fragrance that made people drool. It was obvious that the golden sand fruits were at their most ripe stage and could be harvested and consumed. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk over and collect the entire golden sand tree, he sensed a few strong auras rushing over from afar. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked up, only to see 7 people riding on different spiritual beasts arriving in the sky above him. Among these 7 people, 5 were men and the other 2 were women. Their strength was actually above the heavenly venerable level. Hey, why is there a young lad here? He seems to be an ordinary person, a beautiful young woman in her 30s said in surprise as she sat on a golden condor. Maybe he's just a mortal who got lost in the desert. Another man chimed in. Look, that's a golden sand tree and a ripe golden sand fruit. That's great, we've finally encountered a spiritual treasure. Another woman exclaimed in pleasant surprise. As the woman's voice fell, everyone noticed the golden sand tree in front of them, and their eyes burned with passion. Spirit items of this level were very cost-effective treasures, whether they were used for cultivation or auctioning. The 7 people descended from the sky at the same time, and Ling Xiao was no longer in their eyes. Just as the 7 people were about to reach the golden sand tree, the sand beneath them suddenly surged, and a huge shadow drilled out. Countless grains of sand turned into 7 attacking directions and shot out. Be careful, a man exclaimed and hurriedly used the dark protection force to block the sand attack. At the same time, the 7 people retreated into the sky again. The thing that emerged from the sand was actually a golden turtle at the peak of the 6th rank. It was the size of a small mountain, and a pair of golden wings were folded on its back like an impregnable golden shell. Its antennae and limbs were densely packed with golden thorns, giving off a sharp feeling. The rattlesnake and the scarlet poison scorpion weren't the only spirit beasts in the desert. There were also all kinds of metal and earth spirit beasts here, just that their numbers weren't as high as the first 2 types of spirit beasts. This golden sand tree was actually the spirit tree that the golden turtle was guarding, and the golden sand fruit was a dish in its mouth. It absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to snatch it from its plate. Among the 7 people that came together, the strongest was a high-level heavenly venerate, the other 2 were mid-level heavenly venerates, and the other 4 were low-level heavenly venerates, as well as 7 6th-rank spirit beasts. This lineup was passable to deal with the golden turtle. However, the golden turtle's defense was astonishing, and this desert was the territory it was most familiar with. Countless grains of sand became its most advantageous means of attack. The golden turtle scuttled out from under the sand and pounced towards one of the people. Its front claws carried a sharp edge and its speed was astonishing. Seeing that the person was about to be injured, the high-level heavenly venerate who was leading the group instantly made a move, slashing out a ray of fire towards the golden turtle. At the same time, the others seemed to have a tacit understanding, and all sorts of different energies bombarded the golden turtle. Rumble, rumble. The golden turtle was a peak 6th-rank spirit beast, and its defense was astonishing. It was only blasted back quite a bit by their energies, but its muscles and bones weren't injured. The golden turtle roared and its 4 limbs danced. Large amounts of sand formed a sandstorm, and it swept towards the 7 people. The 7 people hurriedly retreated higher to avoid these attacks. This golden turtle was very smart. It didn't fly into the sky to fight them. Instead, it just guarded the vicinity of the golden sand tree and didn't let them get close. Those people also didn't want to attack from afar, as that would destroy the golden sand tree. This also formed a temporary stalemate. Boss, what should we do? This big guy isn't willing to attack. We can't get the golden sand tree. A mid-level heavenly venerate said to the high-level heavenly venerate. This big guy isn't stupid. He knows that we won't destroy the golden sand tree, so he's holding up there. The beautiful young woman sighed. I'll go down and think of a way to lure it away. You guys can. The high-level heavenly venerate said. However, before he could finish speaking, his voice came to an abrupt halt as he looked down with a look of surprise. The others also noticed the strange look on his boss's face. They all followed his gaze and revealed shocked expressions at the same time. They saw that the person they thought was an ordinary person was actually treating the golden turtle as if it didn't exist and walking towards the golden sand tree step by step. The golden turtle kept hissing as it stared at this person, indicating that he shouldn't approach, or else it would launch an attack. Ling Xiao stared at the golden turtle and quietly released a burst of dragon chi as he said in a low voice, "If you don't want to die, scram." This voice was like a curse, causing the golden turtle to retreat several steps in fright. Just as the golden turtle was about to pounce towards Ling Xiao out of shame and indignation, it suddenly saw a golden dragon roaring towards it. It was so frightened that it hurriedly dove into the sand at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao arrived in front of the golden sand tree and uprooted it before storing it into his space ring without hesitation. The 7 people in the sky stared at all this in a daze. When Ling Xiao stepped forward again, the 7 people came to their senses. A low-grade heavenly venerate quickly descended on his spirit beast and shouted, "Boy, don't even think about leaving. Leave behind the golden sand tree we found, or we'll take your little life." This low-grade heavenly venerate was a man who looked to be in his 40s and held a mace in his hand. The other 6 people also landed in front of Ling Xiao, blocking Ling Xiao's path. The golden sand tree was too rare and could gather a large amount of metal attribute aura, which was of great benefit to metal attribute cultivators. The golden sand fruit was also a precious spirit fruit that many people coveted. They were absolutely unwilling to let such an ordinary person obtain it. Although this ordinary person was a little strange, perhaps a young man hiding his cultivation, they didn't think that Ling Xiao's cultivation could be that high. After all, Ling Xiao looked to be in his early 20s. Even if Tenbin was heaven-defying, he would only be an earthly sovereign. How could the 7 of them not be able to take him down? Of course, they believed that the golden turtle must have been scared off by the 7 of them, not by this young man in front of them. Ling Xiao looked up at the low-grade heavenly venerate and said indifferently, "Are you sure you want me to hand over the golden sand tree?" The low-grade heavenly venerate swung his mace at the sand and shouted, "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We found this golden sand tree first. If you don't hand it over, I don't mind letting you die here. Why bother talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him." Another low-grade heavenly venerate said disdainfully. Immediately afterward, a long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao's neck. This person clearly had the intention to kill. He didn't hold back at all. The others also sneered. Instead, the beautiful young woman said, "This boy is quite handsome. It would be a pity if he died like this. Let him hand over the golden sand tree and we'll let him go." However, the beautiful young woman's words were still a little too late. The low-grade heavenly venerate's sword light had already reached Ling Xiao's neck and sliced it open. The 7 people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, but they realized that the sword light had only hit an afterimage. Just as the 7 of them were shocked, a hand had already appeared on the neck of the low-grade heavenly venerate who had attacked. Chapter 976. The 7 people couldn't tell how strong Ling Xiao was. When Ling Xiao grabbed the low-level heavenly venerable's neck, they realized that they must have kicked a steel plate. You want to kill people and rob them at every turn? What's the point of keeping people like you in this world? A fierce light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He exerted a little force with his wrist, and with a crack, the low-level heavenly venerable died just like that. You killed 6 brother, you're courting death. The low-level heavenly venerable with the mace came back to his senses and exclaimed. He didn't have time to think about anything else as he raised the mace and swung it at Ling Xiao's head. The mace whistled through the air and its power was not weak. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not enough. He raised his head and glared at the person and a burst of aura burst forth. The low-level heavenly venerable felt as if he had been smashed by several mountains. He was sent flying from his spirit beast and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a dazzling sight. Seeing that its master was injured, the coyote spirit beast pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glared at it and roared, "You dare to be fierce to me?" As his voice fell, a terrifying dragon aura instantly filled the air. The coyote was affected by the vast dragon aura. It howled and actually crawled on the ground obediently, trembling non-stop. It wasn't just this coyote. The other 5 spirit beasts also crawled at the same time, their faces full of fear. The heavenly venerables were shocked. They were all puzzled and thought, could this kid be a beast tamer? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't a beast tamer. He already had some kind of beast tamer ability. This was because his body had been cleansed by the dragon's blood and he had the body of a half-dragon. His dragon aura was not much weaker than that of a true dragon divine beast. He only needed an origin dragon pearl to transform into a dragon. A true dragon divine beast was the most powerful beast king in the world. It was the king of many spirit beasts. Except for divine beasts of the same level, most spirit beasts would be deterred by its emperor's aura. This ability was discovered by Ling Xiao by accident when he was training in the Death Mountain range. At that time he encountered a low-level 8th rank spirit beast. Just as he was about to fight the spirit beast with all his might, he discovered that the spirit beast was actually afraid of him. It even mistook him for the Dragon Clan's crown prince and was willing to serve him. Ling Xiao became confused at that time. Later on, when he faced lower-level spiritual beasts, he directly released all of his dragon-shaped battle chi. Most of the spiritual beasts couldn't bear the pressure of the dragon's might and knelt on the ground. Only a few of them directly turned around and escaped away. Ling Xiao was just feel that be it. Ling Xiao. Ling, he Xiao said, Dragon Aura is. Do you still want my golden sand tree? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at those people with contempt. Those people felt a chill in their hearts and had the urge to turn and run. Only the high-level heavenly master asked, Who are you? It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Ling Xiao frowned and said lightly. Then, he waved his hand and a beam of energy suddenly blasted at the high-level heavenly master. The high-level heavenly master clearly saw that the energy was attacking him. Just as he was about to dodge, he found that he could not move his body. He immediately regretted it to the extreme. However, this energy didn't kill him. Instead, it cut off more than half of his hair. His hair kept falling down. The high-level heavenly master had just escaped from the gates of hell. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. It's just the strength of a heavenly master. Don't think that you are number one in the world. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then he looked at the beautiful young woman and said, It was your words that saved their lives. This is your reward. Then something flew out of Ling Xiao's hand. The beautiful young woman caught the thing in her hand. Her expression was still in a daze. She only came back to her senses after Ling Xiao's figure disappeared into the desert. She looked down at the thing in her hand. It was a golden sand fruit. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a look of disbelief. The golden sand fruit was a rare item that was hard to find. He actually said that he would give it to her. She was full of awe and affection for that young man. The others looked at the golden sand fruit in the beautiful young woman's hand with envy. It seems that our lives are all thanks to third sister. Otherwise, we would have all died here. I didn't expect that this young man was actually a mystic emperor. No wonder he dared to walk alone in the Tamoli desert. The high-level heavenly master recovered and said with luck. Usually we feel that sixth brother is too ruthless and third sister is too soft-hearted. It seems that being too ruthless can also easily lead to death. Soft-hearted might not be without its benefits. Another mid-level heavenly master sighed. The other two nodded in agreement. They looked at their dead companion and could only sigh deeply. They must have wandered together for many years. They were already used to life and death situations. They didn't have the ability to take revenge for him. They could only let his death go with the wind. Ling Xiao roamed the desert for another half a year. Apart from occasionally encountering attacks from spirit beasts, he also found many gold and earth high-grade spirit herbs. The only thing he didn't find was the location of the Holy Yang sect. The Tamoli desert was too vast and didn't have a specific location. That map was only a map of the internal layout of the Holy Yang sect. It wasn't a coordinate. It made him wander aimlessly. It was really difficult to gain anything. In the end he even lost his direction. Ling Xiao didn't know how many days he walked. He actually met many strangely dressed martial artists who were hunting spirit beasts in the desert. Ling Xiao clearly felt that the nearby people seemed to have increased in an instant. Could it be that there are people living in groups nearby? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Just as Ling Xiao was in a daze, 10 strangely dressed martial artists rushed out. Each of them held a weapon and glared at Ling Xiao. One of them, who had reached the Empyrean level, shouted some strange words at Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao feel puzzled. What are you guys trying to do? Are you robbing me? Ling Xiao looked at these people and sneered. There were bandits in the desert. They often robbed lone martial artists in the desert. The person in front of him was undoubtedly regarded as a bandit by Ling Xiao. That person shouted a few more words and waved his arm at the others, indicating for them to attack Ling Xiao. Just as those people's weapons were about to hit Ling Xiao started to move. Wind God's kick left a few footprints on each of them. They were directly kicked to death. The leader was shocked and let out a strange cry. He actually wanted to leave with the people who didn't attack. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be merciful to them. His figure flashed and he killed them one by one. However, Ling Xiao killing these people seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. Hundreds of sand horses surrounded Ling Xiao, and the people on the horses were wearing the same clothes as the people who had just been riding on the horses. Among these people, there was one person riding a very majestic dragon horse. This person was actually a low-level mystic the Arch. It was obvious that he was the leader of these people. That low-level mystic the Arch wielded a curved blade and shouted at Ling Xiao in a language that Ling Xiao didn't understand. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "I don't care who you are. You better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, I don't mind sending all of you to see King Yama." With that, Ling Xiao's high-level mystic the Arch aura instantly exploded. That terrifying pressure and the terrifying dragon aura caused the sand horses to neigh and prostrate on the ground. Even that majestic and extraordinary Tier 7 dragon horse neighed and actually flipped the low-level mystic the Arch that was sitting on it. It then ran towards Ling Xiao. This dragon horse, which had dragon scales all over its body, also knelt 1 meter in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Greetings to your highness." The people sitting on the horses were all panicking. They didn't expect Ling Xiao's aura to be so terrifying. Furthermore, it was able to intimidate all the horses. Even that unruly dragon horse actually knelt down. This caused them to be at a loss. One had to know that this dragon horse was a precious horse that their master had gone through a lot of trouble to get close to. However, after sitting on it for a few days, it was actually subdued by this young man's aura. This was really a little scary. The dragon horse was a high-grade spirit beast that contained the bloodline of many dragons. Its speed was considered the fastest among those of the same tier. It could travel millions of miles in a day. It was a king's mount. It was impossible for a group of people to subdue it. There was a reason why this dragon horse was willing to become that low-level mystic Thearch's mount. When that mystic the Arch first discovered this dragon horse, he wanted to use his strength to subdue this dragon horse. However, this dragon horse's tier was no weaker than his. Furthermore, it was as fast as lightning. He wasn't a match for the dragon horse at all. He even ate a lot of the dragon horse's hooves. He was not resigned to his defeat. Finally, he thought of a way to subdue the dragon horse. That was to give the dragon horse laxatives. As long as the dragon horse lost its fighting strength, wouldn't it be at his mercy? After a period of tracking and observation, this mystic the Arch found out where the dragon horse often appeared. Thus, he gave a large amount of laxatives to the water source that the dragon horse often drank. After a few days of waiting, this mystic the Arch really got something. After the dragon horse drank the water, it kept on having diarrhea. It was at full strength and lost all its fighting strength. That mystic the Arch was overjoyed. He once again appeared in front of the dragon horse to threaten it and make it submit. The dragon horse didn't acknowledge this mystic the Arch. Even if it died, it wouldn't submit. The mystic the Arch didn't die, so he made another request. As long as the dragon horse followed him for a year, he would let it go. The dragon horse had no choice but to agree to the mystic Thearch's request. The dragon horse could sense the rich bloodline of the dragons in Ling Xiao's body. It subconsciously thought that Ling Xiao was the incarnation of a true dragon, which was why it was kneeling so respectfully towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also felt a sense of intimacy with this dragon horse. He stepped forward and caressed the dragon horse's head, saying, "Get up and tell me who they are." However, before the dragon horse could speak, the mystic the Arch had already shouted angrily again. Chapter 977. This mystic the Arch kept shouting in his native language. Looking at his angry expression, it was obvious that he was ordering everyone to deal with Ling Xiao. When the people around heard their leader's words, they did not say anything else and immediately prepared to attack Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill him. However, before they could make a move, that dragon horse jumped up first. Its figure surged and waves of horse hooves stepped on those people. In a few blinks of an eye, many people actually exploded and died. Those people were so frightened that they quickly retreated far away. They knew very well that this dragon horse was even scarier than their leader. That mystic the Arch was very angry. He had only enjoyed the pleasure of riding this dragon horse for a few days, and this dragon horse actually turned against him. It was really driving him crazy. He shouted in surprise and attacked the dragon. Countless wild sand was swept over by his attack, and the sand formed into sharp blades that sliced towards the dragon horse. It was a pity that what he cut was only an afterimage of the dragon horse. The real body of the dragon horse had already stepped on his head. Bang bang. That mystic the Arch was directly kicked far away, and there were 2 more horse hoof prints on his shoulders. The dragon horse did not follow up with another attack. Instead, It spoke to that mystic Thararch in a language that Ling Xiao did not understand. It was obvious that it was warning the mystic Thararch or letting him go as a way to repay the kindness from a few days ago. Although that mystic Thararch was not angry, he also knew that it was difficult to please the dragon horse. He could only curse a few more times and hurriedly left with his people. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and did not stop them. After all, he would not gain anything from killing these people. It would only dirty his hands. Your Highness, that human spared me once. I will also spare him once. Now we do not owe each other anything. I am willing to follow your Highness. That dragon horse returned to Ling Xiao's side and said. The dragon horse was a proud spirit beast. It did not care about ordinary humans or spirit beasts. However, it treated Ling Xiao differently. It could feel the familiar aura from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao nodded and said, All right, let them go. Who are they? They're a group of mounted bandits. They often appear in this area and rob other humans, replied the dragon horse. Mounted bandits? Where do they usually live? Ling Xiao asked. He could clearly feel that there were many warriors in the vicinity, and he was sure that there must be a place where humans lived. Sure enough, he learned from the dragon that there was a human city called Tasha City, not far from here. Moreover, these people were all from Tasha City, so they spoke in the local language, which was why Ling Xiao could not understand them. Because the dragons lived nearby, they also learned the local language. It's been 7 or 8 months and we've finally found a city. Let's take a good bath in the city first. Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh, then mounted the dragon horse and said, Take me to Tasha City. If a normal person got on the dragon horse's back, they would definitely be thrown to the ground, but Ling Xiao would not suffer such a fate. The arrogant dragon horse neighed happily, and left behind an afterimage as it rushed towards a certain direction. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this rank 7 low-tier dragon horse's speed was actually not inferior to a rank 7 high-tier spirit beast's speed. If its rank was a little higher, he believed that it would not lose out to Muscle Man. It was truly a rare stallion. The dragon horse had 10 bin, and Ling Xiao did not mind nurturing it properly. Its potential was not inferior to Muscle and Xiao Jin. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and the dragon horse finally brought Ling Xiao to the outskirts of Tasha City. Looking at the earthy yellow sturdy city walls, looking at the simple and crude houses, and looking at the commoners walking around naked, Ling Xiao realized that Tasha City was not as prosperous as he had imagined. It could be said that it was even more backward than the meteor city that he was born in. Maybe it's because of the environment. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. The surroundings of the city were filled with sandstorms, and the living conditions were extremely bad. Naturally, the city here would not be flourishing. When Ling Xiao brought the dragon horse into the city, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. This was because they were not paying attention to Ling Xiao, but to the dragon horse beside him with its chest puffed out. In Tasha City, most of the martial artists liked to choose horses as their mounts. This was a kind of custom here. They had seen all kinds of good horses, but for a horse like the dragon horse, they had only heard of it in legends. When the commoners saw the dragon horse, they would reveal a sincere expression, but when the martial artists saw the dragon horse, they would reveal a strong sense of greed. However, for the time being, no one dared to have any ideas about the dragon horse. Ling Xiao found a well-built restaurant and walked in. He did not know how to communicate with the people here, so he could only let the dragon horse convey his intentions. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to take a good bath. However, when he heard that the people here said that there was no water for him to bathe in, Ling Xiao almost went crazy. However, when he thought of the environment here, water was definitely the most precious, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to leave the restaurant. Just as he reached the outside of the restaurant, many people immediately surrounded him and the dragon horse. Seeing that they were all emitting light towards the dragon horse, he knew that they had ideas about the dragon horse. Looks like you are still in high demand. Ling Xiao patted the dragon horse's body and laughed. Even though the people in front of him were not weak in the eyes of Ling Xiao, they were indeed not enough. Yo-yo. The dragon horse looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. It raised its forelegs high, and its aura burst out. Immediately after, its 2 hooves landed heavily on the ground. Bang bang. The powerful force caused the ground to shake, and a huge pit instantly appeared 100 meters in front of the dragon horse. Those people were so scared that they hurriedly retreated and flew away. Ling Xiao flipped over and mounted the dragon horse, turning into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. However, There were many powerful people chasing from other directions in the city. After a while, only 3 people could catch up to the dragon horse. Their strength had actually reached the high-level mystic the Arch realm. 2 of them kept calling out in the local language, and Ling Xiao could not understand what they were saying. However, the other person finally called out in the common language, "Little brother, please wait. I am Tasha City Lord, Jianghu. I would like to invite little brother to be our guest." Jianghu? This name is really special. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and patted the dragon horse's back to stop. The 3 people chasing from behind had also caught up in an instant. The 3 of them were wearing the local clothing. 2 of them were elders and a middle-aged man, and they were all high-level mystic thearchs. One of the elders was even a peak-stage mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet 3 high-tiered mystic thearchs in a single city. It was truly a surprise to him. After all, those who had reached the mystic the Arch realm were usually the supreme elders of great factions, and they rarely stayed in the mortal world to cultivate. This is probably a special characteristic of the outer domain. Ling Xiao thought to himself. I wonder what the 3 of you want? Ling Xiao looked at the 3 of them and asked faintly. Little brother, there is no need to be nervous. I can tell that you are not an ordinary person. I want to invite you to my residence as a guest, as a host. The middle-aged man said. On the surface, his words sounded nice, but in reality, his eyes were constantly wandering around the dragon horse. The other 2 high-level mystic thearchs also had greedy looks on their faces. They actually split up and formed a triangle with Ling Xiao in the middle. Their intentions were clear. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and said, As long as you are capable, there is no harm in me going to your prefecture lord as a guest. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of an idea, and that was to subdue the middle-aged man in front of him and ask him if he knew where the Holy Sun sect was. After all, these people knew more about the desert than an outsider like him. Perhaps these people were the remnants of the Holy Sun sect. Hee little brother, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. The middle-aged man sneered and winked at the other 2. He was ready to restrain Ling Xiao and the dragon horse at the same time. 3 powerful forces enveloped Ling Xiao and the dragon horse. Although the dragon horse's speed was unparalleled, when it saw that Ling Xiao did not escape, it did not escape either. Immediately, it was suppressed by the 3 forces and neighed non-stop. It was obvious that it was not feeling well. If you want to court death, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and his aura instantly exploded, causing the 3 forces to ripple. His finger pointed towards the peak stage mystic the Arch first. Swish. 3-part divine finger, jade splitting gold splitting. This move increased along with Ling Xiao's strength, and its strength and speed were not comparable to before. In the blink of an eye, it shot towards the peak stage mystic thearch's chest. The peak stage mystic the Arch did not even have time to react before the finger light pierced through his chest. The other 2 were shocked and they realized that they had been too arrogant. Just as they were about to attack, Ling Xiao pointed towards another high-level mystic the Arch. That high-level mystic the Arch was scared out of his wits. He wanted to turn and leave immediately, but he realized that he could not move his feet no matter what, and allowed the finger light to pierce through him. When the city lord who called himself Jianghu saw this, he was already scared out of his wits. He did not expect the other party to be so terrifying, and he immediately turned and ran without saying a word. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave? His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jianghu and said indifferently, Didn't you want to invite me to your place as a guest? Why are you running away now? No, little brother, please let me go. I shouldn't have any ideas. Please let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will ask for anything. Jianghu repeatedly begged for mercy. All right, my request is very simple. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said. You, please say it. Jianghu was overjoyed. Be my slave. Ling Xiao said, and a high-level spirit incantation instantly rushed into Jianghu's sea of consciousness. Just as Jianghu wanted to say something, his sea of consciousness and soul immediately suffered an unknown attack. His soul wanted to resist, but it was a pity that it could not resist for long, and it was branded by the many complicated and mysterious runes, and was completely controlled by Ling Xiao. Now we have a good guide. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, Jianghu reminded him, Master, no one is allowed to fly here. Come down quickly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 auras rushed out from below the castle. These people were actually at the mystic Thearch realm, which gave Ling Xiao a fright. One of the high-level mystic Thearchs spoke to Ling Xiao in their native language, but Ling Xiao could not understand. He immediately asked Xiaohu to translate. It turned out that they were reprimanding him for flying here, saying that it was disrespectful to the gods and that he had to be punished. Ling Xiao was depressed. How would he know about this rule? He quickly asked Xiaohu to explain for him. However, these people did not listen to Ling Xiao's explanation at all. They were prepared to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not say anything else and immediately fled at full speed. He was not afraid of these people, but he did not want to make a big fuss here. After all, this was their territory. It was not wise to offend them. These people did not expect Ling Xiao to flee so quickly. Furthermore, he was so fast that they could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses and wanted to give chase, Ling Xiao was already thousands of miles away. After fleeing for half a day, Ling Xiao stopped. He learned from Xiaohu that this place was actually taken over by the Holy Yin sect. It was said that there was a holy elder there. Ordinary people would not dare to break the rules there. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished. Master, we should leave quickly. When you flew above the castle, you must have alerted the holy elder. He will definitely chase after us and take us back. Xiaohu said worriedly. Ling Xiao was just about to reply, but he sensed that there were sages rushing over. They're already here. We can't escape. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked in a direction warily. A skinny old man came out of the space. This old man did not say anything else. He immediately used his spatial power towards Ling Xiao and wanted to imprison Ling Xiao. This old man was obviously only a low-level saint. His strength was still within the range that Ling Xiao could withstand. If there's anything we can talk about it. I didn't mean it. I didn't even know the rules there. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Ling Xiao was already at the peak of the mystic emperor. He instantly broke free and said. Xiaohu immediately translated for the low-level saint. However, the low-level saint immediately replied, whether you did it on purpose or not, immediately follow me back to accept your punishment. Are you forcing me to make a move? Ling Xiao said with a hint of anger. Who knew that in the next moment, the low-level saint would not waste any more words with him and attacked him again. A wave of cold air immediately enveloped him, and the surrounding air instantly cooled down. Damn, it seems like the people here are all barbarians. They actually attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong. Do they really think that I am easy to bully? On the way here, Ling Xiao had been attacked by several waves of people. If he had not been tough, he would have died in a foreign land. Now that he was enraged, he would just take everyone there and observe the ruins of the Holy Yang sect to see if there were any secrets hidden there. Against the cold air, using fire-type attacks was undoubtedly the most effective. The 9 suns heaven-burning fist brought along waves of blazing suns and smashed towards the low-level saint. When the low-level saint saw Ling Xiao's fist technique, he could not help but exclaim, It's the Holy Yang technique. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was yelling about. His strength continued to rise, and all kinds of suns of different colors continued to emit raging flames of extreme yang, burning this part of the world to a blazing heat. The low-level saint did not dare to be careless and immediately used his full strength to deal with Ling Xiao. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. Ling Xiao was clearly only at the peak of the mystic emperor, but he was able to fight evenly with a saint like him. He subconsciously thought that it was definitely the power of the Holy Yang technique. Boom boom boom. The sounds of intense battle rang out incessantly as the 2 powers of ice and fire clashed continuously. Faintly, the fire-type power seemed to be even stronger than the ice-type power. The low-level saint revealed a look of fear, and a curved blade with strong elemental waves appeared in his hand. At the same time, a level 8 snow ice bear appeared beside him. It was obvious that he was afraid of being injured by Ling Xiao and had to use all his strength to take down Ling Xiao. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and summoned muscle. At the same time, a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. This pair of fire-type boxing gloves was the mid-grade saint artifact that Ling Xiao had obtained from Lu Su. After putting on this pair of boxing gloves, Ling Xiao's fists were like the wind and lightning, and he did not hold back as he fought against the low-level saint. Muscle also appeared beside Ling Xiao, and his lion's roar roared out from his mouth, causing the surroundings to tremble. The snow ice bear's eardrums immediately buzzed, and fresh blood flowed out from its ears. The intense battle started once again, and the low-level saint and the snow ice bear were completely suppressed by Ling Xiao and Muscle. The low-level saint became more and more fearful as he fought. He knew that it was impossible to capture the young man and bring him back. Without thinking, he immediately turned and left. However, since Ling Xiao had already spoken, how could he let him escape? The broken jade gold splitting finger instantly shot out from his index finger. The low-level saint did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to gather such a powerful finger energy in an instant. He activated layers of spatial energy to cover his body, intending to block the finger energy. However, the five-colored finger energy was extremely powerful, and it directly pierced through his spatial energy and landed on his body. He was sent flying far away by the finger energy. Fortunately, his body was strong and he was not directly pierced through. Only a small amount of fire energy landed on his body. However, it was this small amount of fire that took his life. The small amount of fire instantly turned into a prairie fire, burning him into ashes. As the low-level saint died, the snow ice bear naturally died as well. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony, and kept the snow ice bear's corpse. The corpse of an 8th-grade spirit beast could be sold for a sky-high price no matter where it was auctioned. After taking care of the saint, Ling Xiao did not rush to the Holy Yang sect's ruins. Instead, he concealed his aura, changed his direction and temporarily left this place. The death of this saint might attract other experts very quickly. Ling Xiao moved to another place and forcibly memorized the map in his hand before burning it to ashes. What is the relationship between the Holy Yang sect and the Holy Yin sect? Moreover, that old fellow thought that the 9 suns burning sky technique was some Holy Yang technique. Could it be that this technique was passed down from the Holy Yang sect? Ling Xiao's heart was full of questions. No matter what the answer was, he had to go to the Holy Yang sect's ruins to observe. However, he learned from Jianghu that other than the 15 divine sons, the Holy Yang sect's ruins were not open to others. This news made Ling Xiao feel conflicted again. Now he even had plans to return to the central region. The Holy Yang sect had been occupied by the Holy Yin sect for many years, and if there were any secrets there, it would not be his turn to occupy them. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to wait until the 15th of the next month before going to the Holy Yang sect's ruins again. This was because from the way he looked at it from the sky, although it was roughly the same as the road signs on the map, there were a few places where it came from. Perhaps there were some mysteries in these places. However, to make sure that his identity was not exposed easily, Ling Xiao used this month's time to get Jianghu to teach him the local language so that he could successfully sneak in. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.